really happy.
Yeah, honestly, you talk about Mortally and Collect, and that's immediately what I'm thinking about, right? Collect is always, you know, that entry player. He talks about it all the time. He's that player that gets in, does damage, and something he was working on for last season was playing his life, you know, staying alive in those entry scenarios. Now you've got an aggressive player in Mortally who is going to be selfless. He's gonna put himself on the line with Collect. He's going to be pushing up. They're going to be playing aggressive together. And I just feel like that duo works. And then you mentioned the other duo in Manny and King Nick. I agree. I think that those are two very well-rounded players. And you have a roster that works out here. I actually, to be honest, I played against the Senate in matchmaking. Went to watch his VOD because I you know, I won the game for my team, and it was a very cool play that I made to win the game. And I went in his stream and I saw his chat. And the guys in his chat are like, you're a free agent. And this was like directly after Atlanta. And he's like, yeah, he's like, unfortunately, I'm a free agent. I'm like, wow. But like you said, he ends up on that F1 roster with Envor. I'm excited to see what Descendant does. And yeah, sometimes it's about that chemistry and what works out. You know, what type of team comp will work out for you. And it seems like this Team Liquid comp is working.
Yeah, it's great for this Liquid squad to be getting as good as they are at the right time. Right, we have just a couple weeks until we go over to Salt Lake City, and this Liquid squad gonna be a bit of a home team to root for the folks over in Salt Lake City, because you got a local over there, Mortally, on this squad. He had an incredible performance throughout their series, and I'm hoping that he can keep on that momentum, because for the first time in his Halo career, he's gonna be able to play in front of a hometown squad.
It's such a buff as well. You know, I really, if you could pick an event to go to that isn't Worlds, SLC is that event, in my opinion. The energy in that room, in that venue, is going to be electrifying. It really is. SSG throws on incredible events, and when you're Mortally and that's your hometown, you know, it's gonna feel good for you. But look at this score. I mean, this is not just a game 5 win from Team Liquid. This is a massacre from Team Liquid, 48-38 versus the previous Atlanta champions. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, they put the afterjets on after the mid kills, right? It was just about tied when we got into those 30 kill marks, but just found their separation, and from there it's just like, once you simplify the game state, and that's really what it feels like you need to do against a team like Space Station, is just simplify the game state. Once you do it, life becomes that much easier. But Aliek, this is incredible. I'm glad that we got to watch it, but I can't believe that happened. Like, I can't believe how convincingly they won, because like I was saying earlier, SSG are the kings of the reverse sweep. Like, you go up 2-0, they win the next 2 games. It almost feels like you shouldn't even play game 5 at some point.
It really was surprising to be able to see them beat the champs for Atlanta, and maybe the best Halo team right now. Like, it is incredible. And my question is, how much of a threat is this Team Liquid active?
Oh, they are a threat. I mean, sometimes you have moments where you make a player change, and then you get that honeymoon stage. That's just how it works, right? You got that new member brings life to the squad. Everyone's feeling great. Okay, we made a good change. What I'm looking for is how they will continue to perform today. Yes, it was great. They win a very decisive match versus SSG, but my question is, how will today go?
How will today? That's actually the biggest question, right? Like, the first match we have today is Liquid versus Pure, and we've seen Pure also do and cause some mayhem, not just yesterday, but previous events before. And their 1 minute and 32-second flag game versus Complexity was incredible. I mean, Pure is another one of those teams that just has caused complete chaos in the bracket. And here we take a look at that specific, just incredible tools. You call it the best game of flag ever played?
Yeah, this is the cleanest game you'll ever see, and I don't know if you've seen this, Tim, but this is the current world record. In my opinion, I will have to see if there's anything that comes close in pro gameplay, but for sure on Forbidden, the way that they did this was unbelievable. But what causes it is right here. Notice the swap. We go to last shot. Look at what he did. Held the overshield. that entire first run, and now has that firepower to just jump in and pull a second flag, and they just do not stop from here. We are a minute in the game and they're running their second flag.
You know what's really impressive to me, not necessarily impressive, but surprising, I will say, is the fact that we've had this tech since the beginning of Halo Infinite, but we really haven't seen risks being taken with it, right? There's not a lot of plays where you see that OS or that camo being held, and that's a play where we see it work perfectly for this Pure roster, and it's incredible to see. You see how aggressive they are. Look how many kills are on the scoreboard at the top left. This is insane.
3 donuts on the side of complexity. You know what? I don't even count this last one. Rain gets a kill right there. I don't think you can count it. That one's useless on the map, and it was a 3-0 in a minute and 32 seconds. I don't think I've ever seen a faster game in pro gameplay before, and those are 2 pro teams. But the reason I wanted to point this out in particular is to show how dominant Pure have been in these last few weeks. You know, when we came into Atlanta, we had to see squads like Pure win some of these open series. They were doing so, you know, people were like, yeah, like they're good, but like these are online tournaments, like you can't put too much stock into how they're gonna do. But then they go to Atlanta, they get themselves a top 4. We see Cherish play like he belongs the entire time. We see Last Shot, I think, put himself in the lead for the conversation of Rookie of the Year. And this Pure squad is red hot going into Salt Lake City.
I just want to really quickly say, you know, what's absolutely crazy is, yes, we're in year 3 of Halo Infinite, and yes, you know, a lot of these younger players are starting to shine, right? And you think like, okay, you know, we don't know when the end of Halo Infinite's life will be. We don't even have a confirmation for next season yet. But regardless, that Halo skill will transfer. And to me, that makes the future of Halo so incredible, and it encourages me to like want to watch how it unfolds, right? So many of these players, Cherish, Last Shot, coming out of the woodwork, you know, finally getting their chance to shine on these rosters. And I'm excited for just the general future of Halo with these players in the mix. I just feel like it's going to be a very entertaining time, and I'm here for it.
Over on the bottom left, we got this going on. This is TLF going up against Cloud9. Looks like their series just started. But I'm a big fan of this TLF roster, Tim. And one of the big reasons for it is that player on the bottom left of the scoreboard, Yaxon. I just can't sing this guy's praises enough. I think if there weren't so many high flying rookies this year with Woodham and Last Shot, like he would be in that conversation of the up and coming player. Unfortunately, doesn't get that spotlight because he's not on one of those top performing teams. But when we talk about people that are breaking the barrier into pro play, he's the first player that comes to mind, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. It's the next up, right? He's one of those next up players. And what happens is when you put up talent like Yaxon, you get a chance on these teams. You get a chance on a bigger roster. And that's when you have to make a stand, right? The biggest thing is these players like Cherish, Morley, Last Shot, they have all played against top rosters. And what you do is when you play against top rosters on LAN and you perform really well and you showcase that you're a player to watch out for, that's when these rosters start to look right. It's on LAN. It's on that LAN gameplay. When you perform on those lower tier rosters, you eventually will just get a chance on one of these top rosters. And it's great to see Yaxon again putting that work in, putting those reps in. And, you know, I think, like I said, he is next up.
We're seeing this Team Lethal Fox. It'll be a bit of a meshing of 2 teams from that Salt Lake, from Atlanta, I should say, as they go into Salt Lake City. You have Common and Yaxon from that Carolina Gaming roster that was with Mortally joining up with Rami and Common, who were playing underneath this TLF banner, but they were playing with Piggy and King J at Atlanta. So some big like roster mania moves that started to shake up the top 12, top 16 teams. And for them, I'm sure their top priorities get themselves in the best possible position to potentially earn a free trip to Salt Lake City come this weekend, right? Like I should say next weekend, right? We have this open series that happens today, and then we have a Wednesday, Thursday open series, and then the major qualifier that happens on Saturday, Sunday. And this is the most Halo these players will get their practice in at the highest possible level to ensure that they're ready to compete for their travel stipends.
Yeah, 100%. It's repetition, but at the highest level, like you said, in tournament. Oh, in a tournament game, by the way, nice shot by Haynes there as he pushes tower. But in a tournament type scenario, when you are in that tournament mindset, I guess you could say, but like for a long period of time, I think it's what, 4 days in a row or whatever, 3 days in a row, 5 days in a row. Regardless, you're in that mindset for a long period of time, you do get the best absolute practice. So I'm really excited to see. And again, it's SLC, right? This is the last event before Worlds. This is one of those events where you've worked all year. And I say work, yes, it is strenuous being a professional gamer. Like, these guys have put in the work, and this is their moment to play for what they've wanted for years. You know, this is their chance for some of these guys to have their first chance to qualify for Worlds.
This Cloud9 roster has been a roster that has had consistent performance, but no top level performance. That's what needs to change for them going into Salt Lake City. We need to see if they can potentially try to hit higher heights. And the problem for them is getting past the teams in the top 6. They just have not been able to do so. They lost yesterday to Sentinels in a game 5 situation, the second week in a row that they've been able to push them to a game 5. And it begs the question of what needs to happen for them to become that little bit more clutch in those situations, because this team is a team that loves to go to game 5. They constantly push the best teams to those series, to those game 5 series, but pulling it out has been another part of the equation that just quite hasn't worked out.
Now, I know this is completely a different game type than what we're watching here, but, you know, the LVT native free-for-all, another one happening on Friday, by the way, make sure you sign up for that. In a free-for-all, you kind of watch that VOD and, like, what, you know, where did the kills go wrong? That's the same thing in a game 5. You got to review it as a team. What is going wrong in your game 5s? What are you doing incorrectly? Are you trading out too many kills too early? Are you not slowing down the pace of the game like we saw? Well, like we saw previous in that SSG series where that upset happened. You know, what are you doing wrong? And that's where that VOD review comes in. And it's easy because, in a sense, it's easy because all you have to focus on is those kills and those deaths and you know, those collapses and taking space on the map. You don't have to worry about an objective. So if a game 5 is your problem, you're not able to clutch out those game 5s, find out why and fix it.
So far, this has been a huge back and forth between these two teams, and Sap's gonna try to do his best to win the 1v2, but did he buy enough time? We start to see Septify starting to think about maybe making his push through the long haul. That nade's gonna make him a bit more confident. Tusk with the camouflage, and Cloud9 are battering down the doors, and this could be a huge swing in the game for them, because if they win these slays and are able to get this position, they could be working themselves into a trip cap scenario. But Yaxon, the young blood, comes through. The nade stops the camouflage, and he goes back to A, continues to try to change that hill. And Cloud9 looked for a second like they were going to be maybe playing for a trip cap, now are trying to recover as Team Lethal Fox are starting to move up on the map.
Great plays on A right there to try and make sure to get that reset or to cap through on A and prevent that triple cap like you mentioned. Unfortunately, it's not going to go through. It's Cloud9 with a bit of time here. A will be taken once again by Team Lethal Fox, and it all comes down to Haynes playing his life in that situation. Taking a look at the top and left corners of the screen, Septify is a player to watch for me on this Cloud9 roster. I think a very talented player, but doesn't really showcase consistency like I would like him to. I know what he's capable of. I think he's one of the best players in the game. I just need him to be consistent in that regard and have these standout games like he's having right now.
Septify, a player that has a bit of an up and down throughout the series. He is by far their best player in game 2, game 5. He has the best stats. He is built for Slayer. The objective, that's where he has a little bit more of those inconsistencies, and he'll have rough games. Would love to see that change. Big fan of Septify, big fan of what he's able to do, and the things that he has going for him. A nasty shot, and especially proficient with the sniper.
Looks to be changing right now. 16 and 10 here for Septify as he takes B. That will be a camo picked up by Cloud9. Once again, they'll scoop it up into Tusk's chest. He'll use it right away. Something to watch out for as this season unfolds, of course. We're at the very tail end of it, and like we said before, it seems that players are starting to hold on to those power-ups a bit more. Septify, 17th kill, going for the 18th here. Gonna get that one as well. That's a double.
Oh, the bridge is stopping him from getting into the triple. You can see as we go into the 3-box, our main series is about to start. We got Rain and the rest of Ryan Noob going up against their team on the other side. So all our series starting up at once. But here we go, Pure and Liquid. Game number 1 will be oddball. Plenty of time for both these teams to feel each other out.
This is the featured match, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final. Pure versus Liquid. Last shot starting off real well here. We talked about him being potential rookie of the year. This is his chance to prove it, online or not. This is where you have to come through with a performance that can take Team Liquid out. And so far, 3 of his teammates go down. He will keep sniping towards the backside, but man, he pushes him and takes him out.
Bit aggressive from last shot with that sniper, was playing a bit more of an exposed position, especially as 3 of his teammates went down, really trusting himself to hit that shot. But when you don't, you give Liquid a lot of space to work with. That ball is going to push back, and now you have Sniper able to look over them as well. Drux is going to try to do his best to find value here, but it's going to be tough in a 1v3 situation.
Look how much they've lost here. It's once again Sniper in the hands of Team Liquid here, in the hands of Manny, previous teammates of Druck and Talik. Gonna stay strong. Of course, with that oddball inside of A, it'll be 23 seconds added up here on the scoreboard as Manny takes the aggressive angle with his snipe. Last shot's gonna peek his head and take the chance, but Manny won't hit the shot, and that'll be a rotation here from Manny in the squad, but are Pure gonna rotate that ball?
I think they're content with keeping it here. They're going to rely on their firepower. But Manny, look how quick he is. He doesn't let them regenerate their shields. Instead, he keeps that pressure forward, working with Collect on the other side. And every gunfight that we've seen so far from Manny, he's a player that is weak from somewhere else. Unfortunately, not quite able to clean up last shot there. Is if you let last shot hit the first shot, he's certainly not going to miss the last. And he is able to find the kill before he heads down. But an aggressive set of plays from Liquid early on.
Yeah, interesting that this ball hasn't been rotated once again towards that B side, but it's Tog with the double. Make that a triple as he cleans up 3. It's Collect, the last player alive. He's gonna chow the fight. The overkill, not official, but my word, controlling the camo side beautifully.
Count it. Yeah, unofficial for sure, but it's in my book. Spam it in the chat. Get those overkill emotes going. Camouflage into the hands of Pure, and this is where the game can start to rapidly change. Liquid getting caught out. This aggressive play that we've seen before, not quite working as it was early in the game, and patient maneuvers from last shot will earn them another 2. Devastating results, and look how fast they are in this rotation. What I'd almost like to see here is rotate that ball, almost commit yourself, but then turn yourself back and try to push Liquid up through Nest, and then go right back to your A spot. And look, Talik does it. He says, hey, we try to push these guys, make them waste time thinking that we're going to tower.
And they're continuing to get ball time here. 42 seconds and counting. Last shot trying to get a clean up there, but he's going to end up going down. And now it's up to Druck. Him and Cherish, the last 2 players alive. As that sniper comes up, it's Manny who picks it up once again. And you see them pushing the aggression to make sure Manny can't hold his snipe. It's Druck shutting him down, taking some damage from the back from his teammate, and it'll be King Nick at the end of the day who stays alive. That sniper's still on the bottom center of the map as Pure continue to get ball time, but King Nick still being aggressive here on Natalik.
This is just such an interesting strategy from Liquid, because so far what we've seen is a simple game plan, but one that's had its ups and downs so far early in the game. It's hold forward, W key. In other words, it is an aggressive strategy, but you have to realize who you're playing. You are playing against Pure. If there's a team quicker than SSG and the HCS, it's these boys. They do not play at another speed, and this is where they're the most comfortable. So it's interesting for Liquid to try to meet them on their own ground, and it's going to come down to individual execution to really show that you have it. And while so far Gay's doing his best, Collect with the kills, but he's going to have to try to retreat back to his team.
Not only the kills, but rotating that ball away from that A side is so beautiful out of Collect. And Double kill, though, comes out of last shot. He's trying to shut things down. It's Druck, the last player alive now. Collect the first spawner. Druck will potentially get spawns for his teammates here. As you see Collect rotating back towards that C side, making sure to anchor that position, especially with this camo coming up.
Enemy has the ball.
Just a few more seconds, and Collect's got this high ground position. He's able to catch one, and that's going to be enough value generated for Liquid to have the advantage on the camo play. Manny will get it for free, and I'm curious whether Manny pops it. You see, this is where I think maybe a mistake happens. They had 4 down. There was no pressure to be immediately found from those players on Pure. I would like to see Manny be a little bit more selfish with that camouflage, trying to get a bit more value.
Oh, I think he kills his teammate with that stick as well.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I thought the stick was maybe going to hit off the walls and kill the one-shot player ahead of him. No, in fact, it takes out his own teammate.
57 to 55 here, only a 2-second game. Druck in a position to rotate ball towards his teammates that spawn on the C side. A little bit questionable, though, where he wants to go in terms of direction. Manny is on that B side, so he's going to have that first approach here. They have to worry about that quick push from Manny. This is the player that you need to go down real quick. And Talik makes sure that happens. A beautiful kill there by Talik. All the while, though, it's 2 down for his team, and he evens up the odds. It's 3 dead for Team Liquid.
Sniper's up once again. Last shot's going to have his turn with it. We saw Collect hit some big shots. Last time we saw last shot with Sniper was early in the game, where his teammates went down around him and he just wasn't able to find that value. This time around, taking aggressive shots in a hole. These are aggressive maneuvers from both Pure and Liquid. They do not have fear on pushing anything on this map.
Last shot, curious he didn't pull out his bandit there. He would have got that red reticle aim assist on that last shot and tends to...
Right, he's got a nasty shot. You think he needs aim assist in? Come on.
Apparently not. He's got that sniper in his hands, just going for no scopes here. Finally ends up falling, but it'll be Mortally who picks up that snipe instead. Gets a double beautiful shots by Mortally, and you see the attempt at the rotation. But once they find Mortally on these pillars, they're gonna rotate back. They're looking for an opportunity to get this ball towards the back of green, but it's Mortally pushing into 3 members of Pure. No fear whatsoever in the dojo. Even shoots his teammate in the back of the leg. Mortally has to go down here very quickly, and last shot knows it, but Mortally makes him pay.
Reversal.
Just that one shot that he missed in that gunfight was enough for Talik to get out and find that kill in time. The weapon switch just wasn't quick enough, but you could tell that Mortally's shot would have hit. Pure, they're down 2, but only needing 8 seconds of ball time. It's just a delayed game for them. Cherish is gonna try to hit the milk spot. He's in the corner. Can he bounce for 1 extra second? No, fumbled at the goal line, but Druck and the rest of Pure should be able to find their 1 second either by getting this ball or just letting the rest of time slip away. This is gonna be a tough hold for Liquid.
It'd be an incredible comeback if it were to happen, but 2 go down for Team Liquid. Numbers advantage not in their favor, and Pure will close out round number 1 in beautiful fashion. As we go on to round number 2, my player to watch is Mortally. I mean, this guy, again, once again, that all-around player does what he needs to do, winning some big individual fights there towards the end.
On the other side, though, Pure, I mean, their 2 Slayers are doing what they're supposed to do. 17 apiece from Talik and last shot. You can tell why these guys took over Atlanta when it comes to their KD. It was unbelievable performances from them, and they're going to continue on that trend. Notice that they'll be the players that try to make their way to the sniper rifle the most as well. Very confident in those weapons. King Nick, though, will have his chance with Liquid, and 2 spawners ahead of him. Easy headshots for him.
I absolutely love that by King Nick. You watch him, he's waiting for the angle. Wait a minute, last shot, down to no shields, reach Hals. That's 4 dead for Pure.
It's incredible how patient he was with that sniper. Sometimes you just see a player, you try to swipe your reticle real fast and hit the shot, but Nick's like saying, hey, no, they're gonna have to go through this doorway. I'm gonna have my opportunity to hit the heads. He makes the 2-piece look easy as can be, and unfortunately for him, last shot got real aggressive on that 3rd challenge. It felt like that was gonna be the triple kill that his team needed, and Pure find their break. Although they haven't had any power weapon control early in this game, they limit the bleeding to just 21 and already are chipping away at that. Hyper efficient with the ball time early in this round.
My goodness, Collect. The snipe switches hands out of King Nick's hand into Collect's, and Collect is gonna collect the killing spree for himself. 3 down for Pure once again, and like you said, Pure does get that ball, but the rotation and the new ball spawning over to Team Liquid. The pressure coming in from the outside. Collect's got to get some damage in and stay alive here. Instead, he's going to chow Talik. That's a little bit of a risky play for him. He'll go down.
Liquid just wasn't quite sure on the next following play, right? They get those couple picks, but with Liquid throwing that ball off, Pure was able to get to the rotation early, and well, Liquid just didn't have themselves set up. And once again, hyper efficiency from Pure has been the difference. They really haven't, in the grand scheme of things, felt like they've earned these 40 seconds of oddball time. They're not truly winning out in these slays in the second round. They're just playing a better game of keep away.
What impressed me the most is what Team Liquid did, right? Or I'm sorry, what Pure did to Team Liquid as Team Liquid got those split spawns on the big door. They end up shutting them down. But now we hop over to back to Team Lethal Fox. It's 49-49. I'm not sure who got it. It's going to be Cloud9, a 50-49 victory. They will now lead the series 2-0, and we'll keep you updated on that. But it's back to our featured match once again. Pure with a massive lead here in round number 2, already having round number 1 as well.
And with this camouflage going over to Talik, this feels as if you the fragile moment in the game for Liquid. This is where things can just truly get out of hand. And look at just the damage that Talik's been able to do. Yes, he's gotten that double kill, but he is consistently working towards the next step. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go grab that ball right away. Knowing Talik, he is always whatever needs to be done sort of mode. And unfortunately for him, teammate was close by, but everything seems to be going right for Pure.
I mean, Talik, everything that needs to be done, 23-20 with 21 seconds of ball time. Lots of 20s there. Doing the work in the slays category, getting some ball time as well. It's 62 points to 29 and counting here for Team Liquid. We've seen Pure, with their aggression, break these setups time and time again. The question to me is, how quickly will they do it? Will Team Liquid have a chance to rotate this ball over? And you see, once again, that rotation towards that outside screens location, right? Not rotating that ball towards B. It just seems like Pure are not allowing that rotation to B to happen.
No, they shut it down right away, and the speed that Pure has played at, it's been consistent all game, and Liquid tried to match it, but so far I think you're seeing why Pure is known as the king of speed. They do not ever slow themselves down. They know how to play fast, and they can match your pace at all points in time. And so far, the efficiency that comes from that speed has just proven to be too much for Liquid. What needs to change are the slays. You just have to start winning them outright. This is the first step. Get your 4 down. You know where these next spawns are going to be. Look at them trapping those players at B. But how fast is Druck already in the front lines? They were 4 down just moments ago.
This is beautiful by Druck, and not only that, look how much damage he does to soften up the defense here. Gets a double kill as well. Softens up the defense, not for his team, but for himself. That's a triple out of Druck before he gets traded out. And with 80 seconds out of Pure, this looks to be game here very shortly as Last Shot pulls the camo.
3 players just surrounding that ball. There's just nothing Liquid can do. I'm patient from Pure for that moment, making sure that they didn't just run out to that ball and die. They ensure that they get those first couple picks. Now this ball is just so far away from the spawners. Liquid, once they get the information that they're going to come to that tower, that ball carrier just knows that, hey, stay between these walls, try to help with these extra couple slays. Liquid's going to have one last crack at this, but Druck has been incredible this round, earning himself that 20th kill. And now just one more slay away. Cherish works the pillar well. He picks up the ball. Round 2 and game 1 should be going to Pure.
There it is, that last second picked up, and like you said, Pure take game number 1. I love Druck's play right there. If you saw him, he's on that brute ramp corner. His teammates were all dying around him, but he saw in the kill feed that the trades were happening. He had to take care of one player in order to give his teammates the spawns. That's exactly what he does. He gets that cleanup kill, and Pure will take that very first game. This was also a beautiful play by Druck. Phenomenal work, softening the defense and then taking the triple kill for himself. Beautiful job.
It even starts before that. When you think about the situation that they were in, it was a 4 down that Liquid got on Pure, and an unbelievable pace that Pure works out of that 4 down. Druk instantly sprints through the bottom middle of the map, sure that no one is checking it or even listening, right? He gets, I don't want to call it lucky because the play works because of his confidence that there's no one checking those positions. He gets to C plat just seconds after they spawn, and you can tell those 2 players that were watching that big door expected nothing, and because of that he's able to get those 2 easy kills. Eventually picks up the 3rd. The only thing that takes him down is a sticky grenade that's left behind. Incredible work from Pure early in this series.
I absolutely love it. I mean, Pure is a team to continue to watch here. I think with Cherish on the roster, they've really leveled up. Again, everyone likes to think about the fact that you have, 4 slayers of, put 4 of the best team players in the game on the same team. We've seen now with FaZe, yes, that does work, but there's that objective efficiency that is a question. There needs to be a balance. There needs to be players that can play every role. There needs to be players that can, slay up, but also grab that ball time when necessary, put their life on the line when necessary. You have to have that mix of players on a roster, and it truly feels like Cherish and Last Shot on this roster has worked out so well for Pure.
Double kills that came through, and all the great highlights in that game, but we still have a few more series going on. You can see Suspector and Commons teams going at it right there. They're tied 1-1 apiece in that game 3, a must-win situation for TLF. But here we go, game 2 to Pure. Liquid on its way.
Hopping on with Cherish, the player I was talking about just a moment ago, a player who's really impressed me. Still very young in the scene. Look at that, watching the cross for Druk, but does Druk really need it? I mean, this guy has just, again, talking about a player who's leveled up. Druk is one of those players for me, right? Going to London, making it to London, a player who couldn't attend LAN for so long due to visa issues, makes it to London, then goes to Atlanta, has another incredible placing at Atlanta. I mean, there's no way we don't see him at SLC if the visa, whatever, those border patrol people need to allow him back into SLC.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll find a way. If he was in Atlanta, I think the problem's been solved. But if it's not, we'll find whoever the border patrol agent was at the airport, and we'll team up on him. You know what I'm saying? Man's never felt a 1v4 on recharge.
Oh, we need that talent in the HCS, period. So hope to see Druk there with no problems once again, no headaches. But regardless of all that, I pointed out because it is a mental gymnastics to have to go through all of that and still perform at the level he's performing at. It's very impressive to me, and Pure really look on another level here. A team that I would expect to continue to get better as time goes on. Druk once again, another kill for him, 5-3 to start this game. The 13-9 lead here for Pure.
Druk trying to shore up this left side after his teammate goes down. They really want to try to battle their way into C in these next couple seconds because of camouflage coming up. You can see Druk getting awfully aggressive with it, and he's going to find the rewards for it. Double kill for them, but the bigger part of the equation. Camouflage now up, Cherish gets it, and that's just wonderful team play through and through. Druk starts the charge, his teammates follow them at the same pace. They find the kills at the right time, and well, they get a potent camo play because of it.
Yeah, Team Liquid have to slow down here if they want to bring this back. It is now an 8-kill lead that seems to be getting out of hand. You see them on that A side with that A side spawn, but already 2 dead, and that's going to split the spawns here for the squad. You see Mortally finds himself alone, has to rotate back. Luckily, he does find a way to get back to his team, but Cherish finds a way to this shock rifle and camo combination, and guess what? He's gonna put it to work. A killing spree for him with the grapple, no problem. Confidence all the while as he gets the shots onto King Nick, but they're gonna whiff.
That's that trick shot mid-game. The little 360. Oh, big thing when this shock rifle is up. You know that Collect has it now. Pure, keep your feet on the ground. Nothing easier to hit than a player jumping in the air. With this shock rifle, Collect gonna try to do his best, but love the pressure. Look how Pure pushed into Team Liquid there. They sent 2 players through the half wall. Once they started making their engagement known, they sent their next 2 players through bottom A door. It catches Collect completely off guard. They overwhelm the flank, and from there, it's just an easy collapse on the rest of the players.
30-19 already the lead for Pure, and with the 1 series lead, this will be devastating for the side of Team Liquid. A 10-kill lead here. I just wish that, you know, for Cherish, that 360 no scope doesn't come back to bite him. A lot of confidence, but if used incorrectly, could really be devastating. Last shot once again catches Manny. A little bit of deja vu in the same spot on the long haul side. Once again, Pure pushing together, getting these clean kills. Will remain a 10-kill lead here for Pure.
Last shot's about to go on a rampage with this commando. You can just feel that his shot is on point today, and you better fear if you go into this reticle. Players that are hyper efficient with their aim, and the commando, it's a deadly combination. You can see why it just shreds your opponents.
I said it when they were GAing all these weapons. I said, why aren't we GAing the commando? Why don't we just GA last shot? This kid is insane. 13, 9 and 5, 9 assists to go with those 13 kills, and a 9-kill lead still for Pure. Much time left on the clock here. This will definitely not go to time. This Pure roster, once again, foot on the gas pedal in 6th gear, are playing phenomenal.
I got 3 letters for last shot right now. MVP. Holy hell. 14 kills, most in the lobby. 9 assists, most in the lobby. 5 deaths, least in the lobby. You can't talk about a better performance at the moment.
3 down for Pure here. You see the spawns will potentially come out onto that tower side because they pretty much got everything blocked. There was a spawner, if I'm not mistaken, that could assist King Nick on that pipe side, but he's immediately deleted. It was mortally. You can see it's still a 7-kill lead. Team Liquid trying to hold strong here as best they can, and that trade might open things up just a bit, but it's 2 down for Team Liquid again.
Pure went 3 down. Well, how did they respond? They instantly find 2. And it was last shot that started to lead that charge. He gets himself to 16 kills as we approach this final few of the game. And I just can't help but be so impressed by how Pure are playing at the moment. It is clean, it is efficient, it is fast, it is their game, and it shows you why they got a top 4 finish. They can keep playing at this level. Oh, come on, you don't have to do it to him like that.
Oh no.
The green goo.
Man, let me tell you something. King Nick in matchmaking, guy challenges me every time, no matter how many shots I get into him. So thank you, Cherish, for shutting the man down. I like that.
There's a reason for that, too. I mean,
okay, buddy. All right. Solitude.
I don't think that's a King Nick issue. I think you might have to be looking for a more common denominator.
With
those challenges.
You know what? No daisy chaining me in SLC. I am not touching your hand.
Bro, I don't want that. I don't want your skills to rub off, dude. Okay, come on. I'm still winning gunfights in matchmaking. I don't need any of that help.
I am getting murdered. Can we move on now? Solitude, King of the Hill. Game number 3, Pure murdering Team Liquid at the moment. In game, of course. Beautiful job by them. They look phenomenal. They look polished, and honestly, we find ourselves with 2 incredible teams in the lower bracket. I mean, if there's a chance for Pure to come through and win this entire thing, I don't know. I mean, it might be a little too early to call, but if they, like you said, if they keep playing like this, I'm excited to see what they do today.
Oh, look at this at the bottom left of the screen. We're going into the final moments. There's 4 seconds left on the clock, but Haynes is doing it. They found a way to tie it up. 3 seconds of neutral time. It's Next L wins.
Team Lethal Fox and Haynes. Look at Yaxin. Are you kidding me? 16 kills, 18 assists, and 19 deaths. Absolutely insane. Adi Yaxin gets another assist once again. And look, he wants more. He doesn't want kills. He just wants to put damage into everybody.
Assists, they get intoxicating when you start getting a bunch of them at once. Suddenly you're starting to say to yourself, how many can I get in a game? But so far, Yaxin's having a hell of a performance. You can see his engagements are just so high, and that's the one thing I love about Yaxin. He is a frontline soldier in these games. He He is always going to be looking for the engagement. He doesn't have this this habit that other players have, where they sit in the corner, they try to get some sort of cheeky timing on someone. No, just so confident in his shot and his ability to win whatever fight needs to happen, that he's always going to be playing forward on the map. Camouflage goes to Cloud9. It's imperative that Lethal Fox find it as soon as possible before it causes too much impact on the game.
I like how Jackson plays that right there. He gets the driveway spawn to the backyard spawn. Instead, he goes forward to play for OS, takes a different route, waits for his teammates to spawn. Team Lethal Fox getting a lot of time here, though. You see the patience of Rami looking for an opportunity to push in. That corner is utilized way too often, says Spectre. You can't sit there without taking some nades. But Cloud9 getting a lot of time right now. And with that first kill onto Rami, I'm not sure Team Lethal Fox have enough firepower to push in. But as I say that, there's the 2 down, make that 3 down, set to find the last player alive. And it'll be Haynes that looks for him as well.
Oh, it's okay. There we go. The big thing for Lethal Fox there is they softened up the players before they started to make their commitment. Once they did, they swing that corner, and as long as you swing it as those players are weak, it makes life easy for you. But we can see 3 Solitude, King of the Hills happening at once. Let's go into our main featured one, as Pure up 2-0 in this series against Liquid. Back against the wall for Liquid, but they have just looked largely ineffective against the speed and firepower that this Pure roster has brought today.
Or we're seeing a lot of 2-0s, except for that Team Lethal Fox series. Complexity 2-0, Pure 2-0. And now it's Last Shot once again trying to put on a memorable performance here as he gets the kill on to Collect. 2 down for the side of Team Liquid. Pill open, but Druck has a nice position on the backup blue there. Look how he makes his impact. Once again, gets the kill. Talik cleans up another, and Druck from that position takes the hill.
Liquid have gotten off plenty of time early in this round, but you can see Pure starting to set themselves up. They have perimeters both at Nest and at Blue, trying to keep Liquid in front of them. They're not going to be able to jump into this hill early, but they're really going to depend on their opening slays. That first 2 kills going to make life easy, and that nade was just about perfect. I thought it was a mistake, but no, Talik knows what he's doing, catches him at the perfect moment, and now the Nest spawn trap is in. They know that these spawns are going to come at lift, and it's going to force Liquid to have to find a battle their way out through that loop side.
It's all a mental game here in Halo Infinite, and once again Talik winning the chess match. Beautiful nade, but it is still Team Liquid in that hill. Lots of time garnered here. Camo coming up in 2 seconds. Talik's gonna take the back route, but he's got to be careful. There are players like Manny who got through to Blue, and King Nick, he's gonna take that camo for himself. So Talik maybe in a rough position right there, not able to make an impact. And not only did the camo go in the hands of Team Liquid, but so did the first hill.
And Talik needs to start burning off these thrusts if he's not confident that he can find this camo player. Don't want to give that opportunity to them, but Talik's been just somehow finding a way to play behind those enemy lines. They just cannot find him, and eventually he'll get back into the front trying to work with his team to get these kills. But so far Liquid have had the advantages in these hill fights.
Some incredible nades by the side of Druck right there. He's gonna get the from the grave kill onto Mortally, but once again that first hill gonna be devastating here for the side of Pure, especially being up in this series. Collect knows the shock rifle's coming up, sees Druck there, and there is a flank, so Collect will go down. And that will be a shock rifle in the hands of Druck if he wants it.
Druck's gonna pick up the shock rifle. They're gonna spawn Blue right when he picks this up. Almost. No, someone didn't block loop. Oh, ooh, that's such a tough spot for Druck. Their heads up to realize it in time, but Druck went back for that shock rifle. He thought that loop was going to get blocked by someone. It ends up not being blocked, but they recover quickly. They have great heads up play. Those split spawns could have been devastating to Pure if they weren't aware.
How did he stay alive there? Oh my word, Druck! That's, I mean, you look at his scoreline and see a 6 and 7 with 4 assists, but then you look at that play right there. The split spawns, like you said, come out. He comes through, stays alive, puts damage into 2 assists, and then another 2 again. And that will guarantee Pure their first hill in the game.
Camouflage coming up soon. Talk's got great position to battle for it, but looks like Pure start to lose their gunfights inside blue, and Manny really had an opportunity there to potentially steal away that camouflage. He drops down instead, and Pure's gonna still have their chance to fight for it, but it's gonna come down to finding Mortally first. He's got that high position at gold to try to prevent anyone from going into that middle part of the map. He goes down, but Camo is burned. Collect, not gonna be able to get away.
Once again, Camo in the hands of Team Liquid, but this time it is burned. A 1-1 scoreline so far. Last shot looking for a push here, quietly sneaking through the bottom left side. Gets the perfect on the King Nick. That'll shut him down really quick. He'll go down closely after. It'll be a 2-on-2 situation. Druck finding a back smack. Mortally down to no shields. Druck's gonna go directly for the kill. Another double for Druck.
Now Team Liquid's gonna work on these blue spawns, and that's the obvious place that you want to have control, right, when this hill's up. But the secondary piece of control that you want is Nest, and you can see that player from Liquid pushes up into Nest, and that's gonna make this so much easier for these players over at hill to make their plays. When you have that help from long range, Liquid just eviscerates the setup of Pure, and it all started, I believe it was Mortally that made that quick play into Nest, and it just was the last piece that they were missing for that hold.
Now it's Mortally on the left side. Some beautiful shots onto the spawners here. He's gonna be that player that tries to break through this setup, but once again finding a way through with his teammate in Manny. That's a beautiful play by him. Circles through, makes sure to get the lift spawners, understands the power positions on the map. Another one on the gold ledge, comes through, another kill on the last shot, 3 down for Pure.
This is incredibly aggressive. The downside of this aggression is you're going to force lift spawns. That's going to give them quick access to hill, but Mortally's very aware of it and is putting down great damage. If Liquid can find these next couple slays, they can basically guarantee themselves the hill, but look at what Druck does. He just instantly pushed out from lift into hotel, and you can see why you don't necessarily want to force that lift spawn trap when this hill is in this position. Lift spawn trap, the nastiest one in the game, right? You funnel players into very exposed positions, but they just have quick access to the hill. That makes things a little bit tougher for the team that's in control, though Liquid has done a fantastic job of not losing the gunfights in power positions and being able to refill in. They survived the onslaught. Pure tried their best to make it hard, just not quite able to steal back that hill.
Yeah, it was just beautiful by the side of Team Liquid. So much damage went into them, but they were able to stay alive the entire time. And they'll guarantee that hill because of it. It'll be Pure in the 4th hill here, trying to gain some time for themselves. And you see once again that lift spawn trap that you talk about. Lots of damage onto Manny. Last shot's gonna still chow that. Both of them down to no shields, but Last shot's ability to stay alive once again as this push is coming through is vital to the success of Pure.
It's so neat to see how spread on the map Pure naturally becomes when they get their setup. Unfortunately for them, it's once that first player goes down, that's the natural downside of being that spread. They were doing a great job getting damage. They're able to work 75% of that hill, but once they lost their perimeter on the loop side, you weaken up every single lane, and then they can just start to bully their way through. Though Pure will have a quick attack on the counter. Collect doing his best with that shock rifle, gets the kill, and Liquid, they have just been winning the slays. It's been the big difference for them in this game versus the previous one. If they can win this hill, you might as well say GG. There just won't be enough neutral time, and they might even be thinking right now, Tim, let's not step in this. We're gonna play time early. I think that is the strategy.
It was like 5 nades thrown to Collect. He finally goes down, but you have to think those nades might not be a resource for the random kids in matchmaking, but it is a resource for these teams. Those nades will break apart the defense just a bit, allow those pushes to come through, and like you said, Pure 3 down once again as Team Liquid holds strong onto that hill.
They took down 2 of Liquid with them, so Last Shot's just trying to do his best to keep these players from generating too much space and to keep them weak for his spawners that are coming up. You got 27 seconds of neutral time to get the job done. Thankfully, you only need 1 hill, so you're just looking for that singular break. You get it, you can probably guarantee this hill.
There's the 2 kills from Cherished here. Does that open things up? It's a 2v2.
They gotta focus on winning the spawn. But oh wow, what perfect shots from Cherish, working with his Canadian brother down middle, and they get the hill. This should be free enough. Manny's the only player alive. He's gonna try to get a potential kill. That shock rifle not gonna be able to land, and here we go. Next hill wins.
My goodness. We've seen so many overtime plays here. This hasn't gone into overtime just yet, of course, with 6 seconds left, but next hill wins regardless. It's Manny with that shock rifle now. Cherished takes one to the body, or that's to the head, actually. 28 seconds for Camo. That should be a factor here, regardless of time. Manny needs to stay alive with his shock rifle in this position. He's in a big position here on the blue side. He's the one on that cross as Pure tried to push through, but Pure find a kill onto him.
Well, Talik went on that long flank, but it's going to pay dividends for the team. Look at how much damage he's able to put down. It's just King Nick. He goes down. Manny will be the first one up. He's desperately trying to push towards this hill because he knows he needs to put pressure in as Camouflage comes up, but he just could not buy enough time. Talik, the player that made the flank that started this all, will reap the rewards of the Camouflage. And great heads up play to understand those shots were coming down middle. Stay patient, players all around you.
Oh, the ninja! Boom! The camo's still in his hand, still a thruster to use as well. You see Team Liquid trying to find a push towards the top of Snipe. It's Mortally and Collect. They both take too much damage though. Mortally's gonna go down next. That's 2 down. That's a lot of time for Pure. The split spawns come on the loop side. Do they have enough time to break through the hill? It's gonna be Talik in a position to put damage into Manny. Yes, it's enough time, and Talik lets him know with a bit of a teabag at the end of the game.
Just an efficient game from Pure. When they got their slays, they were able to get into the hill quickly, and well, MVP in that last hill has to be Talik, understanding that his responsibility was to go on the long flank, hunt the perimeter player down. Once he does, it breaks everything down. The walls start to fall and the Camouflage goes into his hands. But I love the patience from him, right? Work on guaranteeing your kills. He was surrounded by players, didn't shoot a shot, instead ensured that his Camouflage kept him hidden and worked on cleaning up the kills that his teammates left behind. 5 in a row in a pivotal moment in this match that earns them a victory. And once it gets to this point, you know that the players just have to fly forward. Easy kills to finish.
Pure find themselves in the winners final, and they will match up against either Native or Sentinels. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Optic and Space Station Gaming find themselves in that lower bracket. And again, it's just incredible to see if there's any chance for Pure to win an event online or LAN, obviously. I know it's online, but it's this event right here. I mean, what a way to play phenomenal Halo when it matters the most. But now we move over to TLF versus Cloud9. We saw TLF, they got that win on King of the Hill on Solitude. Now we find ourselves here in the game 4 that matters the most here for either one of these teams. Team Lethal Fox a chance to bring us to a game 5.
Last available match. Everything else has been determined. 3-0s across the board for every other match in our early window. Cloud9 trying to finish this one off. Tusk with that overshield is going to make life a bit easy for them, but want to see an efficient Cloud9 here. Get your kills, move up on the map. Something that always sort of rears its ugly head for Cloud9 at certain times can be the pace of their gameplay. Sometimes it feels like they get a little bit inefficient with their slays and getting themselves into those bases and having those quick pullouts.
As we see tied up 1-1 here. 2 down for the side of Cloud9. TLF trying to play a bit of defense on their side. Now, with the base cleared, they can try to push through. Sab's the one to contest on the Card 2 side. He's going to get a kill, and they'll get another trade off that kill as well. So it's now 2 down for Team Lethal Fox, and the counter push has been successful from Cloud9 up until now. Haynes with a kill. 3 down for Cloud9. Haynes pushing up.
Those nades will check him before he can get started, but luckily enough for him, he doesn't go down, and Haynes is going to be the most important player on the map right now. As these spawners come up, he has the thrust to try to ensure he gets the first kill. Tusk will be that victim, and Haynes is in the base.
Haynes gonna get back smacked there by Suspector. That'll shut things down just a bit. It'll be 2 down for Team Lethal Fox once again, and the pace of play slowed down dramatically. You see Rami, he's gonna be calling out the Septify, has made his way through the utility side. Septify will go down. With that information, Rami finds another kill once again, and that's the type of slow play that needs to happen. It's what they call cringe, right? Sit in the corner, wait for information.
It's simple though. I mean, it's cringe. It can be cringe to one, but the better way to call it is it's a lurk play, right? You sit in the back, and what people don't realize about your lurking, right, is that it's not about finding the easy backsmack or the easy kill. It's about getting information to your team. He found 2 players without shooting a shot, gave that info in, waited for his teammates to preoccupy them, and then was able to get the efficient backsmacks or the efficient shots that end up finding kills for his team. It's efficient play, and it's something you'll notice a lot from Rami. He loves to find the corners in the map, let players go by, get lost in the timings, and get information to the team.
Yeah, some people would call it cringe, but if you know ball, you know it's a smart play by Rami. Septify trying to get a couple kills of his own. That's going to be 3 down for Team Lethal Fox, and with that 4th down, that's going to be a flag pulled towards the bottom middle side. Fridge spawns were open. Common finds a way through. Suspector's going to find himself all the way towards his base, and now Sab and Septify have to fight for this flag pull, have to fight for this flag cap, but they know the push is coming.
These nades have been great from all. They just keep keeping them weak. Lethal Fox is going to have a chance in this back base. They just have to win the slays. The first one goes in favor of Cloud9, and Sab's going to try to get this in before the rest can follow. Wow, that was risky from Cloud9. Those nades kept them 1 shot, but Cloud9 is able to eventually punch the flag in, and, well, they have a lead in their match point.
I love the play tools, right? It's not necessarily about securing that cap. It's more about making sure the counter cap doesn't go through. And as you can see, a 2-0 lead here for Cloud9. Rami trying to find a way through the base once again. He'll have to back up towards that car side. And you see the pressure on the P side. There is a player pushing P though. And with Rami going down and that P player going down, and his Team Lethal Fox now on the aggression on that P side. It's up to Tusk to find the pushed up players. He finds one in Haynes. A perfect 5 shots will take him down. And he'll go down as well with a trade.
I mean, knowing you, Tim, can you tell us about the efficient ways in life to push P? Because you always seem like a guy that's pushing P to me.
Nope, that's not true. Not pushing P at all.
Well, we
Incorrect.
See the battle's coming through the bottom of the map, and Haynes is playing awfully quick here, but yeah, he has a teammate that's already found his way into the back of Cloud9's base. The question is, can he get lost in the grass? It's going to be Yaxin that's trying to do his best, but heads up play by Tusk. I think Tusk realized he got that fridge spawn as his teammates were in utility, and that to him sent off the alarm bells. Hey, I got to go check for this player.
Rami's going to end up going down here. Tusk.
Oh, no.
His controller died.
You think it's a controller?
No.
Hopefully it's a controller. Oh.
I don't think so. I don't think it is. I think we'll maybe find a rematch here, a reset here, but 2-1 is the lead so far for Cloud9. You see that Team Lethal Fox off of that.
It was a controller.
Flag. It was. Oh my gosh, it was. Oh no, that's gonna be a cap from Team Lethal Fox. There's no one to stop them. They tied up at 2 with 1 minute left.
Oh, I would have all at 4. That's tough. That's gonna give up a flag. Leave the Fox. They're in a great position now, and Cloud9, they don't want to go to overtime. They're gonna look to find a quick answer here. Find these kills in their own utility, work their way up the map, and well, you're gonna have one more piece of offensive action.
Common trying to put that battle rifle to use. Very strong long-range weapon with the same kill time as the Bandit. It's definitely a weapon to have as your secondary. You see he pulls out the Bandit in close range. He'll go down though. It'll be Common the first one to go down. Rami tries to get camo there. Doesn't burn it. That's camo towards the top center of the map. And Cloud9 pressuring. You talk about pacing. That's 3 down for Team Lethal Fox.
Oh, they get this done at the right time. You see Septify instantly went towards P Tower. He's going to look for the overextenders on the right side. He's keeping 2 of them down by himself. Sav's checking the bottom routes. He gets the info for Yaxon. You see Lethal Fox overloading on the P side, but there's no one there to stop Flag Carrier. The flag is just about home. It's a desperate play through the middle, but there's nothing they can do. Cloud9 played so well at the end of that game. They knew what needed to be done, having pressure on their own side. With just about 30 seconds left, they knew they had one more chance at it. They played slow, they ensured that they got those kills, then sprung forward on the map, methodically moved into the base, were able to work with the team shot to win that game by getting that final flag home. The controller disconnect does not impact them at the end of the day. But Aliek, you think that were you sure that it was going to be a crash, Aliek, or did you think it was a controller? I thought it was a crash 100%.
I thought it was a controller. I was
wow, okay,
active
okay.
on that one. Yeah, I was like, there's not gonna be. I think this is gonna keep going. I think it's gonna keep going. It was the controller, right? That was.
Yeah, it seems like it was something. Maybe it was a network error. Who knows? But either way, it was tough moments.
You gotta keep your controllers connected. Wired controllers. Come on, guys. Come on. Back to basics.
Yeah, Tim, pull your up. Come on, Tim. Your controller. Make sure it's plugged in.
There you go.
Oh, gosh.
Plugged in.
So cringe. So cringe.
Hold up. All right, guys. So let's look. We're looking at the upper bracket here, where Pure moved forward into winners finals. Team Liquid moved down 2 lowers. Our second match today, our semifinals, will be Native Gaming versus Sentinels. And man, Sentinels caused a bit of a surprising upset yesterday, and they're going up against Sentinels. And can they do it again? Is Native Gaming consistent enough to be able to do that? That's what's happening in the upper bracket. And then our lower bracket, Cloud9 moves up to go up against Optic, who, yes, is in the lower bracket after 2 upsets yesterday. And quick shout out to Suspector. It's his birthday today, so everybody please say happy birthday to Suspector. He just got her first win for the day. It was a birthday win. Do we call it a birthday win?
Yeah, why not?
He's gonna win the tournament now. Trust me. I'm sending DMs out. I'm saying, you don't let him win, bro, we're gonna have a problem.
All right, we'll see how Cloud9 does and how Suspector can celebrate his birthday today, guys. We are gonna go ahead and set up for our next game, the semifinals, Native versus Sentinels. We're gonna go ahead and go on a quick break. We'll get that set up, and everybody get ready for an awesome match next.
Happy birthday.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Salt Lake City Open Series week number 1, and it's Championship Sunday. We have to find out who actually gets to win the first Open. Very important one for Worlds. Tools Active, our first match after this incredible series before, is SSG versus Complexity. While we wait for the Native versus Sentinels match to get set up, take it away, guys.
This SSG team, maybe some rough waters in day one, but something that I think anyone that's been a fan of this core of Eco and Stellar have been used to, some poor performances on non-championship days.
Yeah, 100%. It's a flip of a switch for this SSG roster, and I don't doubt that they will make a comeback here today. Stellar on that top tower side once again. Has the sniper. Huss takes a shot to the head. No QT, no problem.
Wait. Oh, just a great timing from Ryan Noob. I don't know if it's luck or skill, but he goes up for that camel right as Stellar changes his position. He's not even aiming. He's just letting it rip. No scope in needed.
Maybe he's on M&K. I mean, those are clean. No scope needed for Stellar. As you can see, gets off that tower side, maybe senses some pressure towards the camo side of the map. The only player in contention on that nest side was Breaking Shot, but he's going to reroute towards the pillar side. Rynoob, though, you gotta watch out for Rynoob. You don't see him on the map somewhere. You know that this man is making a flank happen. And look at that, the kill and the assist for him to break that setup in half.
Pretty sure Ryan Noob used all 30 seconds of his camouflage to get to that point in particular. He stayed hidden, and well, it earns him a 3-bullet snipe. Say Station's reign of oddball will be reduced just to 19 points. It's a big moment for Complexity. Yeah, they come off their highest placing in year 3 of a top 8 finish at Atlanta. They lost to ITB, so they want to try to find that improvement. For them, I think they have top 6, top 4 potential Sunday on their mind, but they need to prove that they can get the job done against the best teams.
I love Rynoob's gameplay right here, right? He gets a kill and an assist, then another kill and an assist, and then he's helping his entire team to try and get away from the push of Space Station Gaming. He does end up going down, though, and this will be ball time for the side of SSG. On the back of green, here comes the push from Complexity. It's Stellar once again, preventing that push from happening. Takes half damage, but still able to do work to stop that pillar side push from that training side at Nest. And it's still more time for SSG. As you see, they're still in a play ball position.
Stellar is going to be able to get this camouflage, and surprisingly, no one from Complexity there to counteract it. And this could lead to even a more devastating result if Stellar is able to get that camouflage sniper in his hand. Already a lot of pressure from Complexity. It's going to be Breaking Shot that shuts him down, and Complexity starting to win the important gunfights, get that ball away. But big thing to me is they never got the sniper Space Station. This is so often their win condition on this map. Get sniper, let Stellar rip. Bound, though, he's plenty proficient. I imagine if Stellar somehow makes his way close to Bound, we might see him drop the weapon, but until then, he'll have his fun.
So many players scary with this sniper rifle in their hands. Bound being one of them, as you can see. Breaking Shot takes the snipe bullet to his face. He'll end up going down. It'll be Rynoob that shares the same fate. Huss, the last player alive now, he goes down, and it's all 4 dead, with Breaking Shot being the first one to spawn.
Now gets the work. It's a player underneath and breaking shot. I think maybe a bit too aggressive there. As his teammates spawn, he starts that engagement, but because of that, they weren't able to help him quick enough. They go one player down as the spawners come up. It just makes life so much easier for Space Station knowing that they have a 3v4 for the next 8 seconds.
It's that song, the ants go marching one by one, hurrah. And there's hurrahing going on the side of Space Station Gaming as they continue to get these 1-by-1 kills. It is Bound, who, like you said, very proficient with that sniper, putting work in. 83 points and counting here for SSG.
Don't let the bad man do it. Bound not going down without a fight. Oh my, look at that routing. That's as clean as you can get it. Bound gets his shields back, and well, he strikes back. Revenge of the Sith. Space Station, they pick up the ball. It's a dominant performance from them. Complexity just could not do anything in the round 1.
Yeah, again, I'm really surprised by the 1-by-1 charging in here off a spawn. It's what really, broke them. As you can see, a 3-man push here, and that is stopped as well. So what exactly do you do, Tools? It is Space Station winning round number 1.
They cannot have mistakes. The biggest thing is if you go and you go down early, or you find a death that just was not earned, you know that Space Station will punish it. I think back to breaking shot dying at screens when his teammate was coming off of spawns. The mistakes like that will always be punished.
Well, we switch over to Sentinels versus Native Gaming. This is our featured match in the semifinals, of course, and looking to see who can make it to that winners finals. Once again, Pure waiting for the winner of this. Native really impressed me, right? Getting that game 5 win versus Optic Gaming. Not expecting them to do that in any sort of way, but they are getting better. Every single time we watch these guys play, Diving Button seems to be pivotal on this squad. It really has opened up APG to play like we know he can. And as you can see, with a sniper in his hand, he's going to try to do some work here with 3 down for Sentinels.
We'll try to keep you guys updated on the score. I know the scoreboard's not on the bottom there, but you can look over on the OBJ on those scoreboards to do some quick maths. Right now, Native Gaming up 38-0, and we'll try to do our best on the math. I might assign active, or maybe someone in chat. Guys, one of y'all in chat, just keep updating the score for us. Look at those OBJ columns. Keep the chat informed.
Yeah, do something, chat. That's what we pay you for.
Yeah, we come here, we work hard, long days, we're talking. Y'all can help us out just once in a while. Yeah.
We love you guys in the chat, but as you can see, it's still a 41-0 lead for Sentinels for Native Gaming. Don't make me do math, Tools. It won't turn out well, but you can see it's some time for Sentinels.
Boo Boo just needs to hold the ball for 100 seconds. It'll make life so much easier for us. We'll see how it goes. Sentinels, though, they are just pressuring Native right off their spawns. It's making it tough. And look at this. Oh, Lethal's getting so much information for his team. Boo Boo Doo instantly drops that ball. Knows what his job is to do. Barco trying to battle out against Lethal here, but the damage already done, and Lethal wins the gunfight as well. Native Gaming, it's going to be a tough road for them.
Well, you see that play ball does come out. Yeah, it's APG that does play that ball, but it is Sentinels who get the ball and will continue to get time here. They're very close to taking this lead here in round number 1. You can see Boo Boo Doo Boo doing God's work here, allowing us not to have to count. 45 seconds here for Sentinels in the lead.
Boo Boo's been on a hell of a run here. Lethal has been a pain in the side for Native Gaming. He has constantly been in their back lines, putting down damage and not dying. It's not even about getting the kills. It's just preventing Native from being able to push forward until they deal with Lethal. He finally goes down, but now with the fight for Sniper coming up, Sentinels have well-positioned players. It's just about getting these slays. Oh, Lethal's gonna do it again. Look at him on this flank.
We'll see what he does, but I really do think Boo Boo Doo Boo hurt us. He's got 77 points of ball time. Just continuing to hold this ball on the top tower side. Barcode looks to find a break here. Ball will find itself off the map. That's a play ball situation. But you can see Precision ready for the drop from Barcode. Takes him out, but it is 2 down for Sentinels.
82-41 going to be your score right now in round number 1. APG looks with the snipe, man. Two players ahead of him. Gilkey was causing so much pressure, made the shot easy for APG, but it's been a mixy game over the bottom middle of the map. Precision will be last alive for his team, and he's trying to do his best to get some sort of value of his life, but eventually Native Gaming win this ball, and well, they're well positioned to go on a bit of a run here. It's really going to be dependent on the execution of Slays. APG with 5 bullets to snipe. You need to see him step up.
One more break for the side of Sentinels, and they could win this very first round. APG with that snipe, like you said, 4 bullets to work with. The QT comes out. APG looking for the QT back. Precision somehow gets away. Back and forth they go. There it is, falcated. APG catches his head. He'll get naded out here, but look at his ability to stay alive. He's been alive for a very long time. Finally, they take him out. That's the last bullet of snipe that was just used. And still Sentinels lead with 82.
I mean,
more than
come
that.
on, Tim. 90.
Sorry, my bad.
91. Camouflage is up, but you have to get the ball out of Sentinel's hands if you're Native Gaming. And, well, when you prioritize that, it's going to make everything else easier for Sentinels at the end of the day, as they're just moments away from winning round 1. The long flank from Falcated, he should be able to win these fights. And, oh, wow, he could have maybe guaranteed the ball there, but instead playing patient, knowing that he needs to work with his teammates, and there they go. 100 points is on the board. So just make sure we know they got 100 that round on the other side. What's the math? 38 plus 14. Chat, 38 plus 14, 52. Look at that. Chat's doing their job.
Very good tools. Good math. I don't know who the heck GA'd the oddball score, but you need to be fired, okay? This is ridiculous. It's making it hard for me. My brain hurts. But here we go. Gilkey on the side of Native Gaming, putting some damage in. You see a couple players from Sentinels on that back mud side, but there is a player on the B side as well. So it'll be Barcode that comes through that green side of the map, finds his way to this sniper rifle, but not only that, has a QT to work with as well, and that'll split his aggression with this camo coming up.
Bringing that back, and I love the play so far from Native. The problem is that now they just don't really have a clear numbers advantage to try to grab camo for relatively free. Tapping, though, goes for the aggressive play, is able to get that camo on body, but here we go. The collapse is coming in from Sentinels on the A side. They're going to make ball hard to grab.
Allocated in a great position here, looking for tapping buttons with that camo. Very easy to spot the camo nowadays, it seems, for so many of these players. I'm over here in matchmaking, squinting to try and find this camo player, but tapping buttons, gonna find himself a reversal. That'll allow the ball rotation to go into A. And you can see APG is on that top sandbags area. There are 2 players from Sentinels that have made it through, though, the big door. I'm not sure if they're aware of it. Finally, tapping buttons turns around, and in perfect timing, gets a double. That's 3 down for Sent.
Tim, did you know their scoreboard just came back suddenly?
Wait, it did? What the heck?
Yeah.
Holy.
The mysteries of Halo Infinite, right?
Well, now we get the scoreboard to work with. The score is currently 30. Make that 12.
Okay, bro, we get the scoreboard on, and you can't even get it right. We were doing math before, and we were more accurate than that.
Oh, I love my job. 35-2 here. Native Gaming starting to lead here in round number 2. This is exactly the momentum they're looking for, and you can see the pressure from Sentinels coming through. It's a 2v2 situation, a very important 2v2. Barco gonna drop the ball. The perfect kill comes out. Trades go back and forth. Who has the spawns is the question. It looks like Native are on the bottom center of the map, but that's not the place you want to be right now with Boo Boo Doo throwing nades.
That is devastating for Native Gaming. They just get caught in tough positions in the bottom of the map. It makes it easy for Boo Boo Doo to line it all up. And now Barco's in a tough spot as well. He's not going to be able to move anytime soon, as he has to wait for those shields. And already Lethal has been so aggressive on the front lines. Barcode finally shuts it down. A little perfect reversey, and the feed for him might just be enough to win this camouflage.
Yeah, it's just I love that footwork right there. Like, you know, Barcode pushing up to pretend he's gonna go for that melee, but then backing up and getting that perfect reversal. But as you can see, Native still leading by just a bit here. Tapping buttons in a prime position to make sure to play this ball. He does see potentially Boo Boo on that green spawn, so he'll try and rotate through to his teammates. If the pressure comes out, he will play this ball. And there's the pressure from Lethal. It was enough to force that play ball out. It was 2 down for Native. They'll get a trade on to Precision on the top left corner of your screen, but with that sniper coming up and 2 down for each team, it's gonna be Lethal that scoops it up.
Look how aggressive he is being with that ammo. He understands that his team's at a numbers disadvantage. You might as well waste out as much of those bullets going for crazy no scopes, because if you die, you just don't give the team as much sniper ammo to work with. Worst case scenario, you just waste the gun off the map.
I love this rotation by APG though. Goes towards that B side, decides to rotate back. Too much pressure for him to stand here, so tapping buttons will hold the big door side. I don't like that slide out. Maybe he didn't know Lethal had the snipe there on the pillar side, but he goes down because of it. It's 2 down for each squad. A couple of trades come out. Gilkey throws a spike, decides to chow. All 4 dead for Sentinels, and the ball will be taken by Native once again.
Quick understanding from APG to know where those spawns were going to come in. He brings it to tower as A fills in with players from Sentinels. It's going to make the trek just a little bit longer for them to even contest. And by the time Sentinels is ready to fight, well, 80 points have eclipsed for Native Gaming. This is a must-do situation. So I am surprised Sentinels forced a play ball there, but looks like tapping buttons in a great position just to pick this ball up. One more attacking play from Sentinels to try to stop this round.
Now you have to decide where you're gonna go here. Are you gonna go towards that A side, or is the pressure gonna come from Nest? Regardless, it looks like Sentinels decide to pressure from that Nest side, so that ball will be rotated by Barcode. Lots of great time here by Barcode. 20, 11, 17, and 92 seconds of ball time. That'll be round number 2 going to Native, and we're at a tie game now. Here comes round 3.
It's a great job of Native Gaming playing keep away. The big thing that changed from round 1 to round 2 is Native Gaming started to get their slays when they were holding the ball. Before, it really felt like the only time they were winning the slays was during the neutral game, 4-on-4. Now it feels as if they're a little bit more of a juggernaut to deal with when you know that you got players that are popping off and helping win the fights when it's 3v4.
As you said before, those snipe bullets ring out, right? Making sure that there's not a lot of snipe ammo to use. It'll be falcated with 5 bullets to work with. Camo coming up here very shortly. A lot of Sentinels players on this camo side. They are the team that is holding strong here to get this camo. The double push through the key door doesn't work. One player does get out with QT, but that will be a free camo here for Lethal. And you expect that player to come back with QT potentially, but looks like they will just hold on to it and hold B. I believe it is Gilkey with that QT on the B side. But look at this. It opens up the rotation of the ball. Gilkey going for that long flank, I believe, but ball still in the hands of Native. And that will switch hands now as Lethal picks up the snipe.
Like, they wasn't too focused on making sure he got that kill. Instead, trust his teammates to do their job and find some space over on the right side. He's gonna catch a spot or tap the buttons. There's just nothing he could do in that situation, and that's gonna prevent Native from making any quick play, as they know they're gonna be going into these fights down numbers.
I like that play by Lethal right there, putting damage in, chowing. You would even say over chowing, but he understands there's not a lot of pressure coming out. Now he gets a double. What's the triple? Oh my word! The last shot, the jumping shot for the triple. Can he get the over? Unofficially, no, it'll be stolen away. But my goodness, the play by Lethal. Now the ball rotation comes out from green.
That might be an unbelievable triple goal. It doesn't look flashy, right? Just bandage shots, but the way that he knew where each player was coming from, the timing on each of those kills, and then the confidence to finish that against Gilkey, knowing that he was weak, but understanding what he can do, and Boo Boo with the target switch to their grenades. Sentinel's starting to heat up.
That's the change of pace that we like to see. That's exactly what I noticed as well. Everyone on Sentinels starting to shoot really well, and when you have a Sentinels like this, it's going to be difficult for Native to bring this round 3 back. It is not a sizable lead if you look at the numbers, but just looking at the game and the state of the game, it is Boo Boo and Lethal that are playing phenomenal Halo right now.
Camouflage coming up. This is going to be a big fight for Lethal once again. Maybe just a bit of a too fast play, but honestly, now that I look at it, I don't really mind it from Lethal. His job there, he knew that he wasn't getting away with his life. He saw that his teammates were all set up at B. To him, he was trying to burn that camouflage just to prevent Native Gaming from having access to it. Unfortunately, just too many players to deal with, and well, the ramifications could get steep. Sniper in the hands of APG with camouflage on the body. Deadly combination.
You see the 2 kills go in for Sentinels, though. That's 2 down for Native, and now with APG's camo running out, he's in a bad spot. You can see it right there. Unfortunately, it will be APG going down. Snipe still in the hands of Barcode. He'll get a body shot in, but that snipe continues to change hands, and it continues to find itself in the hands of Sentinels. It's up to Falcated to live. He's got 6 bullets to work with here. All of Native on the big door side, on jail. It's going to be APG in cuffs. He goes down first. Yelky shares the same fate. Falcated gets another one. All 4 dead for Native.
This is going to make life so much easier for Sentinels. They're going to get the setup that they want. Quantum Translocator will go into the hands of Lethal. APG did spawn at A, and there was a sniper on the ground. This feels like a huge mistake. Boo Boo Subu reaps the consequences of it. How did APG get the sniper?
I don't know. His entire team dies. Maybe you got a screen spawn, but look at this. The snipe in the hands of APG. 3 down for Sentinels. That ball's still at the bottom center of the map. And with Sentinels getting those seaside spawns, it's going to be Native Gaming that have to slay out once again. Only 1 bullet of snipe to work with for APG, and he's going to whiff it.
He's doing his best. Just to work with his team. He's going to start to enter the front lines. 2 players, 1 to the left, 1 to the right. Tries to target switch, but Precision able to stay alive. And with Camouflage coming up soon, I'd like to see him take space towards A. You want to be on the front lines, let your spawners take over that responsibility of grabbing Camouflage.
Well, there it is. Tapping buttons with that remote detonation. Does that set up Native to get yet another camo in their hands? They got the last camo. Still they trail, though. 88-16 here. They'll look to get this one as well. The comeback is definitely possible in this round, but unfortunately, they're throwing away their lives to try and aggress towards this camo, and the camo's still down. It wasn't even burnt.
Ball just playing keep away, man. It's so hard. Gilkey just has to go, and unfortunately, when you get in that spot, it might not be the right play, but it's the play that you have to make. Native Gaming go 4 down. Boo Boo Doo will get the last couple seconds of ball time, and each, you know, it's a 2-1 on the scoreboard at the end of the day, but none of those rounds of oddball were relatively close. It was just 2 dominant ones from Sentinels, and APG and Native Gaming have one of their own.
I just hope Boo Boo doesn't force choke anyone here. I don't want any violence. We're playing the game of Halo. The Sentinels, they go up 1-0. Now we go to a Slayer next, and I mean, they just caught fire, right? You said it yourself. It was just they started to play well. We saw it out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. I mean, we saw it out of Lethal, hitting some nasty shots. Almost an overkill. Precision, Falcated with the look at the damage out of these guys as well. Falcated, 9,800 damage, only takes 8,500. That is a beautiful stat line. When you do a lot of damage like that and you don't take as much, you know you're being an impact on the map, and we saw that out of Falcated multiple times.
Just a casual 9K plus 1,000 differential. He made the game just look so easy, but he really is a turret with his bandit. He didn't have a lot of opportunities with the snipe, if any. That was all just bandit play from him.
Tapping buttons. A player who has multiple times come from the Latam region over to NA. Once for EG in Halo 5. Now for Native. Previously for Native as well. Definitely an asset for this team. Not having the, you know, an incredible statistical performance, but I'm sure things will change here in this game number 2. Precision almost cleans up his teammate, who has no shields, but he will end up picking up this camo. And I believe the camo will survive. APG still looking for him, though. Falcated will come out to assist, but it'll be a shock rifle in the hands of Boo Boo.
Looks like that camo might have been taken out, though. Boo Boo's looking for this, but he knows that Barcode's around here somewhere, but Barcode has not made himself available for Boo Boo. And Boo Boo, although he doesn't shoot his gun, he said, hey, you know, mission accomplished, let me get back towards my team.
Wow, go back towards his team, he does. As the perfect kill comes out with a shock, it's 7-5 now. Sentinels hold on to a slight lead. Pressure all coming from that A side. Tapping buttons in the kill feed, gets one on the lethal. APG still looking to push on the pipe side. Gets the trade on to Falcated. That's a beautiful play by APG. Understands and trusts his teammates. Got the damage in. Now he has pipe control, which is going to be huge for Native.
I think Native was expecting such an aggressive play from Sentinels over into the C plot. Those players trying to look for them over at pipes, but they vacated as soon as they could. And Boo-Boo's done a fantastic job just playing keep away. He's always kept a player to his left and right. He's been quick to rotate back towards his team, and he's hitting the easy shots when they become available. Boo-Boo has done a fantastic job thus far, and well, 6 kills. He'll have 0 assists and 0 deaths, but we'll see how long he can keep this thing going.
2 more shots to work with here for Boo-Boo, and I don't think I've seen him miss a shock rifle shot so far. 2 players spotted on that C-plat side. Backs up towards his teammate, waiting for the pressure on the pipes. Knows the pressure is going to be split here. Tapping buttons, gets a kill in the feed. Falcated trades him out. Once again, Boo-Boo just looking for clean shots, and he finds another one. That's the last shot in the shock rifle. He'll have the timer on that shock rifle spawn, but he will go down to tapping buttons. And again, it's a back and forth trade fest here for both squads. 16-14, Sentinels lead.
Great job by Precision to spot camouflage. What does he do? He ensures he gets those 3 shots in and plays for the trade. Understanding that when you have this lead, the only thing that's going to get the other team back into it are power-ups and utility usage. So far, Sentinels is doing a great job of just winning the trade for trade battle.
Standout player Boo-Boo Doo-Boo with 7 kills and only 2 deaths. That shock rifle being a big part of that. Goes in, doesn't need the shock rifle this time. I believe he did spot barcode. Goes for the sticky trade. Boo-Boo playing out of his mind in this game number 2. Not the player you would think to be the massive slayer on the roster. Somehow APG stays alive in that situation. But Sentinels, even with that trade from Native, still lead by 2.
I can't believe he got that kill after the new combo hit him, but some way, somehow, they get the trade out. Barcode's able to get that new shock rifle, but it's hand-delivered to Falcated. He has 2 more players coming. It's going to be an easy shot on APG. Tapping buttons has to run away, but his position's known. Falcated with another kill. Don't challenge him.
The guy had 9,600 damage in the last game. There's a reason for it. Falcated, 0 assists, 6 kills, 6 deaths. But what a start here by the side of Sentinels, starting to peel away at this contention from Native. 29-24 now, Sentinels lead. And they will continue on this spree. They find multiple members of Native Gaming staggered, but not only that, they find themselves with full shields when they push them. Look at this pinch here from the side of Sentinels. 2 will fall, but again, the trades in the favor of Sentinels as that camo comes up.
Boo-Boo getting that shot at APG, you know, it might just be 1 tick of damage, but what it does is something much more. Prevents APG from grabbing that camo, and now Sentinels swoop in. They're going to be the ones that get the invisibility buff. Lethal is not going to be able to do much with it since the great shots at Gilkey shut him down, but that all starts with Boo-Boo Doo-Boo getting 1 shot in on APG. That denies the camo for Native, and well, they're down by 8. They need any piece of utility on the map to get themselves back in this game.
They need to shut down Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. 12, 7, and 5. Only 5 deaths. This man has not missed a shot since I've watched him. Every time we switch to his screen, he is hitting every single shot. Once again, he's got the help of Falcated. He'll get that trade out kill. 39-32 now, as he aggressively and confidently pushes into 2 members of Native. The nade damage will be good. That might allow him in, but Barcode's ready for the push, and he'll go down.
I think Sentinels is falling for the trap and trying to play too fast. They're trying to end this game early, and we're seeing a lot of aggressive plays from them, but it's leading to them getting caught out in open positions. Where Sentinels is the best is the 4v4 neutral gameplay. They're purposely playing forward, and this trade for trade, like playing fast, it's not usually something that's too successful for them. And well, we saw a 9-kill lead. It's cut down to 4. Sentinels needs to rein themselves back in. This is when your leaders need to calm and say, hey, like, don't get too caught up in the moment.
Another trade comes out. Boo-Boo will clean up a kill. That'll be another trade. Still a 4-kill game here. Sentinels lead. Native can't give out any more trades, though. You see them constantly pushing for these trades, constantly pushing for those melees, but At this point in the game, it's Sentinels who only need 4. You can't give up any more kills to Sentinels. And I believe that camo just dropped as well. There was a shroud that was put on top of it.
Shroud screen.
Yeah.
Notice how high it is up on the map. They do that because it gives you an ability to jump up towards the center batteries. Much easier to dodge nades because most of the nades come up towards that platform where you jump up traditionally. Gives you a lot more options, right? You have 3 different areas you can go with that camouflage. A lot harder to just instantly nade them out, but this should be over. Nothing that native game can do once that camouflage is gone. Boo Boo Doo, great performance from him. Right? He starts that game off 7-0. That early lead that they get is enough to sustain them as APG and the rest of native gaming's comeback is cut short.
Sometimes you get a bit confident when you're slaying out like Boo Boo does. You get a bit confident. You start to push aggressively. And not as that strong 4-man squad that you talk about all the time. But Sentinels collect themselves, slow down the pace once again, and they'll come out victorious. A 50-43 finish. Solitude, King of the Hill coming up next, but let us swap over for our lower bracket match. Space Station Gaming versus Complexity. Space Station currently lead 2-0 in the series, but in this game, it is Complexity that lead 2-0.
Yeah, this is impressive from Complexity as well because when we look at this map in particular, you think of this as SSG's bread and butter. Legend is one of the fastest flag runners on this map. He has great routes. Stellar usually gets his turn plenty of times with the sniper rifle as well. This is a map that seems to be built in a lab for Space Station to win, and so far Complexity not only battling it out, but winning by a significant margin right now.
Well, you saw Stellar get that triple kill, but Huss finds a way through to get a touch on that flag. You see Space Station not really going towards getting a touch onto that, or returning it, I should say. They're more worried about the push that's coming out from the side of Complexity, and again, you can't give away one of the most powerful weapons in the game. Breaking Shot does get that trade, but that is devastating.
It's just unfortunate for Braid. They passed each other shoulder to shoulder, just couldn't see it, and it was lucky from Stellar to spot him at the last second before he was turning away as well. Give him those free rockets. Breaking Shot minimized those impacts, but we'll have to see if Complexity can keep that up as we go into Sentinels versus Native. We'll keep you guys updated with that score.
With the way Space Station's playing right there, I wouldn't doubt they come back in that game, but we'll see how it turns out. Here we go to game 3. Sentinels versus Native Gaming. Native Gaming get an initial camo and a bit of time in the hill. They also force the spawns on the bottom of lift. But can Barcode do anything about that? He's got 2 players, 1 shot in front of him. He'll clean up both. And now Lethal is going to share the same fate. Oh boy. The 3 down for Sentinels.
Tapping buttons. You got to let Barcode finish that one off, man. We wanted to see the triple kill, but here we go. Knowing that spawn, it's just absolutely filthy. The fact that Falcon got to hotel, as unscathed as he is impressive enough to me, but Barcode's going to come back and try to finish this fight.
Falcon doesn't have any nades, or Barcode would be dead right now, and you can see Barcode getting his shield back. No way! No way! Uses the platform for the chain reaction. Barcode's got to feel good about that one.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Folks, oftentimes people forget those pads are there even when the hill isn't. Using that to his advantage. Oh boy, pulled that one out of nowhere. I had no idea Barcode was going to do that.
We are unfamiliar with your game, Barcode. No, we're not. 6-1-0 out of this man thus far. You know, when this guy is feeling good, you know he's going to put on a performance that seems as if he's doing so right now. Finally goes down. And you can see Native all the while. A lot of hill time on the board for them in this very first hill.
Ethel's going to know that this one is probably over. He's trying to help Precision get a couple of those slays as they look to get those rotations with Barcode. Right place, right time again. He's at top gold looking over this camo. Lethal's gonna go for it, but he has to win this fight first. The Aussie backs him down, and now the help comes through. APG's in the doorway. Oh, what a nade.
Wow.
It's not enough to get the kill, but it certainly keeps Lethal from getting anywhere near that camouflage.
This should be a lesson to so many people. It is okay to do damage and back off. Your teammates have you. Multiple people damage Lethal. At the very end of the day, he is taken down. It'll be 3 down for Sentinels. Boo Boo gets away with the camo with 3 down for Sentinels. That's a big mistake.
at least Native has control of the map in their mind. They said, okay, we lost Camo, but he's gonna have to do a lot of work to get back towards this hill. Just don't let him get too much value. So far, Boo Boo Doo doing damage and slowly sneaking his way up this map.
See Barco down to no shield, surviving for as long as he possibly can, but like you said, Boo Boo did get this camo, but look how much time Native got in this hill. Hey PJ, watch your back. Tapping Button's gonna share the same fate. This is a money hill, Tools. This is a hill that potentially Sentinels can bring back if they just force the spawns on the lift.
This is what we like to call a heartbreaker. This could be rough. It's gonna be up to Barcode with his shock rifle to break their way through, but yeah, like you said, it's a money hill. It's so hard to break, and well, Boo Boo Doo was last alive when he got that camouflage. He was one shot. He was able to get away, but the break for Native Gaming, it's all up to Gilkey. It's a 1v1, both of them one shot. Boo Boo Doo comes and saves the day. Sentinels retain their control as Native Gaming has to reapproach. But look at that straggler. Their fourth player is across the map, ready to take anyone else that tries to find any sort of expansion. This is well set up by Sentinels.
Yeah, you see the blue side push, like you said. There's a lurker on the left side towards posters. Wait a minute, APG. 2 down for Sentinels. Can APG get this fight? He does. That's going to be Native inside the hill. They have to fight again. The gold ledge as well. Native might get this hill. They do. They clutch it up. 2-0. Hill for Native.
Saw Complexity on the other side, able to win their game 3, so not quite done yet. They push Sentinels to 4. Or, I mean, I should say SSG to 4.
A lot of great matches on our hands, Tools. Love this. Precision, though, with another camo. We saw Sentinels controlling these camos multiple times in this series. And for a chance for Native to come back in this game, it seems to be this map and game type combination that have given these teams a chance to bring these series back. Precision, though, going to try and stop that. I love the patience right there. Waits for APG to be down to no shields or half shields, takes him out, and now Sentinels look to find themselves in this next hill, 75% of the way done.
The trigger discipline on Precision is unbelievable. This guy is dancing at top gold, and he somehow gets away, and that all starts by just not shooting the gun when you don't need to. Was able to keep himself shrouded from that player, and Gilkey at bottom dip. They eventually get the hill. Precision stayed alive this entire time, and now he's working on winning the rotation.
That was a beautiful hill, though. Very clean out of the side of Sentinels. It looked like Native had to work so hard for their hills. The Sentinels very cleanly put their first one down. Now with 2 dead for the side of Native Gaming, Precision ready for this blue side push, but there's 3 people there. He doesn't stay alive. That's a 3-man push that constantly works out of this Native roster. They'll get 2 down, and Boo Boo's kind of caught on that snipe side by himself once again. He's the last member alive.
Man, if only he had a weapon that could have done damage and then chained that damage to the other 2 players that were around him in some sort of super combine 4-shot situation.
Like that disruptor. Wait, what happened to that? Yeah, what happened?
Why didn't you think about picking it up?
Unfortunately, G8 weapon could have been great in that scenario, but here we find ourselves. Boo Boo once again, another camo for Sentinels. This has been a big factor for me. Even though Sentinels, are controlling all of these camos, it is still Native in that lead, which is massive, right? They're still leading 2-1.
Boo Boo Doo in the heart of all these players, but trying to do his best to get that damage, not quite able to find those kills, and it's gonna make this this hole from Sentinels just a little bit harder, especially with tapping, winning the spawns with this shock rifle. Sentinels suddenly find themselves in the position where they have to break the setup now.
Oh my gosh, tapping. One of the best shock rifle players in the game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh my gosh, the over! The extermination! Sentinels exterminated as Native gets more hill time.
Tapping buttons, right place, right time. He cleaned it all up, and now it almost feels like a certainty that this one's going to Native's hands. But look at the player at Nest. They've already rotated themselves to the next hill. Gilkey maybe a little bit too ahead of himself. Sentinels flooded their way in. They are 4 down. They instantly flooded towards hill, and they have control.
It's up to tapping buttons once again. A star play in the last engagement, but now pushing through, has multiple players to worry about. Lethal on that loop side. Look how he plays his life. Lethal's gonna get his entire shields back in that situation. And tapping, because he's no shields, has to allow Lethal inside of that hill. And it'll be Sentinels with more hill time here. But here comes the push from Native. It's all about this push right now. Tapping buttons, cleans up Boo Boo. A killing frenzy for him. Wants to get another, but it's all 4 dead for Native Gaming.
Enemy about to score.
This is unbelievable. Native Gaming got the overkill, 4 players down. They had control of everything, but somehow, some way, Sentinels have tied it up 2 apiece. How did they let this happen?
Native Gaming have had everything. I mean, absolutely everything. A lead in the hill. The one thing they have not had is this camo. It is 3 camos in a row for Sentinels, and it has been a big factor. Once again, first player goes down for Native. Another hill in favor of Sentinels. Another money hill, a little bit less maybe than that previous one, but very hard to break with 3 down for Native.
The value of the camouflages have been so immense for Sentinels. When you look at these hills that they've grabbed, they've gathered, it's been because of those camos. Boo Boo Doo just made life so easy for his teammates in hill. They never even felt the pressure because of him sitting on his perch with that camouflage. 1 minute and 30 seconds of neutral time. 40 seconds of hill needed for Native Gaming. They must get the job done here. They started up this game up 2-0. Now find themselves having to make the comeback, but the Wonderkin tapping buttons, got an overkill earlier in this game, starts to decimate the back lines of Sentinels with a well-timed flank.
Gotta see the legend himself and APG step it up here when it matters the most. This hill is 3/4 of the way done already. A little over half, I should say, but see if tapping can do anything here. A killing frenzy like we talked about in this game, 21 and 14. Gets some shots on a precision, takes him out. That would have been a shock in the hands of tapping, but he gets traded out pretty quickly. And with all this hot time that Native got, it's Sentinels once again in the hill, and this is where you start to get a bit scared for Native.
Enemy team took the hit.
Native starts to flood themselves in. They've done a great job of getting most of this hill done while not wasting a lot of that neutral time. Still a minute left to play. Remember, we rotated here with just over 1 minute 30, so they've gotten themselves over halfway while retaining still 1 minute of that neutral time. If they're going to get the job done, they put themselves in a well-timed position. Camouflages have been the bane of their existence. APG's trying to shut it down. He'll have his turn.
This is what we needed to see out of him. A couple of clean kills goes a long way, but 40 seconds is all that remain, and Native now have to wait for the spawners. Gilkey takes a ton of damage right there. Tapping buttons tries to trade that damage. Out just a big Gilkey and APG get a kill on the feed. Lethal down to no shields. This will be time for Native here, but can they hold on to it?
APG's doing his best to get that damage down on those players trying to get towards hill. Sentinels, they don't have a direct route, but Precision got 2 from the garbage truck. And now Native, it's last chance, last opportunity. Precision trying to work with Boo Boo, but he doesn't need no help. Gilkey goes down. Native Gaming, they're trapped over on the back half of the side. They have to push through the middle of the map to get towards hill. It's gonna be nothing they can do. It's all the Sentinels lined up, shooting them down. GG 3-0 Sentinels take down Native Gaming.
Wow. So close for such a long period of time. A 2-0 lead for Native turns into a 2-1, then a 2-2, and then Sentinels take it 3-2, but take the series 3-0 and sweep the likes of Native, who looked phenomenal yesterday. The Sentinels say today is Championship Sunday, and Sentinels move on. What a series that was. I mean, phenomenal series. They go to play, of course, Pure in that winners finals. That's going to be a doozy. Sentinels versus Pure. I'm excited, Tools.
I'm very excited, but I have the question that's still on my mind. Louis, get the replay ready. How do you get an overkill, a killing frenzy, and let a hill go the other way? Tim, I don't think I've seen something like that before.
I don't think I have either. It is devastating, and it just goes to show if one player can perform as best as possible, but if you're not on the same page, there's only so much you can do. It is tapping buttons once again. The overkill right here. Beautiful shots for the double. The triple drops onto Falcated. This hill
Look
Again.
at Gilkey. Gilkey rotated all the way out to that. So once we get this overkill, look at the movements that they do. So they're forcing a blue spawn trap because they know, right, to native, we've won this hill. Gilkey cuts his way out towards nest. They're going to block that spawn. All the players are going to spawn blue here. Tapping buttons gets good damage. So how do they get to this hill so fast? APG gets the first pick as well. They're in a 3v4 situation. Tapping buttons is looking for anyone to go through the center, but all three players, they spawned loop. That's what happened. How'd they get a loop spawn?
Oh no. That is why, in my opinion, you don't play towards snipe there. You play towards posters. So you block that loop and yard spawn. A little too far, I would say, for Gilkey to push in that situation. Allows those spawns to happen.
Necessarily. I think maybe the player in hill needs to realize that loop is open. Someone just needed to realize that loop was open. The player in the hill, I think, needs to jump out and make sure that you have to make sure all 4 players spawn at blue first. I think maybe even like getting that shock rifle shot on the spawners could have maybe been too much influence and forced those players over towards blue and over towards loot.
Yeah, potentially. The game finds the safest place to put those spawns, and at that moment, that was the safest place, and it was a winning place as well. You can see here, Space Station. Hold on, Tools. This is insane. Space Station have a 2-1 lead in the series, but Complexity 3-1 so far in this game. 1 minute and 46 seconds left.
Space Station probably doesn't want to see another game 5, right? Like, they haven't had much success with them in this tournament yet. They were up 2-0 in this series. Complexity's working on that reverse sweep, and I'll say, I mean, they had to go through getting the job done on a flag map that very much benefits Space Station in game 3. Now game 4, they're up 2 in this King of the Hill. This is a rough situation for Space Station.
I want to point out, Tony brought this up a couple of times, and I 100% agree with them. Complexity roster is not a roster that has the firepower that some of these other rosters have. They instead have that slow, methodical pace, but the intelligence of Ryu to make those massive plays. And I agree with him. It would be great to see a team kind of break the meta and make something like this work. Oh, of course we are online. I understand all of this, but Complexity looks solid. They look solid, at least in this series.
I think for Complexities, I think there's a lot of pressure that's placed on the shoulders of Huss and Breaking Shot to really lead the slays in every game, especially when Breaking Shot's in there as that X factor. He's supposed to be that top slayer, but Huss, there's so much pressure for him to play consistent. If he doesn't have good games, it's just not possible for Complexity. So far, I mean, you're seeing the difference that happens when he has a good game. This guy's unbelievable as well when he gets himself going. That engine is incredible from him. His ability to move on the map and find multi-kills, it cannot be understated. If Huss can keep up this pressure, they have a chance in the series.
Well, he was at 25 when we started watching him. He's now at 28 kills, so the pressure has been kept up. 30 seconds left. And Complexity are content with leaving this hill. There's no reason to get in this hill, because even if Space Station cap this one, they need to cap another one within 20 seconds of time. Huss going down. 2 players in front of him. Not going to hit either one of those shock rifle shots. Can Space Station do this? They guarantee this hill, but can they guarantee the next in 20 seconds?
It's gonna be tough because white is such a strong position for players just to deny access to hill. Stellar has camo, but you can't do this. You can't let neutral time go off the clock. You have to be back in this hill quickly. Yeah, Stellar wants to go free. Out of it. He wants to go free. Like, he wants to get up on the map with that camouflage, but he has no option to do so. He's forced to stand in hill, and it's just a shame because you want to do so much more with this camouflage.
Breaking Shot's gonna jump up onto the camo jump. Because of that, he takes a nade, ends up going down. Ryu with no shields as well. He goes down. 3 dead for Complexity. That's coming off a spawn.
They have completely shut down Complexity on this hill so far. And now they are so close to capturing this hill. How has Complexity not been able to even push Stellar out?
They only needed 20 seconds, apparently. Complexity stepping the hill for a second here, just to contest Eco. Ties it up. 3-3, baby.
How in the world? He was last alive. Complexity weren't able to get the kill soon enough, and now it's Next Hill wins.
My goodness gracious. Next Hill wins. Bound. Pushing towards Legend on that long haul side. There is a player. That is Rain. on the backside of Hydro. Eco has to win this fight to 2v1, 2 down. For the side of Space Station Gaming, make that 3 dead. They get trades. But that hill in the blue pipes is going to be very difficult to control, especially when you're 4 dead. It is SSG that'll get hill time.
These are games that break mentals. I don't know how you go to practice the next day and have a good attitude when you lose a game like this. Complexity, they had it in their hands. Space Station have dominated the last 2 hills. There has been no time pushed off this clock. It is a desperate push for Complexity, but they're separate. They're scattered to the wind. They're pushing down middle. There's nothing they can do. SSG have dominated this hill.
This is what makes the big 3 the big 3. Being dominant in close situations like that. Space Station Gaming. What would have been a game 5 come through with a 3-1 series finish versus Complexity.
An absolute brutal finish. We go into that second to last hill with less than 30 seconds on the clock. That time that went off the neutral clock was because a Stellar wanted to get forward with the camouflage. There was never a contest from Complexity. How did they let that one slip by? SSG clutch up.
It's crazy to me, man. You want to get out with that camo. Like you said, you want to create space, but maybe the play was sitting in the hill. You can't see the camo player that well in the batteries. It is very difficult to see camo in the batteries. Unless you throw a nice nade, you are not spotting that camo. And to be honest, I maybe saw 2 nades thrown at that hill, maybe 3 total in the span of the entire hill being taken by SSG. Absolutely insane with a performance like that out of Hus. 31 and 21 with 11 assists, a 13.7 KD. It is Complexity that don't make it happen. SSG come through with the 3-1.
Incredible. I mean, you guys said it. It's just SSG. You know, it's SSG. This is what they do. And man, Complexity. They does it all come down to just consistency from the players? You guys were talking about Hus and breaking shot, having that Slayer pressure. What does Complexity need to do to be able to combat Space Station Gaming?
I think it's more SSG being perfect, and that's the thing that's the difference between the top 3 and the rest of the teams. Is there's a flip that can be switched at any point in time, and SSG, Optic, FaZe, Shopify, those teams can win at any moment. You just give them an opportunity, a sliver of a chance, and that's the consistency that we're talking about. They just are unbelievable when they're playing at their highest level. There's no one that can keep up, and you could see, I mean, they could have won the next 2 hills that they kept playing that same way with 10 seconds left on the clock. There was nothing Complexity can do. It was a child running into a giant.
You know, speaking of consistency, that team Pure has been, like I said, just going to top 4 in Atlanta, and they find themselves right now in winners finals versus Sentinels. That's what we have going on in the upper bracket. But if we move on to the lower bracket, something interesting happened. Optic forfeit. That is official. Optic has forfeit. One of the teammates wasn't able to make it on time, so Team Liquid is not going to be facing off against Cloud9 in Elam quarters. So that is official. And Native Gaming versus Space Station Gaming will be our other lower brackets. This is an interesting turn of events. We've had 2 forfeits on that. Is that bracket side cursed right there? We had Cliffsora forfeit.
You know, the no call no shows are going crazy. You know what I'm saying? You got fired, bro. Yeah, what is going on? Show up to work.
When somebody calls out, everybody calls out. Oh man, that's another opportunity for Team Liquid too. You know, they caused an upset and now they're just, you know, got lucky and they're moving forward. Well, actually they earned that spot. Cloud9 moves up forward to face off against Team Liquid. This is looking pretty good for Team Liquid to be able to, like, maybe I thought we were gonna have an Optic versus SSG matchup in lower brackets, but things have changed, guys. Things have changed.
I mean, for me, it just opens things up once again for Pure. We're gonna get to watch that in that winners finals, but man, Pure are playing phenomenal right now, and I'm excited to see what they do. As you know, one of the big 3 not able to make it.
I'm excited to see that too. And as we get ready for our next matchup, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, everybody, and we'll see you guys in just a moment.
Stronghold.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our winners finals is beginning right now. Sentinels versus Pure, and it's going to be one hell of a matchup.
I'm so excited, Tim. I am so excited for this matchup because I want to see how far Pure can go in this high octane gameplay. I want to see how legit they are at the moment. And unfortunately, Cherished didn't make it into the game. So, hey, you know, good things come to those who wait. So, you know what? Let's get Aliek back in, right? I mean, come on, because I want to hear what her thoughts are about Pure, and whether she thinks this is going to be the same sort of a Pure roster that we saw at Atlanta.
I don't know. Is my mic open? Are we here? Are we on? I feel like Pure is one of those squads that has just, like, we've definitely been keeping an eye on, and Last Shot has been looking incredible, and I was keeping my eye on him. I've been just honestly hyping him up a little bit, to be honest, and just seeing how incredible he played the last few games today and also in LAN. Like, I think Pure has got what it takes to just really make it really far, and Last Shot is looking incredible, and I wouldn't be surprised if later on he gets picked up by, I don't know, I don't want to cause any monster mania.
I heard an O come out there. Did you hear that, Tim?
You know, I feel like Pure might be able to take the tournament, the Open Series week 1 today. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. I would love to see Sentinels win the Open Series. We were talking tools previously how whoever wins the Open Series ends up top 4.
Yeah, top 4. It feels like in order to get top 4, you have to win an Open Series, right? If you want to be on Champ Sunday, you have to win one of these Open Series. And so far, the teams that have been struggling to get there just haven't had that success in these online tournaments. And this is a big moment. You know, like, we know Pure are so good. They've won a couple of these Open Series. This is a moment for Sentinels to come out and hit that counter attack and show that, like, hey, we're still here, because the Sentinel squad is so good. They just haven't had those results on LAN.
We'll see. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if Sentinels can make it happen. I'm excited to see if Pure can come through. And the player for me, I want to say, is Druck again, right? There's a lot of tweets that he put out when he couldn't make it to LAN. It is mentally crushing to see your team go through and have to get a sub multiple times. And he said the revenge arc is coming. You know, I am ready to, when I come back, I'm going to come back with fire, and he has. I mean, this entire roster is phenomenal. They found the formula. They went to you know, look for this formula. They put all those chemicals together, and finally they found something that works. The question is, can they do it against Sentinels, who honestly in that last series played really well. They caught fire at one point and didn't let go. So, I mean, this is going to be an insane winners finals, but I truly think that Pure have a chance here, a big chance.
Yeah, like Sentinels, I mean, you said that they won their last game and they're definitely on that. Hopefully keep on that streak, but I think their matchup against Pure is going to be a tough one because Pure, I feel like they're just so good. And it's their chance to prove, Sentinels, their chance to prove that they can move forward from the top 8. Like that's what they're looking for, right? To move up to top 6, top 4, and what do they need to be able to push through that is the questions. Tools, you said that Sentinels is really good, but they seem to be on the periphery. Did I say that right? Periphery.
Yeah, look at that.
Periphery. There you go, guys. Google periphery if you don't know what that means. Or maybe you can explain to them. Tools, what's up with that?
You want me? Yeah, okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me go pull up my
Bring up the
Oxford
dictionary.
real fast. I got a bookshelf next to me. Where is it? I don't think I've used a dictionary in a long time. Tim, give me a second. I gotta flip through some pages.
Okay, you take your time. Yeah, I heard it as peripheral. That like you have a peripheral vision. I've never heard of periphery, so I'm happy to hear that it's a new word I can add to my vocabulary.
There you go. They seem to be on the outside. Tool side. What are your thoughts on that? Like they're good.
Periphery. One second. Okay, when we hit the button again. Periphery, the outer limits or an edge of an area or object. Look, that's like, oh, Tim, that's exactly what they are, right? They're on the outside looking in. They haven't quite been able to get. Ali, honestly, I'm impressed. What? Whoa, she's got the vocab.
I do. I've been studying. Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Sounds like a band name.
I think I'm gonna say periphery as much as I can now. It's gonna be added to our LVT vocabulary.
Hey, all the games are starting at once. I always say it was funny. We're on this triple box, and it was like one by one. It was like a cascading of easy anti-cheat messages. I was like, oh, what we got to deal with at the moment. But these pros are so fast to get themselves back in these games.
I want to just quote something by Druck. Playing Halo the past year has been hard to say the least. Almost feels kind of pointless when you're not competing. But it has allowed me to coach more people, and it's satisfying to be able to use my experience again to help people improve. I love this mentality out of this man. And after this tweet, there was just tons of tweets about him working out, doing dips, making that, getting his chest ready, whatever, working the mental tied to the physical. It is just the way it is, and now he gets to prove himself here. This is the tournament that Pure can win. They just have to close it out right now.
That's an interesting start from Pure. You saw they sent 2 to Big Door, looked at the cross, and then sent them back into Sneaky to try to contest over at Pit. I think they're trying to fake out Sentinels by making them think that Pit was open, and when it wasn't, but so far I don't think that worked out for Pure in any way. It's going to be Sentinels that win the opening. They're going to have Camouflage. They'll eventually win B. I mean, they're going to have Shock Rifle and eventually win B. Camo. They'll be burned early in this game.
Bubu's going to push aggressively towards that A side. He's going to push a player down and now take A for himself, and risky, but Sentinels are going to start to score once again. It is Bubu with 4 assists to start this game off. Only 1 death, but helping so much. And he's got this shock rifle. Druck barely going to miss his head. Lethal's there to contest. Last shot he's pushing on through, but a great push by Pure. Going to break the setup.
A great push, textbook push. We're going back to school. We're learning new words and learning perfect Halo at the same time. Cherish and the rest of Pure all push their lanes simultaneously, and well, you don't see it too often, but they won each fight outright. 4 players went down from Sentinels. Huge wins by Pure.
I quoted the wrong tweet, chat. I'm sorry. That was the tweet at the end of the 2023 season. But still, listen, Druck is freaking nuts, all right? We're seeing it right here. Druck starting off 2 and 3. It's going to be scoring for Pure once again. Two dead for the side of Sentinels. And it'll be Bubu going for B here with 2 down for Pure. This is the right play.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that. Go online and speak to a group of thousands of people and spread misinformation. Right?
Not at all. No, never, dude. Why would I do that?
Not in this day and age.
No, absolutely not.
Last shot looking for the player that's straggling behind, but he knows that he can get C relatively for free. You just gotta keep your head on a swivel, being on the sidelines, making sure no one crashes into him.
It was a triple cut for a moment.
Falcon has been so patient down at the bottom, but Falcon was trying to hide from Last Shot all that time. He eventually gets caught out from the players up high, and well, not only doesn't get the camouflage, but wasn't playing much of an impact on that map at all. Last Shot's gonna have an opportunity to stop B. Can he drop it in time? No, not in time, but the back smack's there.
You know what I loved about Last Shot? I want to point this out after he gets away with his life and keeps his camo. Okay, well, that didn't happen. But the fact that he wasn't zooming in when he got that camo, right? He just put the reticle on the camo. We know how finicky that camo can be off the platform. Most all players zoom in, then pull the camo with grapple. He's just like, nah, I'm not gonna, no need to zoom in. I'm just gonna pull that camo real quick. Regardless, though, that camo plays a big factor to keep that lead, but that's it.
Did you see what Precision did right there? I don't think I've ever seen someone do that. He jumped off the ledge at top gold, curb slid off of the battery that was up high to hit grapple. Easy. He just made that look so smooth and natural. I was like, I never even thought about hitting a curb slide on the pillar off a gold ledge. I mean, that's like Tony Hawk shit.
Love Tony Hawk. 90 points and counting here for Pure. Another triple cap attempted here by the side of Pure. 3 down though. B's still gonna be capped, but Precision's hunting, and he'll get the kill on the Last Shot. C will now be taken as the spawns come out on the long haul side. Precision's gonna have some assistance here on the back of gold. Gets one. Some great teamwork on the Druk. Shoots his friend a couple times. Druk comes in. Oh my word! The double on Druk. That is a low percentage kill if I've ever seen one.
Look how fast he is getting to the help of Last Shot. Last Shot just trying his best to stay alive. Druk looking to find the cleanup. Oh my, make a kill look harder. Don't shoot Druk. The one shot eventually goes down, but not before Sentinels finds a player to refill their position.
Pollock trying to get this camo. It's going to be lethal. It tries to take him out. Cherish, though, comes in. Camo's still taken out. Now Cherish, because he was trying to defend that camo, finds himself in a rough position here. Going to stay alive on that double stack. If you don't know about that ledge, now you do. Now Falcated trying to play defense here with the shock rifle on the pipe side, but all the while, Pure still have a massive lead.
Nice double from Talik. He's going to know where the last player is. Precision. I like how Talik isn't trying to be too aggressive on this finish. Just work as a team. You have a 1v2, guarantee the kill, and then work your way back towards the other side. And Talik just completely left that fight to his teammates. He goes and supports Druk on the right-hand side, and they're going to be very aggressive in this situation. They want the trip cap.
Falcon is the only one that's top of another chain reaction. Oh my word. He stops him from getting C. They keep the triple cap locked in. And like Mr. Firm, absolutely getting destroyed is Sentinels right now. Holy crap.
He could have done it again, low-key. That player was one shot. Imagine he just goes to the ledge. He's like, I'm going to get this chain reaction again. But just content with the 2 cap for now. Pure, this has been their game. They have just been a little bit quicker, a little bit stronger throughout this entire game, and it starts to pay dividends as time goes on.
Oh my goodness gracious.
1v2. Last Shot, are you kidding me?
Dude, do you see his KD right now? 20 and 6. There is now one player on this entire lobby that is anywhere near him.
I don't think you've ever dropped 20 kills in a game, Tim. This is like unbelievable performance.
You wouldn't know because you're not getting out of Onyx, and I'm 17 and 70.
Onyx is the highest you can go, Tim. I'm there, baby.
You're
I'm
at
the
1500.
highest.
You suck.
I'm on the Paramount of the world.
I'm never playing with you again.
Last Shot. Able to get those kills across the map, but the 2 cap, man, this has just been brutal for Sentinels to try to deal with.
3 down for the side of Pure. Tools and I will have a rematch, but first and foremost, we need to see Pure coming out here with a 1-0 victory versus Sentinels, but they have to hold on. Sentinels have known to be a comeback squad. You can't count this squad out whatsoever. Yes, Last Shot has a ton of kills. Yes, he's slaying out of his mind. Yes, he's taking on a 2v1 once again. Lethal falls. 4 down for Sentinels. Holy frick.
This is not allowed. Like, what is he doing? He can't lose a fight. I don't think I've ever seen someone just guarantee a kill like Last Shot has this game.
This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be a professional Halo player. You play free-for-all until you're red in the face, and then you go on a forest team and dominate. Last Shot winning that free-for-all at Worlds. Now coming on a team, has played phenomenal and has guaranteed a potential victory here for Pure. Only 3 points remain, but Sentinels find a way through.
It's time to play perfect. You do not have much room for error, but Sentinels start getting the kills when they matter. Precision, their X Factor player, is going to be the one that needs to step up big. He's going to try to work on that chain reaction. I was like, yeah, you don't have enough ammo to quite be getting kills that way, but you can certainly get the damage in. Sentinels, they're winning the rotations for right now. I mean, this is certainly not impossible. Improbable, yes, but we've seen crazier things.
That's definitely not over. Lethal, last player alive, though. 3 down for the side of Sentinels. Decides to go through that seaside zone. It's going to have to be a contestation. Yeah, they're going to have to fly if they want to contest something, and they got to do it now. There's no time whatsoever. Pure winning game 1.
It's tough. You have to keep 2 players alive when you're trying to go through these incredible comebacks like that. It's so important to keep 2 players alive because you have to anchor 2 spawns. There's just too much of the map that's open, and ever since the update, especially the middle spawns now aren't really a thing. Once you get into B, you can almost like guarantee an A spawn if it's open, right? Like Pipes is open, but you're not influencing it from B, and as long as A is open, it like the game just loves to shove players into A. So they get the beneficial spawn, and well, the comeback cut short by Sentinels. That was just a dominant game of strongholds from Pure, and one of the best performances we'll see from a young last shot in today's tournament.
1800 damage differential by last shot right there. Most damage in the lobby, 1800 damage difference from damage taken. I mean, that's just phenomenal out of him. And you see, swapping over to Team Liquid versus Cloud9, it is Team Liquid. Once again, very snowbally map here. Very volatile is the right word to say this map is and this game type is. And we'll see who comes out on top of this one, but it is not over until that 250 mark is hit.
It's crazy how swingy this map is. You'd think there would always be like blowout wins, but so often it feels like you get both teams get to that 200 mark, and then it's like a first to 50 situation.
230 seconds here for Team Liquid. Suspector gonna have to get A. He does. Beautiful shot there. With that kill, it'll guarantee the bunker spawn for Tusk. That's gonna force Mortally to back off here. And as they get to engagement. 216, yeah, this is a very important fight here. This next fight coming up. No one in the white corner side, so you're gonna see the push through the tower.
I like that they're triple stacking up on tower. Tower is really the strongest position on this map. You can have this overlook to help your player over at A. The engine players have to push through you in order to stop, but Sab might have just guaranteed it. He won a critical one over at Engine, critical win over at Engine 1, and now Mortally's just stuck in the tower trying to do his best to keep everyone off. But the extra shield's on Sab, and only 10 ticks away. This feels guaranteed for Cloud9.
Yeah, the carbine spawns the white corner control here by Sab with OS. It's all but over here. 2 points left. No one's gonna get in time into a hill, and that'll be Cloud9 taking game number 1 against Team Liquid.
Sab really guaranteed that with his kill over at Engine 1, but here we go back into our main series. Pure and Sentinels. Well, Sentinels, they got absolutely trounced in game 1. It's going to need to be a big bounce back in game 2. I'll say I think Sentinels, the results might not show it, but I personally think of them as one of the better Slayer teams in the HCS. I think when you put them in the 4v4 neutral game, that you oftentimes find yourself in these Slayers, they can make anything happen. They are so good. We have seen so many incredible comebacks, in particular from Sentinels, on these Slayers. For me, the big thing, do not go down in the early or mid game. You need to keep this close as you approach the end game.
Looks like Tog's having a good start to the game right now. He's gonna have a 5-3. Cherish a little bit of the same with 4 kills of his own. Got a rifle in hand, pushing towards that top center side. It's overshield that's coming up very shortly here. It's a massive overshield for both teams. Cherish, not gonna happen. That's gonna be lethal that comes out through the bottom side of the map. It's 3 down, he's last alive though. All 4 dead for Sentinels. Does that guarantee this overshield?
Shark still has that high ground over at Car 3 and shooting down onto these players over at Sentinels. You would have thought Sentinels would be able to get good timing onto this overshield, but it seems as if Pure are going to be able to walk away with it. No, Talik wasn't able to grab it. Wow, what an overshield. That was up for 15 seconds, and well, Pure never even tried to get it. They focus on their slays instead, and it might be a backbreaker for them.
You're right, that's exactly what they did. It was Struck that got off that top center side to chase a kill on the Car 1 side, looking for that kill on Car side, and gave up that top control. Once came out, somehow Boo Boo finds himself with the overshield, and a lead that was once 10, now cut down to 6. I'm sorry, that's not 6, Tools. That's more than 6. But regardless, a big lead here for Pure, and can Sentinels bring this back? I 100% agree that Sentinels is one of those teams that have those types of comebacks. You can't really ever count them out of a series or a game.
It's just something about their Slayer game in particular. It's because when the games slow down, they are the best Slayer team in the game. Like, it is incredible for them to watch. It's them and Optic, right? They have the same play style. I think Sentinels can be a little bit more potent than the Slayers in particular, but they just, I think the problem is that they just can't quite keep up to that fast pace all the time. And that's what Pure wants to get into. So you see how Pure, they slowed the game down. Once they start slowing the game down, you start to see that deficit start to reduce. If they're able to find a first pick and increase their pace once again, you'll see them take a lead. That's double digits.
And look at them back off Sentinels here on the car side. They'll take control of utility. Truck stays in that window side, but that's something that I really noticed as well as that push comes on through, is the fact that Pure can change the pace. They never used to be able to do that. Now it seems to happen at the perfect moments. Before they only had one gear.
They are dissecting them though. Pure does not feel cut. They can't change their pace. It is not happening in this game. They are getting dissected by Sentinels. They just get away with that overshield. That really doesn't feel earned by last shot, but it is a reprieve that was much needed. They were starting to spiral out of control. Now they're lead just 2, but the extra shields, still only a trade for last shot in that situation. Sentinels have clawed their way back into this game.
Yeah, only a 2-kill game now. What was once, I believe, a 9 or 10 kill game. Pure leading. Great shots by Boo Boo. They hold that top control. It's Boo Boo Doo Boo in a fight with Talik. Talik takes him out. That's 2 down for Sen. Pure still maintaining this lead. It's going to be interesting there on the P side. Lethal finds the cleanup kill. But again, they force them off the top center side of the map, and Lethal will fall. We're back to 4. A lead of 4 for Pure.
A little overzealous at the top middle of the map. He goes down early. It's going to give a numbers advantage for Sentinels. They'll try to do their best to take advantage. They haven't quite been able to get this up to tied, but they keep cutting the lead back down to 2. That thruster's up. That's going to go into the hands of Sentinels. That might be the difference maker. So plenty of damage comes in. They are going to brute force their way through that P side. Cherish is doing his best to try to stay alive. He takes that bottom route. Incredible routing from him to stay alive as long as he has, but Sentinels just hunt him down. Tied game.
Yeah, the rest of Pure back off in that situation, and you know, we saw a standout game from last shot in the last game. Talik having a really solid game this one, 16 and 8 out of him. Alcade won't get traded out there. It'll be tied up at 39.
Nearing victory.
Druck gets a stick though. I'll give Pure the lead for just a moment here. New overshield coming up in 10 seconds. I'm sorry.
Pure needs to win an entry frag here. This is where they've been struggling. In the 4v4 neutral game, they have not won any of these entry frags, and this is where Sentinels is just potent. Is when it's the neutral game, you need to win the entry frag. They do it over and over and over again. They have taken the lead in the final moments, clawed their way back, a double-digit deficit that has been made up and now in the surplus as they are collapsing in on Pure. Ever since this game slowed down, it has been devastating to the side of Pure. The triple for Lethal. The 2-kill lead persists, and it's just one more team wipe for Sentinels.
Great job by Pure right there to stay inside of the base and get those trades to keep it at a 2-kill lead. They've got to be careful now, though. Cherish gets a clean kill. Falcon kind of caught out here. Wants to get the cleanup kill onto Cherish. Cherish playing his life perfectly. Comes out with full shield. Falcon goes down. We're tied up at 46.
And this is where Pure needs to start activating on the map. Look how fast Talik and Cherish are playing. They understand that we have numbers advantage. We have to take advantage of it now. They have the players trapped over at car. Boo Boo Doo Boo. The people's elbow keeps them alive. Tied 47 apiece.
Oh, that nade!
No, the team nade. It didn't go through the doorway.
Oh no, 49 to 47. Pure only need 1.
Lethal's position's known.
Druck gets the kill right there. It is Pure that take game 2. They lead the series 2-0 versus Sentinels.
No one loses Slayers in a more heartbreaking way than Sentinels. I think they won the game. Just the result doesn't show it. Pure survive.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I don't count Sentinels out here though, Tools. Not even close. This is one of those teams that, like, even for a majority of that game, they just felt like they had control. And towards the end, the team nade comes out. That's gonna give one, and then at the same time in the kill feed, another kill comes out. Lethal with 16 in that game. But we got to talk about Talik. We gave our flowers to Last Shot. Talik with a massive KD in that game. Last Shot still with a lot of damage though. But here we see on our screens Space Station and Native, and we see Cloud9 and Team Liquid. A beautiful 3-box for you guys to witness here. Cloud9 leading in that series. We saw the finish of that match, but we'll hop into that and see how it progresses. 22-20 here. Team Liquid is going to be the one in the lead by just one. As you can see, they both go 2 down, both teams. UT coming up here shortly. It's going to be about this kill from Tusk, and he gets it cleanly. That's going to be 3 down for Team Liquid.
Native on the other side, we're not seeing them on screen right now, but if they can beat SSG in their series, we'll keep ourselves updated as time goes on with them. I mean, they would have beaten SSG and Optic in this tournament. I feel like that's a big accomplishment for them if they're able to get it. So that to me is a must-win series if you want to see yourself have improvements at SLC. Like they keep getting those top 12 results. If they're gonna break out of that top 12 results, I think they have to win that series against SSG.
Worlds is on the line, man. Like that is everything to Native. I truly think like Worlds is obviously what everyone plays for all year long. There's so many hours that go into the game, in scrims, matchmaking, warming up, going over VOD. There's so much. It's these guys' full-time job. So your prize is Worlds, and you have to perform if you want to get to that point. A couple wins online will potentially do that for you. It's Cloud9 though, switching focus to this match. 30-27. Cloud9 still leading. Manny very aggressive with his QT. He's gonna have to get out here, but instead he uses the repulse and he goes down.
As she wins game 1 against Native pretty handedly, 250-43, and never really in question for them. The Slayer, we're starting to finally see some separation. When we came in, it was just a 1-kill game. Now that has sprouted to almost double digits, an 8-kill lead for Cloud9, and the camouflage to help cement this victory.
Septify, the Slayer King that you talk about, always performing in these Slayer games, already 12-7 to start here. Tusk, though, has that camo. He's going to be pushing towards that nest side. You saw the action with that beautiful switch from 90 there on the outside, but now Tusk has the flank. This is a great flank by him. He gets one, wants to get the second. The second is good as well. A double kill for Tusk. A beautiful flank will keep this lead at 8.
Tusk with great footwork there, right? He finds great positions by moving forward, backward, sideways, right? Just a little jab here, jab there, and makes that kill just look so much easier than it is because of the natural positions that he puts himself in. Great work from him.
Tusk stays alive in this scenario. Collect's gonna push him back with a couple of nades though. Collect decides to re-aggress here. The QT is forced out of Septify. He'll be on the back of green. His entire team just fell. Suspector's the first one to spawn up. Septify's in a position to get a couple of kills. Gets one. Sees the nade, so he has to switch focus here. Still has his QT to use. You'll see him get his shields back and then utilize his QT. Potentially no. Instead, he'll just sit towards the back of green, stay alive. Unaware of where that QT portal was, but it's non-existent now, and a 10-kill lead still held for Cloud9.
Septify's working his best to get this angle. Sniper in his hands. Oh, don't go for 2. Patient.
Confidence.
I'll say it, Septify, best Slayer player in the game.
Wow.
This guy's unbelievable on the Slayers. If he can get his objectives consistent, he would be an unbelievable player. But when you look at the stats, like when you dive deep into the stats for Cloud9, Septify, it's just head and shoulders above everyone else in Slayers, and it's by a significant margin. I don't know what about Slayer happened, but that guy is constantly going double positive.
Much less to worry about. Cloud9 don't have to worry about that game. They now go up in the series 2-0, swapping over to Sentinels versus Pure, our featured match once again. Starting off here, it's a 2-0 lead for Pure, 4 down for the side of Sentinels, and Pure will take advantage of that by getting some ball time here towards the C side. The C side attempted to be opened up, but its last shot on that A side was cherished.
Pure has been like a hot knife through butter this entire tournament. They have just decimated team after team. And Sentinels They were almost able to win that Slayer, but now find themselves down 0-2. Reverse sweep must happen. But every time we've seen Pure in this 2-0 situation, they've come out the victor in a 3-0 in each of their series thus far. Right now with how they're playing, I don't know if this is going to be any different.
Love this by Lethal. You see how he cuts the angle onto Druck to get that kill on the B stairs. 2 down for Pure.
Enemy has the ball.
Lethal going back towards the top of B stairs. He has to deal with Druck has to deal with precision. I apologize.
Enemy has the ball.
Like Druck tried to hit his curbs, like he didn't hit it. And he's like, maybe I'll just go up the stairs again.
Great shots. A lot of damage by Druck here. He's gonna get taken out though at the end of the day, and that's not a good death. 2 of his teammates are dead. I'm sorry, 2 are dead on Pure. And Camo coming up. This is an important position in the game. Talik finds himself in a position to grab this Camo. Does a lot of damage there, but none of that damage is cleaned up. I believe Camo's still down.
Talik was just in that tough position where his teammates weren't up on the map. They had gone down. He's playing a middle position with Camouflage coming up. He did great damage, but no one there ready to follow up on it. It makes the difference, and the Sentinels are going to have a very strong position to play from here with Camouflage on their side, ball well poised to just keep them away. And yeah, who else but Boo Boo to get your damage in with the camo?
It's always been Boo Boo. It's always been Sentinels as well, picking up these power-ups. This has been a
Kobe.
Ooh, barely misses.
No, it did a lot of damage. I was about to say that was a perfect nade in that spot. The spikes had gotten that buff just a couple months ago, and ever since then, if you can catch them in those small confined rooms, you can do a hell of a lot of damage with them.
Well, last shot holding strong here on the purple side. You see that Sentinels all the while getting a lot of ball time. That's a nice 3-shot, perfect there by last shot. He's gonna push up. As you can see, they are aggressing from both sides. Boo Boo though, once again playing sneaky. It is constantly Boo Boo on this ATM side doing work, staying alive as well. This is massive out of him, and it'll guarantee Sentinels more ball time.
Boo Boo's been feels like a one-man army for Pure. If Boo Boo wasn't on the map, it feels like Pure had free reign into this ball a few times now, but critical plays from him have reduced the amount of time that Pure's been able to get. It's been very scrappy from them so far this game, and if Sentinels can keep that trend throughout, this should be an easy victory for them. But Pure, we know that they can turn it on at any moment, but so far I feel like Sentinels are finding them. They're finding good timings, they're getting them off routes, and they're getting the first pick, and it's made a huge difference in this game compared to the last 2 that we've seen.
Camo up once again. Sentinels have been a big part of that power-up control for a majority of their series. Druck, I believe, that does pick that one up through the shroud screen. He gets the melee onto Boo Boo Doo Boo, and he stays alive. He's the last player alive, is Druck with that camo. He's got to play his life here. It's so easy to spot. Look at him waiting for the team damage to come in. Cleans up the kill as well, but only 15 points Sentinels need in order to close this first round.
Throw that ball out into the driveway. Up for grabs either side. Druck, though, he's going to be ready for the spawners as Sentinels. But they've already pushed their way into C. This could be good for Pure, though. They're going to give them that C spawn. Cherish recognizes that and just hauls his way to PD right away. Druck's checking there. I think they're realizing it now that there's no one at PD. And now Sentinels find themselves in a long trek back. This works out really well for Pure.
Out-rotated. They got that bottom purple spawn. Pure out-rotates. Cherish, though, last player alive. It's 3 down for the side of Pure. Cherish may be trying to influence spawns, but you see all of Sentinels blocking every spawn, forcing the spawns on the C side and guaranteeing themselves round number 1. Now we go off to round number 2. I mean, what does Pure need to change here in round number 2 to come out successful?
I mean, obviously 2 kills from Cherish isn't going to get the job done. It's just the Slays. It's just the Slays. They need more of them. The entry frags have been going in Sentinel's favor this time around. And, well, Cherish, hey, we talked about needing to step up. He gets the entry frag, the first blood of this round, and he's putting a lot of pressure on that red gun. Unfortunately, though, the teammate's there. He goes down, and Pure are going to have to work on a Slay once again.
With all the weapons, or a lot of weapons GA'd here. Red gun, stalker rifle, very important to have. See, Talik's gonna have to be in a position to play this ball, but Boo is not gonna make it easy. He's got that stalker rifle aimed right at him. The play ball does come out. Boo Boo. Nice little perfect reversal with that stalker rifle. It's going to be 2 down for Pure. Ball at the bottom center of the map.
Oh, Boo Boo. Seeing that mirrored spawn, it's all I can. Tries to laser him down in time. It almost got Boo Boo by surprise, that spawn.
Boo Boo trying to push through with lethal here as well. Here comes Cherished. Great shots, Cherished.
I want everyone to know Cherish was 2 and 10 when we started this round. Just keep a note of that. Right now, I'm watching this guy play on the outside. The way that he's been moving on the map, I don't think he's going to be having a bad stat by the time this game ends. I think he's figured out something.
No, you talked about Slays being important. 5 and 12 now, but we'll keep an eye on that as the game goes on. On ball, very long rounds here, very long game. Time for these teams to feel each other out. See the spawns come out on the PD side. Boo Boo somehow stays alive in that situation. Lethal's able to help him out. This is really big by Boo Boo. He ends up going down there. Last shot ends up getting a trade as well, but it just allows time for Sentinels to push through.
Sentinels has been making this tough by preventing Pure from getting to this ball. Falcade has been by his lonesome taking on 3 players. He's able to find 2 and made Druck down to half shields. With Camouflage coming up, Sentinels, it looked like they'd be in a spot where they were not only going to give up ball, but also the next camo. Instead, find themselves in a dominant position to do more. Falcade had one hell of a life there.
Incoming.
Lethal comes off a spawn. Tries to get this ball in his hands. I would assume rotating it back towards A, but there's a couple of open spots on the map here. You see Boo Boo on that Z side. The map's kind of split for both teams at this moment in time. Last shot, I believe, had that camo. He ends up falling. No more camo in the hands of Last Shot. 3 down for Sentinels, though. The big fight by Talik. And Precision's going to come out on top.
Fortunately for Precision, he was last player on his team alive in the middle of the map. Just makes it too easy for Pure to find that cleanup and to get that advantage as they go play for this ball reset. Boo Boo's been a difference for this team. You know, the stats don't really show it at 13 and 12. The 11 assists are obviously the outlier there, but he has gotten important kills. The kills that prevent Pure from getting to that ball, prevent them from being efficient with their lives. And yeah, Sentinels hasn't had the most efficient game themselves yet, but Boo Boo Doo-Boo has kept this a close game.
Red Gun on the B Street, has to back off, senses a lot of pressure. He sees Last Shot rotate into that arcade. That's going to be communication available, and you can see there's a 2v1 situation here. Last Shot's going to have to play this very smart. There's a player in the red room side. Play it smart, he does. Waits for Talik to come off a spawn. Last Shot will stay alive. Talik's still there. Precision doesn't know it. Precision down to no shields once again. Talik has the shield advantage. I would assume Precision goes down at some point here. Somehow gets his shields back. What is going on?
You know what they say about assuming. Precision making an ass out of you and me right now, because what in the world is this guy up to? He somehow finds a trade.
That trade is massive, and those are the trades that allow Sentinels to continue to hold this ball and continue to stack up this lead. Vital kills, vital moments of the game where Sentinels are able to stay alive has really gave them the advantage in these rounds. They already have 1 round on the board and already working on their second. Only 1 minute and 38 seconds left here in round number 2, and Sentinels have a 14-second lead.
Druck somehow found a way to stay alive. He had camouflage. He was able to dodge so much damage, and well, his teammate's going down. He'll take a trip to the top of the tree. He's gotten his way out. It's just such a big problem for Druck was his teammates go 3 down, and he has to wait quite a bit of time for his teammates just to get up and be in position to fight. By the time they take this camo is going to be out.
You see, he did a lot of damage on the Lethal there, but still somehow Lethal trades out the kill. Like you said, waiting for his teammates, puts damage on the Lethal. That'll give him that first pick, but somehow it's still a trade. Talik pushes towards that commando side. Cherish goes down as well. It just seems every push from the side of Pure not working out.
Neutral time's going to start working against them soon. They need to start finding themselves in better positions. Sentinels, they're going to pick up this ball one last time and try to put up as much as possible. But if Pure find this break, it might be time to start shifting their gears into thinking maybe about playing some of the clock off. If this thing gets a little bit more mixy.
3 down for Pure. Falcated, trying to make it 4 dead with the kill on the Last Shot. 2 will spawn though. I think that 3. Now Falcated with that kill. does give them a numbers advantage and continues to do so. It's 3 dead once again. The spawners keep coming up for Pure, but at the same time, they keep going down. And guess what? All the while, it's Sentinels with a lot of ball time, looking to close out round number 2 very shortly here. And Pure not able to do anything about it. They can't even cross the map.
Pure's perimeter players start just winning crucial gunfights for a moment there. And notice how they drop that ball when the camouflage is coming up to win these fights when it matters the most. They get this camouflage, you might as well say this is GG. Cherish last alive. Nothing that he can do in this spot. Lethal gets the camo. It'll be burned out, but I don't think there's enough time for Pure to get there. Sentinels with a dominant 2-round performance.
Talked about it. Sentinels, if there's one team to bring it back, it is them. Pure have to recollect themselves at this point because Sentinels look very strong here, and talked about those important kills, the slays, all in the favor of Sentinels. We'll see how they do here on Live Fire King of the Hill, which is our game coming up next.
Precision's going to be the player to watch out for on this map. His ability with the sniper is it's up there with the rest, right? Let's just say we remember some crucial moments with him having that weapon in his hands. Would love to see him have his chance with it once again. The Slay is just so heavily in favor of Sentinels throughout that round.
A little look at Louis V Titan's armor there. A little dirty. Gotta clean that up, Louis. And here we go. Space Station 2-0 versus
Spartan that goes through war should have clean armor.
Yes.
Oh, actually, look at this Native. There's 1 second of neutral time left. Can we go full on the top right? Tapping buttons has to stay alive here. They are just about to take the lead. They took it. They drop it. Oh my! What a win!
Wow. Good catch. I was too busy looking at Louis V Titan's armor. Good catch by Tools. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Tools. It is round number 2 here for Native, and a potential chance for them to pull 1 game on the series score against Space Station Gaming.
That's impressive. They went negative in the Slays that round, and they were able to steal away that win. Space Station kicking themselves on that one.
APG just looks hungry the way he plays. Like, he just looks like he just wants that win so badly, and he'll pick up that camo at least. Love the damage as well. The cross shot is good. Look at him waiting for his camo to come back up. Comes out, chows again. Bound! Oh! Bound somehow. It's that fight. I thought that was gonna be clean, but unfortunately it is not. Barcode's there though to still prevent that cross. Puts enough damage into Legend, who tries to cross on his own. Gilkey stays alive. 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Eco, the last player.
Not going to be able to take down that 1v2, and now Native have some much needed space. You can see the push from Space Station going to be pretty linear here as 2 players are just in that white tower. Native Gaming going to have at least a game strategy to deal with this push. Eco not going to be able to do much. They try to send 2 players over through the bridge at the same time, but Native Game, once again, they have a lot of information going into these gunfights, and that information just makes it so much easier. When you're able to work with full knowledge of what's happening on the map, it's just so hard to find breaks.
Now you see the teamwork is phenomenal. It's got to be because of that information, the communication going through. APG has been alive this entire time. Lots of damage being output. Finds the kill and the timing onto Stellar. Gets naded by his teammates. That's going to delay a little bit there. His shields will come back, but now he's just got to play his life as long as possible. Teamwork comes out once again. Oh my word.
Good try. I'll say I don't think it's a coincidence that we saw Native Gaming start to play perfectly, and it was APG that was the player that was spotting out all those positions, right? He is incredible at relaying information in quick and concise ways to help his team set up well.
Yeah, some people have to put respect on his name. I mean, the guy's a world champ for a reason. You can't win a world championship with 3 people. APG showcasing why he's a world champ here. 33 points on the scoreboard. A 1-round lead here for Native Gaming. You see Space Station now rotating that ball through the long haul side. Stellar trying to find space on A as well. And you can see them kind of putting Native Gaming in a bit of a chokehold here. But you see, there is 1 player from Native that does get through the long haul side, and APG going to be pushing up as well.
This ball just out in the open, and neither team gonna have Good opportunities to go for it. Gilkey gonna take his fight against Legend on the outside. And oh, love this from Gilkey. Don't get too caught up on the fight with Legend. Get that damage and make life easy for your teammates.
Some great damage does come out. You see 2 down, make that 3 down for the side of Native. That damage will turn into some kills here for SSG at least. They'll get some ball time on the back of Hydro. Gilkey taking some massive damage there. Legend gonna try and capitalize on that. Wow, that nade is placed perfectly. Bound does get a double though, and allows Legend to live for a little while, and now it feels like Native is on a bit of a spawn cycle.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Native to find any break anytime soon. The big thing that's been haunting them is just the entry frag. They've been down numbers so often, and Bound's gonna keep that trend going. He finds the pick on APG. No quick trade out. It's gonna significantly slow down Native Gaming here. Oh, he does it again. He's in the... Bound is literally 1v3ing them right now.
He's still alive.
Finally, they take him down. That was unbelievable.
Great patience by Eco on that shot. Look at him staying alive
That
too.
is-
Look at the information.
Oh my god. You know, it doesn't look flashy or anything, Tim, but that might have been some of the best Halo I've seen. It's crazy how good Eco is at this game. It's nothing special, but he minimizes the amount of damage he's taken. He gets maximum information for his team and pulls a little bit of damage for them as well. It's because of the value that these players from Space Station give in every single life. Maximum value.
We'll see if they can continue to provide themselves value here. 79 points. You see Barcode with that shock. Bound ends up falling. And now Native has a chance here with the spawn trap onto Stellar. You know, Barcode's upset with himself for not cleaning up that kill, but he does allow tapping buttons to do a little bit of that. You see, somehow it is Legend who makes it through the gold stairs. APG is going to fall because of that, I believe. And it'll be a play ball. It's all because Legend made it through those gold stairs tools.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible from Legend to have the heads up, to throw that ball out, know where everyone's coming from, get the trade out, and slow Native Gaming down. Native Gaming is starting to get a bit of a roll going. Instead, they start to ice that momentum, and now Space Station, they're going to try to win it in the neutral.
Bound, big win versus Gilkey, has the help of Legend. Once again, the duo out of those two. Ball will be played here. You see the Shroud does go down. I love this play by APG. Once again, very selfless. Goes for that ball time instead. Has to try and stay alive as the push is coming out on the pipe side. Knows the pipes are very important to hold here. Great prediction by Barcode, but oh my word, it's Eco once again. And Space Station Gaming with a clean 2 kills on a Native.
It's desperation time for Native, and there's just nothing you can do here. Legend's gonna find this rotation. APG basically has to find this fast enough, and oh, hey, Barcode, he said the fastest way to get to the ball is a straight line. He just ran through the middle of the map, got there in time, and well, he's gonna try to buy his team an opportunity. APG, it's gonna be up to him to hit some killer rotation here to keep this ball away from Space Station.
Yeah, I believe that that camo in the hands of Gilkey ends up going down, so they won't be able to use that. But some great nades by Barcode here. Tries to kill Bound, but Bound strafe a little too shaky right there, but doesn't matter regardless. It is SSG that take the round and bring us to a round number 3.
I'm glad that we got there's a little bit of technical issues going on with our main lobby. We're getting back into that right now, but I'm glad we got to see 2 full rounds between a full round between these teams, because you are seeing what a battle it is between SSG and Native Gaming. We'll keep an eye on that, get you guys updated on what happens in that game 3, but back to game 4, King of the Hill on live fire. Sentinels trying to push us to a game 5.
Enemy team took the hill.
I think we see one. I'm gonna be honest, I do. I just, the way the Sentinels is playing, I mean, I would like to see Pure up the confidence a bit, you know,
Pure's gonna be too
play on
efficient,
fire.
man. I think Sentinels, the big problem right now for them is they're not gonna be as scrappy as Pure is. And Pure, the second they get a kill, they're gonna be in Hill. They are gonna play so efficient this game. Big key for Sentinels is try to minimize that efficiency that Pure has. That's gonna be led by slaying efforts. You just have to outslay these guys this game.
There was 2 dead on Sentinels, immediately purifying themselves in the hill off that 2 dead. You mentioned it. Druck does go down. Talik still has that camo. just trying to do all he can to locate these players. Falcated's gonna hit a nice little slide there, throw off Tolik's aim just a bit. He's got some clean shots. He's just not able to hit any of them at all. Now has to avoid some nades, but takes a ton of damage to some pre-nades. He will go down. That's camo and snipe down on the map.
And right now, Sentinel's just thinking about a rotation. Look at this. Pure's jumping out of the hill. They want to let their players rotate first. So now Sentinels has a decision. Okay, are we just going to try to win that, or are we going to maybe try to contest back? Eventually, Pure jumps in the hill, but not before Tolik wins the rotation. And this is what I mean by hyper efficiency. Not 1 second in neutral time off the clock before they're in this hill. And now Sentinels, they all go down. They're going to let like almost a quarter of this hill take off before they can even get to a point to contest. That's how efficient Pure is right now.
That was so clean, and we talk about it all the time. That some deaths you need to have. You need to die sometimes in order to create plays, and I believe it was Druck. The top center of the map does enough damage. Tolik cleans it all up, and he's been alive this entire time, putting hill time on the second hill. And look at that. About 80% of the way into scoring this hill. Druck, the last player alive, though. There is 3 down. Sentinels now have control. No one on the top tower, I don't think, as of just yet. Oh, now there is. But Precision in a great spot to hold here.
Sentinels is well positioned, but Camouflage is going to be throwing a wrench in their plans. They're going to have to throw numbers towards that side, and Pure could try to take advantage of that, find some open spaces elsewhere, or they could just try to get this Camouflage and use it to break their way into the hill. Cherish is the one that's going to go incognito. It looks like Pure's starting to win their fights. I don't expect them to be not in this hill for too long.
That was really good as well. You saw the patience there. They got out of the hill when they knew the push was coming. Cherish still has his camo, though. Lots of damage done. Yes, he's not going to kill Boo Boo right away, but he knows he can just get in that hill with
I think
camo.
Boo Boo's just going to leave. I don't think he even, Boo Boo's just going to try to hit a rotation out.
Very good play by the side of Sentinels. Heads up plays here all the way through for both squads. Cherish a little bit crazy on the slide. He'll get taken out, but it's still a 2-0 lead here for the side of Pure.
Pure been hyper efficient throughout this game. Now this is a bit more of a muddy hill. You can force mud spawns on this hill, and it just makes it so tough to even try to contest. Pure's got 1, maybe 2 chances to find this break until they decide they need to rotate.
A little bit aggressive there is Tolik. Last shot a bit aggressive as well. They're kind of being desperate on these kills, and because of that, they go all 4 down. There is a spawner on the Tolik, but the rest of the spawns will potentially end up on the mud side. Tolik needs to get this kill. He gets the trade. There's the mud spawns for Pure, but Sentinels are very close to capping this hill. I would assume Pure just tossed that.
Sentinels might jump out of this to make sure they get the rotation. They're going to decide to give it up, but I think they could have maybe tried to get some space before they captured that hill. Because right now, Pure is well set up, and this is almost ideal setup for Pure.
And they got the first kill on the last shot. Now it's up to Cherish to make something happen here. You see Boo Boo watching that QT. Wants to make sure that he's covering that angle. Druck's going to get a kill, but that's once again 3 down for the side of Pure. Last shot, last player alive.
That was an efficient break from Sentinels. They overload the green side. We're able to find that player at the quantum translocator, and it's just so hard to win a 1v2, even if you do have that access to the QT, especially when your portal's position is known. Pure, I think, maybe playing a bit too fast at the moment. They get caught up in these. They get caught up sometimes on trying to keep that speed up. That last hill was fast in the side of Sentinels, and it was because of how early Pure was going down in those gunfights.
Well, last shot did get that kill on the tower side, which is very important, but Sentinels got the spawns on the B side of the map. They are on that green, and that's what Pure really want in this situation. They want to trap Sentinels inside of A and take green. You see last shot kind of pushing up for that situation right now, but look how much damage Sentinels is able to do to him. He ends up going down pretty quickly, and that'll be Sentinels in control once again.
Sentinels did a good job realizing that most of the action was happening towards the camouflage. They decided to try to overwhelm on the nest side while the camo fight was happening. They're able to win that, and well, once again, they're well positioned. And Pure is, you want to try to find these kills quickly, but with 2 going down, they have to just give this up, realize that, hey, it's an even game once again. 2-2 all. We go into the middle hill.
It's the positioning by Sentinels that doesn't allow Pure to get these easy kills. You see, they always have to overextend for them. Now, once again, you look at the slays on the top left and the top right corner of your screens. You see the Sentinels are in the lead once again in terms of slays, and that's really just been the the answer to why they're able to come back in this series. You can see they're already halfway through their hill number 3 with 3 minutes left.
And then just a complete reversal what we saw early in the game from Sentinels, but just as all that momentum started to go their way, it's a clean 4 down. And notice the positions of Pure. They have tower and A on lock. This is going to force them at green, but they also have a sniper to just check down that lane. This is going to be an incredibly tough break for Sentinels, and this is smart from Lashshot. He goes all the way back to cuts. He wants to make sure no one spawned at that camo side. He confirms that for his team. They know that they have him corralled.
A little bit nitpicky, but there's a couple ticks of hill time that went unchecked there for Pure. I don't know if that's going to come back to bite him here. The last shot, he was, I believe, the one in the hill, had to rotate like you said. Maybe that play was the right play to make happen. Talik, great kill there. Cleans up another one. Precision gets the top tower, but they're going to take care of him pretty quickly, and they will get their hill number 3.
What an efficient hill. They didn't really have much time in it at all until they got that 4 down, and they played it just about perfect. So you see the results. Native Gaming, they stay alive in that series. Space Station going to game 4.
Interesting turn of events here as things continue to unfold. It is Pure that finds Sentinels 3 down and a chance to get a bit of hill time here, but Boo Boo once again being a thorn in the side. That's going to guarantee... Nope, it's not. Thought I was going to guarantee them maybe those mud spawns, but the spawns are just in time. Spawning on that camo side. It'll be last shot. Trying to help Cherished out here. Cherished still down to no shields, but he'll kill Lethal in a very important position on the tower. Now this leaves last shot here inside the hill to do all the work he can. 4 down for Sen.
It's desperation mode now for Sentinels, and the problem is Pure knows the spawns. They know they're coming from A. It's going to be easy enough for them to line it up. You can see already Talik was on that well-timed flank. He's found his first. He's found his second. Cherish gets the third. GG. Pure. Man, they are pure in their gameplay.
Yeah.
When they get those 4 downs, I don't think I've seen a more efficient team. Remember, we just go back a series ago when tapping buttons got an overkill 4 players down against Sentinels, and you can see the difference between Pure and Native in the series. When Sentinels go 4 down against Pure, there are no mistakes. They know how to anchor out those spawns. They know how to get what they want out of it, and it resulted in 2 back-to-back hills that looked clean as hell.
So impressive out of Pure. Love to see that revenge arc from Druck and the rest of the squad. Cherish playing out of his mind as well. Last shot, I mean, beautiful out of this Pure roster. Excited to see how they go throughout the rest of this tournament. I did say that there's a potential they win the whole thing. You know, obviously coming through here, they are the favorites. Any team that wants to beat them has to win 2 best-of-5s in order to make that happen. And again, it's going to be tough to do. Obviously, Optic not in the equation any longer. You still have SSG that just went to a game 4 against Native Gaming. But yeah, Pure look primed and ready to win this tournament.
I believe Cloud9 also find themselves secured in the losers semifinal. So right now, the only thing that we're waiting on is the results of that Native Gaming Space Station matchup in the elimination quarter final. So we're down to just a 1 match for the rest of the shows. No more red zone action, which I was having a blast with, Tim.
Yeah, me too. It was fun. I was like, I do have a question though. I do have a quick question. Why the heck hasn't anyone picked up this Pure roster yet? What are you doing? Like,
hey, you know, this is my theory, Tim.
What's the theory?
My theory, or I should say, this is my plan for them to get a sponsor.
Yep.
Hear me out. They go to the event.
Yeah.
What do they list themselves as? 100 Thieves. Now, 100 Thieves, they don't know about it, right? And they keep it low key till the day of. They show up. You can buy 100 Thieves merch pretty easily online.
Put your name on the back.
Just put 100 Thieves in. Get some custom jerseys made. And suddenly they make it to day 3. They're saying HCS is tweeting out 100 Thieves day 3. Oh my, they're in grand finals, and it's like, oh damn, 100 Thieves is like we can't say that we didn't sign it. We can't, we just gotta commit to it. And then after you get that leverage, you're like, hey, it's like, this kind of went well for you guys. You want to make it official, and boom, 100 Thieves Halo.
There it is.
I'm just saying, commit just a little bit of fraud. It's okay, guys.
Just a little bit of fraud.
So just a little bit.
Goodness me. Oh my word. As you can see, the lobby's being remade here. A couple of little errors and stuff. You guys know what it's like. All right, we're all grinders. But Space Station still leading the series 2-1. As we go into Forbidden CTF, I mean, we've seen some quick games here on Forbidden CTF. Do Native have the ability to do that to Space Station, though?
As this is the last possible map that Native wanted to see in the map pool. Let me tell you what. Anytime you get a dual sniper map like Forbidden, it's gonna be tough to try to come out on top. Late PG, would like to see you make your way over to Cobra when you get a chance.
Late. Listen, he is fashionably late. Okay, there is no late for APG. He's a champion. Okay. Don't make him point to his finger again and let you know, Tools.
that was an absurd. I would be the, shout out to Silence, who was the one that was talking to APG. APG said that they chopped it up right after. He's like, yeah, he's a big fan, and he's just like wanting to get him. That's me, bro. If I'm on LAN, I'm chirping. You know what I'm saying? It's like I paid all that money to be playing. I'm gonna get my words in. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter where. I get a kill, but I'm talking.
Yeah, I heard him talk about it after as well. He said that, he came over and talked to him and they were having laughs. You got to have that passion in the passion pit, man. And speaking of passion pit, Tools, isn't someone going to be covering the open bracket at SLC? Who is that that's going to be covering the passion of the open bracket?
No. LVT will be at Salt Lake City, and we'll be doing a lot. It's got some cool things. We had some good information come down, so just stay tuned. Maybe a little bit more love than normal for the open bracket at SLC with the support that Space Station's been giving us. Great organization. Just want to point that out there. Also want to point out 48 kills for Barcode in that game. What was the damage?
Coming alive. 12K.
Ooh, hey, a couple 12Ks on the side of SSG though.
True. SSG are always with those 12Ks, though. It's great to see Barcode. That guy has got an infectious smile, man. I was joking around with him on Sunday after the last event, and I was like, and I guess I had the trophy. I got a picture with the trophy, of course, from SSG, and I said, hey, you're not going to be winning one of these anytime soon. I was joking with him, and I had a couple drinks, and he wasn't very happy. He walked away. I had to give him a hug.
So
yeah, I felt bad about it.
This fun story that you have about Barcode is that you saw him in the bar after the event. Yeah. Took a drink out of the trophy, and then said, "You're never gonna get this," and then walked away. You just insulted him, and
I did not. No, he walked away, and I gave him a hug after. He knew I was kidding. The guy's just he's just got such a nice smile, man. I had to rag on him a little bit, but he's gonna get one day, man. He's got a lot of opportunity. He's still young. Native's looking better and better every day, Tools. It is great to see.
I'll say SSG was passing around the trophy after Atlanta. I was like,
yep.
That's a poison pill. Like they're letting players that have never won before drink out of the trophy. I'm like, guys, you do this. Like it's done. Like you can't be putting the cart before the horse. Like you got to earn that. And it was just Elamite was going around. Bro, he had a back of beers. He was going around with the trophy, and he was taking all the best players that haven't won yet. He was going to them, popping open the beer, dropping it in, and say, hey, it's your turn. Taking it over. I was like, man, he is diabolical. He is diabolical, trying to make sure that they get cursed.
The chat thinks, listen, I am very good acquaintance with Barcode. He understands it was a joke, guys.
What's his first name?
What?
What's his name?
Alec.
Likely story, bro. You just
likely story.
I think I saw you see it.
I also said acquaintances. I didn't say best. We're not best friends. Like I don't go to his house and have cereal or anything.
I mean, I'd hope so. You're married.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You can't be flirting with the players. Come on.
I'm trying to steal some of that juju, man. These guys are good at the game. Anyway, here we go. It is Space Station 2-1 in the series against Native, and it'll be Barcode once again. You said he dropped 48 last game. Gonna have overshield and 4 down for SSG. What's happening?
Yeah, look at this. Gilkey getting him right on spawn. This is a flag. You are working on trying to get that sniper off your hut now.
No way this is the same quick game that we saw out of Pure. There's no shot, right? It is tapping buttons with that snipe.
No,
Ooh.
okay, okay, saved. No speed run. No, the speed run is over.
Gilkey throws off the snipe. That's a good play, actually. Throws off the snipe. They do get that cap. It's up to Barcode to stay alive now.
This might be the quickest counter cap you'll ever see, though. Holy, Bound is already in to the back base. The flag is out, and well, SSG, they pull that flag early before they even get a slay. That's how much confidence they are having. This thing's going in, and well, Gilkey, he's one shot. Someone, guys, go! Pull the flag! Holy, 3 players down. The last guy alive, one shot, running on the overextend. Like, what are we waiting on?
Coach Tools telling the champions how to play the game. This is where we're at nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, like you said, that counter cap coming on through, it is going to be good, and we're tied at 1.
Stellar's caught out. There we go. Great shots by tapping, but it has been aggressive from both sides. It is all octane. No slowing down as APG finds himself a cheeky kill on Bound, staying alive in that backside. Eco's trying to deal with him, but APG finally is taken care of, but he slows down the push from Space Station significantly.
Gilkey now trying to put some damage on the opposing team, preventing Space Station from getting control of Native Gaming's nest, and that's the most important thing to defend on either side of the map. There's going to be 2 down, though, for the side of Native, and you see Legend already towards the top center, and he's going to have the overshoot.
APG, wow, that was big. Maybe a miscommunication from SSG there, not realizing the last 2 players both had line of sight onto that overshield. Overshield's just gone.
Oh, wow, aggressive push there. Like you said, OS is completely gone. 2 down for the side of SSG. Barcode directly going for the nest of Space Station Gaming. Like I said, one of the most important places to be on the map of your opposing team. This is a big kill by tapping. Gets the kill, no trade. That is beautiful, and that is 2 down. Make that 3 for SSG.
He goes in that plat, though. They have to take care of him quickly. And no, they
the spawns.
Didn't realize it. Yeah, you got to realize that one, Barcode. It's completely open. Yeah, it's tough. You know, it's a gamble because they can still spawn back base, but it's always a gamble when you run it towards that HUD and you have no presence.
A little bit of a miscommunication there. Barcode, though, gonna play his life here. He can potentially get the snipe as it comes off the spawn. Stellar gonna get a kill of his own. Barcode ends up falling, and it'll be Sniper now in the hands of Legend.
Not only are they running this flag, but they could also deny the sniper of Native Gaming. So they got dual snipe setups. Bound's ready to run flag. This is just about perfect. Gilkey's just gonna have to let this thing go through. Look at them; they're already looking for the overextenders.
Yeah, this is not good. This smells like game 5 to me. But one sniper does go down. Legend still has a snipe in his hands. He's going to be put down to no shields a couple of times. It'll be the lead here for SSG as Legend continues to try and stay alive here. Gilkey has his route, though. Gilkey finds the kill. That's a sniper down on the map. I would assume that Native go and get that, but instead, Gilkey going to look for the over-aggressors, and APG and Gilkey. That 2-1 combo has looked really clean this entire time.
They're going to focus on this overshield for now. Bound's working on that long flank.
Oh, he's dead. Wow.
Oh, yeah, they got him from top mid.
Once again, you take a risk going for that OS, especially with a couple of live. But that's going to be tapping buttons, who guarantees the overshield for his team. And I would assume a ramp pull here, as you see SSG do have that nest side control. It all depends on what Barcode does. Barcode ends up going down, tapping buttons still with the OS and the snipe in his hands. Couple body shots, can't clean up the kill. Thought he did, and because of that, OS completely melted, and now Bound has the snipe.
Tough pill to swallow for Native. The fact that Space Station's going to be able to at least stabilize for a second here. Still have to work on getting these players out of HUT, but certainly not the dire straits that they were in just moments ago.
Yeah, Bound gets that kill onto APG and still doing a great job of defending his base. You see the pings come out. Barcode is that forward player. If they take care of him, it'll be able to soften up the push, and there it is. That first kill on the Barcode. It's going to be the rest of Native now having to fight Legend and Bound. Legend gets 1 kill. Gets traded out, but Bound gets the other, and now we're looking at another 3 dead for Native Gaming.
Bound ultra quick with his movement there, getting up to that play. That player had no idea he was going to be that fast.
Great shots by Bound.
You guys at home might think, okay, yeah, let me just slide out into the open like that. Let me just remind you, Native Gaming was 4 players up when Bound makes that play. He is on a next level of aggression right now in that back base. Bound is trying to just dominate the backside of Space Station's base at the moment, and this is interesting. Like, you don't see this too often. You usually don't want to be back here because this is the spawn that you normally want for the team, but he's forcing Native Gaming to play back into their base. It's gonna let Space Station get at least a little bit more forward on the map.
Well, with that OS coming up and Space Station being 2 down right now, this is a little bit rough here. APG needs to get this kill cleanly. He does. Stays alive somehow. Lots of damage. I love the selfless play once again. You know you're not going to be able to stay alive in that situation, so you just do as much damage as humanly possible before you end up going down, but that'll be an overshield for the side of Space Station Gaming and a flag run going towards that rat hall. Some great slides, some perfect slides here by Seller. That OS should get that flag through the free side of this rat tunnel, and it will. I believe SSG should close this out. I don't think anyone's in position.
There's no one. It's just going to be easy for Seller. He doesn't even have to use his full overshield to get there. And Space Station, they're just efficient. Just a little bit more efficient. A couple times where they had dual snipes, and the biggest part for Native, right? There's a few times where they had opportunities that they didn't capitalize. The same can't really be said for Space Station. I think they had one flag that could have maybe gone home that didn't go, but it was just incredible efficient work from Space Station, and Native not quite able to keep up with it this time around.
Native looking really good. Let's bring in Aliak and see what her thoughts were in that series.
I mean, what can I say? SSG is just dominating, and they're not gonna make it easy for anybody on the lower bracket side. And well, Native just, you know, it was a tough challenge for them for sure. Sentinels moves forward into elimination finals. Now Cloud9 versus SSG. Cloud9 has another challenge up ahead as they have beat Cloud9 Liquid 3-0. I feel like we might be seeing, I don't want to get ahead of myself, guys, but we might be seeing a Sentinels versus Space Station elimination finals. But what can Cloud9 do to move forward there? Cloud9, you know what? I know. Birthday luck. It's the Spectre's birthday. Is that enough, guys?
Hey, it's enough for me. I believe Cloud9 3-0.
Cloud9 3-0. All right, guys, we're gonna get set up for our next game coming up ahead. So we're gonna go ahead and take a moment to get that ready, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the SLCNA Open Series week number 1, and it's Sunday. It's Sunday. It's Sunday, and look who we have here. It's Eli and Tony, because Active and Tools ain't cool enough, right, guys?
Wow. She said it, not me.
I think they're very cool. They're so cool they deserve a break, you know?
I told them they were my favorites earlier, so, you know, I thought I'd
That's
write
unbelievable.
the truth now. Yeah. Hey guys, we got a cool game coming up ahead. Space Station Gaming versus Cloud9. We find ourselves in the lower semis. Cloud9 has a tough matchup up ahead. This is it the 11th seed versus the top seed? Eli, SSG. You think they're feeling comfy here?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are known to maybe not have the great Friday or Saturday that some other teams have, but they always show up on Sunday. These guys find their way into the grand finals. They're the winningest team so far this season. They've won 2 out of the 3, so I expect them to continue winning. Cloud9, though, Tony, what do you think Cloud9's chances are here?
I'm thinking they're pretty good. Let me tell you, I'm always rooting for an underdog story, and just because I'm sitting in a Cloud9 chair don't mean that I'm BUYEST. I've seen Suspector doing his thing for too long. The man knows how to slay and stay alive. He perfectly complements Sab with the amount of damage that they're able to put on the map together. Septify, that X Factor, that Slayer Savant, and then you have that glue player right on the screen. That's Tusk. That is the leader. Not only one of the better pure shots in the league, but on top of that, the communication, the leadership. Cloud9, a lot of people are counting them out, but they may just surprise you.
You know what? I gotta kind of agree with you. Also, it's Suspector's birthday, and I tell you what, birthday luck is a real thing. Like, just birthday energy in general. I've seen so many people win things on their birthday. Like, it just feels like you're way more likely to win something on that day. So I don't know. Aiden's might be coming out with some fire. The Skeptify character, this guy's been getting better and better every time I've ever seen him on my screen. Sab, one of the most consistent slayers we've ever seen. And like you said, Tusk, man, this guy just knows how to win, but it's so hard to root against SSG, or bet against SSG rather. I mean, this Legend guy, is anyone's movement better than Legends right now? This guy runs flags faster than anyone. But you know what? I don't see any flag in the series.
That is true. Go for it, Tony.
I was gonna say, is that why everybody keeps thinking it's my birthday every day? Do I just stay winning? Because you said the birthday buff is real. Because everybody, for some reason, the Halo community thinks that my birthday is every day, every single year. Do y'all not know how birthdays work?
No, but it's your birthday today. Like, actually, your birthday today.
But you said it was my birthday yesterday.
You share your birthday with Suspector. Same day, guys.
And everyone else. Tony is 900,000 years old, actually. His birthday, he has a birthday every minute on the clock. It's actually unbelievable. He needs to be studied in a lab. But here we go. We're starting off on Live Fire, King of the Hill. This is going to be an interesting one. Both these teams play pretty fast and aggressive, but it's kind of hard to say which way this one's going to go.
If there's anything that I have learned being a 9,000-year-old elf, it's that I know that Eco is a phenomenal, not only player, but also leader on the map. I talked about Tusk on one side of things as far as Cloud9, but there's a reason why Space Station Gaming are always prepared. There's a reason why no matter what position their players in, they feel comfortable. That's because you got the man Eco watching your back. And when this game gets started, King of the Hill Live Fire, I know that SSG are going to come out swinging. Cloud9 better be ready. Speaking of which, keys to success for King of the Hill Live Fire, especially when talking about, with SSG up against you as an underdog in Cloud9. What do they need to do on this map to potentially pull off an upset?
Honestly, they need to make as few mistakes as possible, because I don't think SSG are going to make many, right? I mean, and when I say mistake, that's not prioritizing the right side of the map for your team to have good spawns for a hill. That means not rotating early enough to get into position for the next hill. And even just making one of those mistakes can sometimes be the difference maker between getting a hill and not over the long term. So I want to see high levels of discipline from Cloud9. They know what they're supposed to do to win the game. They can't get ahead of themselves in the moment and forget those fundamental aspects.
Well, the one thing I will say about Cloud9 is that we've seen them find success against higher seeded teams on King of the Hill in the past. We've seen them be very good in the Slayers, and obviously it's going to be the first 2 games of the series. Now, going into Strongholds, I like them in the Strongholds game. I really do. Problem is, you're going up against SSG, who happen to be an extremely good Strongholds team. So I feel like when looking at that series layout, Cloud9, you talked about them having to make as little mistakes as possible to come out with the win. I'm going to add extra pressure on that. I'm going to say, if you don't win this game number 1, I can't give you a chance to win this series against Space Station Gaming. You have to set the tone and win on one of your strengths.
I have to agree with you. I mean, let's look at the series yesterday. Team Liquid able to upset SSG in a 3-1. They came out swinging with the game 1 victory. You've got to kind of shake SSG a little bit. I think they're going to show up a little bit different today. Maybe there was something off. Maybe players were not all playing their best, but they always play their best on Sunday. But if there's any time to strike, it would definitely be game 1. And we talk about what game types teams are good at. The reality is Space Station's good at all of them. It doesn't matter what the game type is. There's a reason they win tournaments, and Cloud9 have to step up to that plate.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, we talked about SSG having one of the deepest pools as far as map and game type combinations. So I have to agree with you there. SSG starting off striking first as far as this hill. They're in it. Meanwhile, Sab trying to find a bit of an angle, scares away Bound, but doesn't exactly connect with the shot. Now tries to work with Septify to secure a camouflage.
Ooh, that was a very nice repulse into no scope combo. They get 2 dead here. This feels like the time to strike to potentially flip this hill into their possession, but look at the way Space Station plays this. Legend baits all the way through the back, but Sab saw it ahead of time, gets to mine the gap into beatdown combination. He's ready to snipe the next player that shows up, but this was a great answer back from Cloud9. That's the level of discipline I was looking for as we loaded in.
As we end up going down for Space Station Gaming, this is the opportunity for Cloud9 to maybe influence those spawns. Well, they did. Just couldn't handle it, apparently, because Eco and SSG bust right through the A side to infiltrate the back B, making it look easy. Slays now favor Space Station Gaming as they look to close out their first hill.
Wow, yeah, Space Station come right off of the back foot, get control immediately back in their possession. Guess what? Stellar has 2 bullets in the S7. We've known how dangerous this man can be, but Cloud9 not going to make any shots easy to land. He actually only gets to even shoot 1 shot that doesn't connect. He's going to go down. Suspector and Tusk finding kills, make that 3 dead for Space Station, 4 dead, and Cloud9 have a good position on this hill. This is a good position to get early hill time as well, because this is one of the harder setups to break.
1-0 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, and Septify is hitting shots like that while manning the tower side. Lots of responsibility here on his hands, but it looks like he answers the call perfectly, as almost half of the hill has been accumulated here by Cloud9, and Tusk just being a nuisance, buying so much time for his life. Oh my gosh, Tusk, you were 1 shot, act like it.
That was insane. Eco has to win that fight. You've got to shut down Tusk. He's able to just push right back over to the seaside. Great grenade as well. Predicted that an opponent would be crossing through top center, and wisely goes to the top of the tower to get his shields back, and he is not missing right now, Tony. Another perfect kill. This guy cannot be stopped.
The man has an amazing shot, and it's so crazy. It's very simple. Just don't miss. It's crazy. I mean, all of you guys out here just playing matchmaking, grind all you want, and you're missing shots. Be like Tusk, don't miss. As Eco is able to take him down, Suspector grinding forward, and Cloud9 not only taking the second hill, but also have presence on the third.
That's why I pay big money to Tony on Metafy, because he's got nuggets of wisdom for days. This guy just knows how to win Halo. I mean, I just feel so much better just for you saying that. Just don't miss. Why didn't I think of that?
Well, he's doing it again. That was a crazy snipe we just saw. Tusk is demanding the attention of the observer. 90 is trying to paint the picture, you know, while observing. Tusk's like, no, all eyes on me, baby. 8 and 4, 3 assists to go along with it, and that quantum translocator to get him out of trouble or into some, depending on how he's feeling.
I'm seeing something on the scoreboard I am not used to seeing, Tony. Bound has 0 kills this deep into the game. Keep in mind, he does have 6 assists, so he's not been completely out of the mix, but you got to think a star player like Bound needs to come online for SSG to comfortably win, especially if all members of Cloud9 are showing up. You cannot have one player It's just not getting on the board. And we see Skeptify with the disgusting no-scope on Legend. Cloud9 are looking great to potentially secure this third hill.
Yeah, that's a great point. When I think of Space Station Gaming, I think of them playing through the entry fraggers when Bound and Legend, or Le Bound as I like to call them, are roaming through the map, putting down damage, the movement on point, and just throwing off the rhythm and the timing of their opponents. That really feels like when they're at their best, but right now, neither one of them really having the best game.
They are not in their normal form we're used to seeing. Still 8 assists though. I mean, 0, 8, and 9 is a crazy stat line. Keep in mind, they don't need much time to finish this hill, about 15 seconds left. So this is kind of Cloud9's last opportunity to stop Space Station. They must break this, or will they just decide to go next? It doesn't feel like anyone's on the way. Okay, yes, they are.
Wow.
Just not on Legend's screen, but Legend, so smart, knew exactly where to be at the right time. 4 dead for Cloud9. Legend's perfectly rotating to the tower. And Bound's already out here for this camo as well. Extremely well played by Space Station.
With the heads up play out of Legend, no shot, Cloud9 respawning over toward the back mud side. You see the green side spawners coming in, and they're trying to push through Nest. The problem is that SSG are simply ready for it right now. Legend's already here on the tower side. Cloud9 have to fight their way out of their spawns, and it looks like they're able to do so. Now can they take out Bound with this camo?
It's in a great spot, using this box as cover. Everyone's got camo eyes these days. You can't just walk around with the camo, but it's not really facing too much pressure yet. I think after a couple of his teammates fall, he might elect to get out of the hill, but has no reason to do so yet. 3v3 on the map currently, and he's just jumping up and down to make sure he can still output some level of damage. Multitasking so important in this game. You can't just do objective, you can't just get slays. If you can somehow find a way to do both, that's going to be great for your team.
Momentary 1v1 as Septify goes in for the challenge. Both players end up going down, and it was momentarily all 4 players on the black screen, and Sab hitting some perfect shots. Eco comes in quick with the cleanup, and so far SSG still have a lead on this hill, and they also have a 2-1 lead in the game.
Here we go. Bound just trying to play gatekeeper. I love this. Space Station in the hill, and they have pressure on both sides of Cloud9. Cloud9 seemingly in a good position to push the hill, but they just can't do so. They're going to be watched on every single approach option, and that's what makes Space Station so good. I think they intentionally step out of the hill for a moment, then they cap it after Tusk goes down. That's going to make their next rotation easier as well. So smart played from SSG.
2 minutes and 32 seconds worth of neutral time here for Cloud9 to try to put 2 on the board, so theoretically enough time to work with, but SSG are still the first ones in this hill, already about 25% done, and luckily they're able to get them off of the tower side. Unluckily for them, they go 4 down to do it.
It feels like what I said is happening. Bound came online, and all of a sudden Cloud9 has been on the death screen ever since. He's got 6 kills now, not a crazy performance, but definitely a lot more than 0 that he had 2 minutes ago. And look at this. Now he's just like, oh, you want me to get some kills? How about an overkill, Eli? Because that's what I'm getting now. He said, chat, I see what you're talking about. Let me get the kill tag. No, can't get it, but sick plays out of Bound and SSG to close that one out. Wow.
I mean, hey, we talked about it before. The man was 0-9 and 8 assists to go along with it. I mean, not the best performance. Now when we look at 10, I think it was what, 10 and 12 with 10 assists, it's like, okay, well, that's a lot more respectable right there. Your kills and assists adding up to about double, almost double your deaths, and then the overkill. Whew. Like you said, when Bound's online, SSG are looking in form.
I felt like the teammate, I couldn't tell which teammate it was at C-Plat, but it looked like he was like, yeah, let me give that to you. Like, in a way, that's a next level teammate situation too. You let your teammate hit the clip, they're probably gonna show up to the next game with a bit more energy, right? Like, you don't want to steal that thunder away from him. I love to see that.
Look at some of the damage. You got 3 out of the 4 players in the 4K club. Legend just barely behind on that, and the damaged output coming out of Space Station Gaming kind of tells the story. It's really hard for Cloud9 to be efficient when you're half shields, you're 1-shot almost the entire time. Like, how do you keep your butt in the hill when you're always having damage rained down on you? SSG coming in and taking that game number 1. Now Aquarius Slayer going to be game 2. I like Cloud9's and the Slayers. The problem is I like SSG and everything.
It's a great point. I've seen Space Station win this game type more often than not. They have been upset in it a couple times, but I feel like this is one of their better game types and modes. We're not going to see any heat wave get used, but the overshield being top center now makes things a bit more interesting. I think it does kind of force teams to have more map control before they can go for the OS now. Like, you can't just kind of dive at it or, you know, throw 100 grenades at it like you did previously when it was P1. So I think we might see a bit more methodical gameplay on Aquarius TS moving forward.
Oh, I think easily it's a better position. It is definitely more of a fair fight when playing for it. It's definitely more of a smoother fight as well, as opposed to just a nade helping going towards that P1. And also, I would like to say, I like the thrust down there as well. Remember Optic yesterday doing a great job making sure they were always there a second or two early right before that thrust was coming up. It's a very important equipment that I think oftentimes people are now forgetting about.
Yeah, shout out to the coaches that are writing down every time on pen and paper from home. No reason to break the rules here online. You're always going to write it down like the old ways. But these coaches are doing a great job to make sure that thrust gets picked up. It's super important. It's basically a free kill once you get into a 1v1. If you just use it properly, you can break aim assist of your opposition. So we're definitely going to see teams look to control that. It spawns every minute after the charges are depleted or it despawns.
Little jiggle peek action out of Suspector leads to perfect shots, and it continues to rain down punishment onto everybody onto the Space Station Gaming roster. Love the way Suspector's playing right now. 3-1. Literally only has died one time, but when you challenge SSG to a 1v3, that's a good way to get your second death.
Turning that corner though, do you ever expect to see 3 people car 1? Like, I don't think anyone would ever expect that, especially if it's SSG. You're right, you're dead 100% of the time. But squad spawns are going to make that happen, so maybe you should start expecting that. Squad spawns heavily prevalent on this map. If you go down, the game will try to spawn you next to a teammate. If you're on the opposition, you have to think about that too. If there's one guy left on the other team, look for his teammates to spawn with him and be ready for that. And you can even trap people in certain spawn positions with that intel.
Yo! Septify doing the damage onto Stellar, chasing him down, runs into Eco off his spawn, and still puts him on a stretcher, obliterates Eco. Coming right off of that spawn, and Cloud9 have a 3-kill advantage, while Stellar may be alive here on the blue side. Not for long if Cloud9 continue to chase him down. Multiple hitting the black screen here for Space Station Gaming. Luckily, Stellar gets to the reinforcements, but Tusk gets to him.
Wow. Sab seemingly got some value out of that OS. They got several dead and continued to roll on Space Station, did Cloud9, but since then, Space Station starting to bring it back a little bit, but Cloud9 have mid-map control. SSG trying to force their way out of this base. Bound takes some damage and immediately cuts out of the courtyard, has help from a teammate, and I love to see just the ebb and flow, the way Space Station move around the map. If they ever take too much damage, they have an escape option and a teammate to cover their back.
Coming toward the mid game, this is where your mental is really going to be tested here. Cloud9, you have the lead, but you can't get lackadaisical with it. You gotta keep the pedal to the metal. Make sure that you're making, like you said before, as little mistakes as possible. And them hoarding together, pushing up, making sure that it's not just a 1v1, but a 1v2, a 1v3 that SSG are consistently going to be in. Well, that's what the doctor ordered right there.
I think that was a triple kill out of Suspector. This guy is so difficult to kill. When he's on fire, he's one of the hardest kills in the game, and he's going to find ways to pick off targets left and right. I feel like he's one of the best at target selection as well. He just knows in a fight to quickly calculate which guy he should shoot first, and it's one thing that makes him so dangerous.
Dude, I've played a lot of matchmaking with Suspector, okay? You can say it as nice as you want. He's a stat, bro. Like, if he sees that you're full shields, he's not shooting you. He only shoots weak. We're playing HCS. He's playing freaking SWAT. It's ridiculous, bro, but... No, but like you said, the target prioritization is really good. He's a hunter. If you're weak, you are not going to get away from him.
Yeah, I mean, we call that taking fights intelligently. It could also be called statting. I mean, there's a different... glass is half full, half empty, however you want to look at it, but fantastic player. He's the type of guy that he wants every fight to be unfair in his advantage. And that's a winning strategy. That's how you have to play against a team like Space Station. They're up by 4 going into the later stages of this game. Next OS is not up for another minute and a half. Not sure who got the one at the 8-minute mark, but let's Looks like Space Station flooding through the util. Can they get out of this situation?
Septify down to one shot, but is going to stay alive. His teammates in a perfect position to cover his back. Spectre always watching out for his team. Meanwhile, Septify shields up. Weapons are hot. Takes down Legend real quick. Tuscan Sab slays on the opposite side of the map as we down go SSG. Bound gonna try to use some fancy footwork to stay alive, but you can look at that heat wave. You can't pick it up.
It almost feels like you're tempted, right? Like, man, we're down by 5. Like, it's right there. Like, should I pick it up? But no, the consequences of breaking a GA, you know, these guys might not even scrim against you anymore. So we don't expect to see that happen at all. GAs have been agreed upon by the pros. If you play matchmaking, keep picking it up. It's totally fine, guys. Don't worry about it. But Cloud9 looking very good here. They're up by 7 now. Their lead has only grown.
Yeah, you can say these players have agreed to it, and until Worlds comes down, let me tell you, game $500,000 on the line. Let me tell you something. That heat, I'm bringing the heat. Let me tell you something. That AR is coming out. The Bulldog. Woo! I'll shoot your body with it. $100,000 on the line? I said, that was your mistake, thinking I'm a gentleman.
And that's the last time Tony ever got anyone to team or play with him. That's insane. But no, I totally get where you're coming from. I totally get where there's a lot of different opinions about it, to say the very least. But let's talk about this in-game. Bound finding himself in quite a predicament. I don't know if I like his placement on the map with not perfect information, and this one looks like it's probably over. Great stick from the death from Aiden. He's got 13 kills and only 7 deaths. Huge differential for his team.
Just 2 more kills needed here, and Tusk has the overshow, so that means he's going to get as aggressive as possible with Septify going down. Catches a flank onto 2 weakened players. Bounds the first, the second ends up going down. I think Tusk might have got robbed for that kill, which is unfair, but Cloud9 take the win.
Impressive bounce back from Cloud9. These guys played a very methodical, patient style, but also sped up and were aggressive on Space Station spawn points when necessary. So very good pace modulation out of Cloud9. That's exactly how you have to play against these guys to have a chance. Curious to see how Recharge plays. I feel like having Legend on this team just made this team even better at strongholds, and they were already extremely good at it. But Legend coming off that quadrant roster that essentially had strongholds solved to a science, and then bringing all that knowledge onto Space Station, who are already good at it, like, this is going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, at least for Cloud9, Strongholds obviously plays a lot different than King of the Hill, even though they're both like plot or territory type of game types. Like I feel like like SSG are really good at simply knowing where you're going to be and breaking your setup and getting the setup of their own and being able to hold it and funneling into where they want you to be so that they get their kills. Where Strongholds, it feels like a lot different because I feel like you have options. You could headbutt one base when you're down one cap, or you could out rotate. So I feel like there's always options where you can go. Where in King of the Hill, SSG, like, you have to come here. We know you're coming here. You're dead.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. You've got a lot of different ways to play it. It's a bit more adaptable. I think that at this stage, I mean, we've been playing this game type since the game came out. Everyone pretty much has it solved. The meta has definitely changed a bit over time as far as which strongholds teams go for. But at this stage, all the teams are so good in understanding the spawn system that it's solved, in my opinion. They know how to play if they've got A and B. They know how to play if they've got B and C, if they've got A and C. There's a different way to play every configuration. These guys have it down. It's just going to come down to execution at the end of the day.
Since it's after 2 games, you know, a lot of times teams will utilize a break, which you have the right to do. I usually a 5-minute break. You see that a lot on LAN. Runs use the restroom, use that time to talk things over. I want to pick your brain as a professional coach, if you don't mind. I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, but sure. If after the 2 games, say for example, you're Cloud9, you guys are hot, you guys are comfortable, you guys are in rhythm. Game 2 is over and SSG call for a timeout. They go to use the bathroom, they go to talk things over. Do you keep your players seated? Like, is it like move your feet, kind of like, you know, you lose your rhythm? How do you feel about that? Is there something to be said by, nah, stay in your seats, stay seated. We ain't moving, we're comfortable right now. Or is it get up, stretch, kind of talk things over? That's why I want to pick your brain a little bit.
I mean, in my opinion, either thing is fine. The thing that's important is that everybody does the same thing. If one person gets up to go to the bathroom, the whole team gets up to go. If one person wants to sit and stay, the whole team should sit and stay. Whatever you do, do it together. You got to keep that cohesion, that energy in the force. You know, I believe a lot in energy, especially when it comes to esports in general, and like the team chemistry vibe is just the most important facet of that. So yeah, I think everyone just got to keep hanging out.
Well, in that case, you know, we're a team. When we go to these events, we gonna have to sleep in the same hotel room, same bed, cuddle. Huh?
Yeah, cuddling is extremely important at the pro level. Yeah, if you're not cuddling with your teammates, like, you're falling behind the other teams that are cuddling with their teammates. It's just a fact.
I meant us as casters. No. I'm talking about me and you, Eli. I'm saying we're a team, right?
I thought we already had these plans anyways. What do you mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 down, tied up at 1 apiece. A swing. Game number 3 is on our hands, and it's Strongholds, a game type that both of these teams obviously are very strong at and very familiar with. You gotta give SSG the leg up on the opposition no matter what. Cloud9 truly are the underdogs. However, I said it before, I'll say it again, I'll say it next week, the week after that, next season. I'm not going to count Cloud9 out. This team has too much potential for me to just simply write them off.
Have to agree with you. This opening strat, very interesting. A lot of teams are kind of baiting the camo off the rip. It looked like there was kind of both teams actually going for it. So many players dying in an explosion. It is bound. It gets away with it, and not sure if his location was known. Looks like those players were throwing nades at the far side. No, he has not been spotted yet. He's gonna find 2, and that is massive. Space Station might have an early trip cap, and that could be disaster for Cloud9 early.
I think Bound went to cuddle him real quick, but accidentally backsmacked him. And now with this camouflage and the trip cap, SSG are going to dominate. They know that Cloud9 is spawning toward the long haul side. They know they're going to beeline it towards C. They were somewhat ready for it, but they weren't ready for Tusk.
Can't be ready for Tusk at all times, but this is not where you want to be if you're Cloud9. You got to find your way out. It's like Eco did go down. Stellar with a nice headshot, but he's quickly shut down by Skeptify. And I'll tell you what, this is probably one of the best snipers that you don't hear talked about too much, but he also gets taken down, and Space Station continued to score. Not a single point on the board yet for Cloud9.
Gonna say hard to compliment him too much when he missed that shot, and Legend turns and burns him real quick. Great shots coming out of Legend. Hasn't died a single time just yet. Meanwhile, Eco using every last bit of resource in the sandbox, and that includes the Strongholds pad to try to get some damage, and Certified done moonwalked right into him.
Look at this grapple play from Eco after getting a few dead. Quickly rotates. This is going to make the spawns a bit weird for Cloud9. It looks like the first couple spawners did spawn in World, but because they were pushed, I think the next set of spawners will be Long Haul. This is exactly what Base Station want. They are playing the trip cap perfectly. You spawn your opposition in Glass and Long Haul exactly like this, and they don't have any options to get out. You've got Eco, who's head glitching in the back of the silo. This guy's super hard to kill. And you've got opponents on the other side. Eco hits the stick as well. Sab finds a kill, and this rotation is just so smart. They say, okay, yeah, one of them probably got through C. Let me just flank behind him. And beautifully played situation from Space Station.
And this is where things go from bad to worse. 150 points on the board here for SSG, and not a single one for Cloud9. You're seeing why SSG are known as one of the best Strongholds team in the league. And in fact, Legend, even before joining this team, was known as one of the best players of one of the best Strongholds team in the league. Let's not forget how long Quadrant were undefeated in Season 2, and largely because of that man, Legend was now on SSG.
I want to say it was something like 19 games in a row for Strongholds on land that Quadrant had not lost. By the way, Legend still hasn't died. He's 4-6-0. We're now 3 minutes into the game without a single death. That's just insane.
And the one thing I'm really worried about is, like, you know, if you're Cloud9, I don't know, in case you guys haven't seen on the scoreboard, they're losing by quite a bit. But I feel like if you lose a close game, or even like are able to score 150 or 200 points in a loss, you know, you're not defeated. when you lose 250 to 0, it's easy for us to say, oh yeah, just brush it off. Do you realize how hard it is to brush that off? Like it sits in the back of your mind at least. It's a shot to the mental, I would imagine. So would love to see Cloud9 go on some kind of run, 50 seconds or something, because right now it's pure domination. Space Station Gaming run this stuff.
I mean, on some level, I agree with you, but I will say at this stage of Halo Infinite, every player in this lobby has gotten absolutely on a time or two, okay? Like, it's just happened. Everyone's been 250-0'd, at least in a scrim somewhere or in a tournament. Like, it kind of just happens. So I think if you've got a champion mindset, you understand, like, hey, they just got control, they held it well, like, they did a good job, but we can do better in the next game. So, and by the way, it's not a 250-0, so signs of life from Cloud9, and Space Station are going to take it right back, though. Cloud9 in the position, they've got to fight out of the situation.
I'm happy about that for Cloud9, because again, it definitely could have been tough. And Legend hasn't died a single time. Killing Frenzy, 7 assists to go along with it. Doesn't have any time to go for a running riot because
perfection?
The game might be over.
I mean, it's not an official perfection, but I would call that a perfection. To go 10 kills, 7 assists, 0 deaths. That's insane. That's literally a perfect game. The only reason he doesn't get the perfection medal is because the game didn't last longer for him to get another 5 kills.
Wow. Great job coming in from Legend and all of Space Station Gaming. That was quite the dominant performance that we saw in a Stronghold, and it's one of the reasons why they might just be the best team in the entire world. They've already taken 2 of the last 3 events, and now we're going into their home in Salt Lake City, which is this is the road to it. Space Station Gaming looking to go on quite a run, and man, Cloud9 definitely want to take that one back.
If Legend's playing in flow state, that's scary, man. I don't know if I would ever want to play against. Maybe I have in matchmaking. This guy has completely obliterated me in matchmaking a handful of times already. But I mean, to do that to another professional team is just a different level of like flow state. Shout out to Tim, if he's still watching. He's definitely in flow state.
And it's funny because we always talk about flow state. It's a word or phrase that gets often thrown around, but I mean it's the real deal. And I feel like it's not even just in esports; it's in all of sports. Like when your body kind of starts to just you start to just move on instinct. Like when everything is just working for you and everything becomes so much easier. The game slows down for you. We talk about that in football. We talk about that in basketball. It's definitely in Halo. Definitely in Call of Duty. It is a real thing. I guess it'd be like, if for my Dragon Ball Z fans, it'd be Ultra Instinct if I have any Goku fans in the chat.
Absolutely. I mean, I could picture that curly hair standing up and being golden from Legend, Super Saiyan Legends going on. Would the if he went Super Saiyan, would the Saiyan hair be curly as well? That's a
no, it wouldn't actually. It wouldn't. Whether it's flat or whether it's flat, it goes straight up. Just a random fact to just know.
I'm glad that you know the science of Dragon Ball Z and are here to explain it to us. But anyways, we're into game number 4 here. Streets Oddball. This could be a long one.
6-5 lead in the early game here for Cloud9. Oh, Suspector coming out with the double melee, but watch out for those nades and can't quite get the stick. Read down go Cloud9. Now Sab trying to find an exit route, but ain't nowhere to go but the black screen.
A lot of the pros say this man right here could be the best stalker user in the world. This guy is extremely precise with it. I do not want to run into him whatsoever when he has this gun, and neither do Cloud9. They've done a good job to apply max pressure. I don't even know what angle he just got shot from, but 3 different members shut him down. That's one way to take him off the map. Not sure if one of them are going to be able to find their red gun to take it for themselves, but this ball being front C means this fight is still ongoing, and one of these teams will come out on top and should be able to get a C hold.
I love when you say you don't want to run into Stellar like in a dark alley with a stalker. I don't want to run into Stellar, period. Like the dude is jacked, you know, eats at the coolest restaurants, hangs with the chillest dudes and whatnot. Like, bro,
Yeah, of course.
he don't need a star. He don't need a gun. If he wants you out, you're out.
That is a good point. I mean, in Halo, I've seen a lot of pro players say like, or they've been asked like, who's the hardest player to play against? More often than not, Stellar is named. Like players on FaZe, players on Optic, they're just like, yeah, I hate playing against that Stellar guy. He's just not fun to play against.
44-7 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, and every single weak player that gets through is quickly cleaned up by Space Station Gaming. Legend coming in with taking out 2 members of Cloud9. There are a few players that are still going to try to leak through there, and it looks like the ball is in play, so Spectre gets the kill that he was looking for, and no play ball. That's going to be really good for Cloud9.
Massive situation for Cloud9. Best look that they've had to get an extended period of time, but the problem is the ball guy is completely separated from his team. Skeptify tries to close the gap. Ball does start to get rotated through the cafe side, but 2 go down for Cloud9. Looks like Sab is able to successfully rotate away to A, but not safe enough. He might go down. He's taking heavy gunfire. Yes, he does finally get taken down, and if they can push through and kill the next set of spawners, Space Station might have a setup at the A side.
48-23 lead. Space Station Gaming still have control and also trying to push and force Cloud9 out of the A side of the map, and they're successfully able to do so. The only player alive is Sab, who does hit perfect shots on the Stellar, which is a huge kill. Can he chase down Legend, who's rotating the ball?
That was actually an insane kill out of Sab. That completely changes the complexion of the situation. Had Stellar survived there, I think Space Station still have the ball in hand, but Sab, last player alive, makes the hero play. All Cloud9 are here. Looks like they're aware Space Station spawning close on this B side. They have to win the fight before they can comfortably grab that oddball. Camo's up as well, so that's going to be a factor in the next few seconds here.
Trying to figure out how Sab is going to navigate the situation with camouflage coming up. Stellar goes right for it, and Stellar gets the kill, but luckily Tusk comes in quick with the cleanups. Ball reset toward the ATM side. Love this positioning here by Tusk. Don't love the fact that he's in a 1v1 against Eco.
Somehow staying alive. Not Caster's curse, not long enough. Legend takes him out from the cafe side. It's been so many kills just trading back and forth. That looked like a ninja to me, but it's a Spectre. Somehow, I guess he got hit in the shoulder or something, because that just counts as a frontal melee, and the war is ongoing. Bound with the pancake medal. He's going to see if he can get this ball to safety.
Luckily for Spectre, he plays on a really high sensitivity, so he was able to kind of like swipe upwards and not get ninja'd. Otherwise, most players probably getting ninja'd in that situation. Stellar up to the heavens he goes, and now turning this into a flank. Septify has no idea. What the? I thought he didn't know. Wow, snapped on him right there.
Situational awareness. I mean, this is a small map. If you haven't seen all 4 people, one of them's probably behind you. Like, it's just the fact of the matter on streets. You gotta have your head on a swivel, and that map awareness ends up earning the trade, which means that situation is not as bad as it could have been. Just like I said, keep your head on the swivel. Someone might be sitting in a corner. This time it's going to be Tusk with the Stalker rifle, and that's a big pickup. This is finally a really good looking situation for Cloud9 to get at least 10 to 15 seconds.
I feel it's one thing that players like around like low Onyx or high diamond, they don't do enough. Like when you have a setup, be sneaky. Like instead of trying to push their spawn and just be a jerk, like sit in a corner and be a different kind of jerk. Come and play a little Call of Duty, play a little search and destroy type action, and get an easy backsmack. It's effective, and so is Bound and SSG. That's a huge win. 3 down go Cloud9. SSG get the camo.
Bad situation for Cloud9. They did earn a lot of time off of that. I also agree with you, just making sneaky so effective, especially on this map. There's just a lot of places that you can make a play like the one Bound is making. Sab did not expect him, but does a good job to land the 3-shot melee for the trade. Let's look at the spot that Septify is using to stay alive, and teammate was there to help him, but Stellar comes to clean up the situation. The Spectre, last player alive for Cloud9. He's got the ball. I expect him to chuck this to the mid-map so his teammates can get a sightline on it from the seaside.
You know Eco was frustrated with that. Huge plays by Septify to play his life as long as he did. And huge plays by Legend to clear out the purple side. Still 2 more players from Cloud9 that are pushing up, and thought he picked up the shotgun for a second. That's still GA'd. And Stellar still with the rotation towards tires, but numbers advantage favoring Cloud9, and that's until Legend gets his hands on him.
This has been so scrappy, but Space Station have just barely won a majority of these interactions. That's why they have about a 20-second lead, growing to 30 now. And this continue to wage war. Legends not going to grab the ball just yet. Knows that the rest of Cloud9 are on the way, and he needs to get a slay or 2 before it's safe. Now that 3 go dead, a member of Space Station might elect to pick it up.
Tusk hunted down the 1-shot bound. He even has a teammate with them. Cloud9 very good at double pushing together, but 9 seconds on the clock. They need to be able to grab this ball. Tusk able to take down Eco, but it's not going to be enough. They need to grab the ball, and with 3 down for SSG, they get the kills. Don't get that ball.
That felt like a throw, I'm not gonna lie. It felt like somebody should have been in position to grab it. I mean, we could only see Tusk's POV throughout this, but he was opening a lot of time and space for somebody else on the team to show up and grab the ball. Nobody does, though. It's gonna be a round 1 victory for Space Station. Now, Space Station essentially on match point. Cloud9 have to win the next 2 rounds straight to just keep the series alive.
I feel like the situation was a little bit tough. Like, I feel like maybe it was Tusk pointing to grab the ball, but he was 1-shot. Like, what are you gonna do? Curve slide into it and then die to the rest of the players? That's a tough situation there. And SSG, you know, they're gonna find the pressure point and kind of push on it, because not only did Cloud9 lose that round number 1, but now SSG starting early here on round 2. Spectre may have the Stalker. He had it.
Stalker, the most important item on the map now. Now that no one's picking up the other guns, have to see if one team can hold on to it longer than the other. Septify had it there, so it's down in tires unless somebody else just picked it up. Looks like Tusk does try to survive with his life, but he gets hunted down. Look at the way Eco's playing this with camo. Playing so tricky. It doesn't feel like Cloud9 have any way to predict his movement in this moment.
Some sneaky plays at SSG, and it looks like they're once again scoring here. Spectre down to 1-shot. Eco gonna take height to take him down, and the 1-shot Septify will go down as well. 3 hitting the black screen for Cloud9, and the final player is Tusk with nowhere to go, but it's a bounce lap.
Eco not having a great game stats-wise, but you can tell that the way he's playing it is just making it easier for his teammates to play the game. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of ball time, has the least kills as well, but it just feels like when you watch his screen, he's applying pressure at the right times to keep Cloud9 at bay. Look at that, so much damage dealt to spawners across the map. How much extra ball time does SSG earn because he shot those players? It's at this rate, they could just win this round 100-0. It's another 4 dead. Sab has to just find a way to stay alive, but I don't know if he can.
I think that was a really great point by Ego. I mean, everybody knows I love my stats. I'm always going through them after every single event, but I oftentimes try to look for the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet or don't show enough value. A lot of times, those plays that will win games and win series. And Solo camouflage on streets. Oh, he's shooting ghosts right now. He can't find him. Nobody from Cloud9 can stop him. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
This is bad. He's just punching them over and over. Am I watching a fighting game or an FPS? This guy just... How many melees in a row was that? I think he hit like 7 or 8 melees in that entire time we were on his screen. That was insane.
Wow. I would turn up the brightness, turn it down, left, right. So something has to be done so we can see camos better. I know I can't. Maybe Eli, maybe you're good at catching camos, but I promise you I'm not.
I got old eyes, bro. I'm like, yeah. Have you seen how thick my glasses are, man? I can't see in front of, like, I can't see what's right in front of me. You think I can see camo? That's insane.
Well, I do have this special monitor feature I've been messing around with. It actually puts a red box across the enemies. Like, even if they're behind walls, it's actually like these little red rectangles, and it even includes camouflage players. I've been messing around with it recently, and it's really been helping my game.
Yeah, officer, he's right here. Yeah,
wait, what?
This one right here. Yeah. Okay. Get the cuffs out. Get the cuffs out. Oh man, that was close until it wasn't, huh? I mean, it felt like the first 2 rounds were highly contested, and then the last round was just like SSG just wakes up and plays perfect. Like I don't know if Cloud9 were like trying to press the issue too much, or if Space Station is just reading their push ahead of time and playing perfectly against it, but that was insane.
Huge win coming out of Space Station Gaming, but also a huge fight out of Cloud9. Definitely want to wish them GGs and also wish the Spectre a happy birthday. Go enjoy that birthday. Meanwhile, SSG could advance forward to play against Sentinels. Ali, would love to bring you back in. How did you feel about that matchup?
I mean, all I can think about is that Halo is a fighting game now. Clearly. Do you think he's playing on fighting sticks? Like he just swapped over?
He's got the box, like the
He's
arcade box.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely did not make that easy for Space Station Gaming there at the beginning, taking that first 1-1, and it did, it wasn't that easy for Space Station Gaming, but I think they were still a little comfortable. Space Station Gaming moves on to fight Sentinels in elimination finals. That's what's next here, guys. Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming. I think this is a chance for Sentinels again to prove that they can break that top 8 if they can maybe upset here Space Station Gaming. What is the likelihood of that happening here?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I think it's very likely. I mean, I think Sentinels not only have beaten SSG in the past, but we know how good they are. Like they march to a beat of their own drum. They're a team that makes as little mistakes as possible. And when you have a players, I would even say like Precision and even Falcated, who can just go off at any given moment and just stuff the stat sheet, I feel like you're always gonna be in a good position. Once again, SSG are the favorites, just like they were against Cloud9, but Sentinels are a step above. Sentinels definitely are a team that are knocking on the door of the big 4, the big 3.
This is definitely going to be a tough matchup. Go ahead, Eli.
I was just going to say, I expect this to be very much a chess match. We saw the way Sentinels was playing against Native earlier. They were playing so like cerebral. I feel like that's a buzzword that casters and people in the space say a lot, but like just a very methodical way and pace of play that kind of mitigates risk in a way that I don't think I've seen many other teams play in that way. And Space Station's a team that likes to get a lot out of making risky plays. So this will be very interesting to see. Like Sentinels can play like this trappy style that is a good counter to the way Space Station plays, but if Space Station plays super fast and win their pivs, then that can kind of disrupt the orientation that Sentinels is going for. So it's going to be very interesting, I think.
Would love to get your thoughts on Tools mentioned earlier that Sentinels was on the outside looking in terms of, pushing up that top 8. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think their performance in land just needs to improve? What can they do here? Let's go with the Tony. I'm throwing that one to you.
I mean, on the outside looking in of the top 8, I don't believe that. I believe Sentinels are top 6 in the entire world. They seemingly have been struggling due to right from the beginning of the year, getting a top 16 placing and then losing one of their players and having to adapt since. So if you notice, every bracket Sentinels get into in championship bracket is crazy hard. They're running into a phase for top 6. They're running into an SSG early on. They're running into a Shopify Rebellion much earlier than expected. They are not losing to any team outside of the top 4. The problem is they're just running into them as early as possible. So for me to sit here and say they're on the outside of the top 8 looking in, I think they're top 6 in the world. Then once their placings kind of catch up due to these Open Series tournaments and they get the seeding that they want and stop running into these powerhouse teams early on, I think they're going to be okay. Now the question is, if you have them in the top 3, if you want to see them make a grand finals, it's doable. That ain't easy though.
My perspective is they need to get some wins against the top 4 teams. There's a lot of teams that have been taking series off of the top 4 teams, catching them slacking here and there, but it doesn't feel like Sentinels have really racked up wins against the top 4 as much as we know they're capable of. So it's just like, yeah, they're like very solidly in that 5th position, it feels like. But they really need to just get an upset here or there. They got to start winning in these series. And I think they're playing in a way today that I've seen that they could potentially make it happen.
They have to start winning Open Series. They have to get through SSG and get their revenge against Pure, who's waiting in the win in the grand finals right now. But they have Space Station to get through. They have to start winning these Open Series. That's definitely the key for them. Pure was the one that sent them down here, and here they are. Their first match, Argyle CTF. Who's the fastest flag player? Is the question here. I think. If I make my prediction, that first game one is gonna go to SSG.
Yeah, we know Legend is extremely fast with the flag. This is going to be a very interesting one, though. There's so many phenomenal snipers. So many snipers are going to spawn throughout the game, unless it's a 2-minute game like we've seen in the past. But I've also, Boo Boo uploaded like a scrim game to YouTube against FaZe where he literally got 0 kills and they won 3-0 against FaZe. Like he ran 2 flags and had some assists, but they 3-0'd FaZe without Boo Boo getting a single kill. And that just goes to show he doesn't care about getting kills. He cares about winning the game. And he's made game-winning plays throughout that. And those kind of plays go a long way in the HCS.
All right, everybody, I think the elimination finals are ready to begin. Sentinels is ready to take on SSG. Are they ready to take on SSG here on elimination finals for the HCS NA Salt Lake City Open Series here today? I'll let you guys take on this next game.
Winner of this makes it into the grand finals, and if Sentinels or either one of these teams really want to win, they're gonna have to bring their A game. Both of these teams known very well for controlling the pace of the game. Sentinels definitely have maybe a slower approach at first, but they could speed it up when the time is necessary. SSG known for their speed of gameplay, but they can slow it down when necessary. And I think Argyle capture the flag is an opportunity for Sentinels to really show that chess match, the way they're able to attack the mid-map methodically and then slowly start to approach on your enemy. Ain't gonna be easy though when you're talking about Space Station Gaming.
Let's not forget about the grapple plays. How often have we seen Boo Boo Doo Boo flying through the air like Spider-Man on this map, on Catalyst? If there is a map with a grapple, you can bet that he's going to go for it. But on the other side, SSG kind of knows that that's what he does. So they're going to be, looking out for it. By the way, we're buying a little bit of time here. It looks like one of the players currently not in the map. I think one of them had to restart. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to throw it to a short break while we wait for this lobby to get back together. We'll be right back.
It's your Open Series number 2 on your road to Salt Lake City. I don't know if you've been there, but let me tell you, it's a beautiful place. Let me tell you, the mountains are absolutely fantastic. The air is clean. I don't know how to describe it. As somebody who grew up in New Jersey, I can breathe when I'm in Salt Lake City. It's absolutely amazing. I can't wait to go back there. We're gonna be in the home of Space Station Gaming, who also happen to be here on Argyle CTF game number 1. Sentinels, Space Station Gaming. Only one can make it to the grand finals, and only one have a Stellar with a sniper.
Stellar is the scariest man. The last year in Salt Lake City, this guy had, I think, potentially the best sniper performance we've ever seen. And I just recall on this map specifically, just him hitting no scope after no scope after no scope. See if he can replicate some of that here online. Looks like first no scope does connect, but he's gonna have to retreat. Had multiple teammates die, doesn't want to give this sniper away for free. Falcated gonna be able to grab it though.
Stellar gonna lose that sniper, and Falcated going to benefit from it, but does he know that there's a legend pushing from the back base, and now the squad spawns are in, but Falcated, no scope connects onto both players. Bandit will finish both of them off. A double out of Falcated leads to a 4th down for Space Station Gaming. For the love of God, somebody run that flag.
Look at this. This is so smart by Lethal as well. They purposefully let one spawner spawn on the snipe side and then block it so the other spawners come out on the other side as they run it. This was extremely well played by Sentinels, and they get an easy flag cap.
2 going down quick for Space Station Gaming, so not only fresh off of that cap, but no counter cap opportunity for Space Station Gaming, and Sentinels continue to hold on to this map control that they have. Lethal still present towards the Space Station pistol side and has a sniper to work with. Waste the ammo before going down. SSG alleviate at least some of that pressure.
Are they letting Lethal take the sniper off the rip now? He started the game 5-0 and had a sniper seemingly the whole time. I think previously Precision was the one going for it. Maybe that's a change in the way they approach this map off the beginning. Don't blame them. Maybe Precision feeling a bit more comfortable on the front line with his Bandit. Lethal with his veteran awareness, going to make smart heads-up plays with that sniper. Love that change.
Yeah, especially on maps like an Argyle or an Empyrean, give the sniper to Lethal. He has great anticipation, and obviously shot is nasty. I'm not mad at that whatsoever. Not like live fire though. Oh no, give that S7 a precision and let him go a bit. 1-0 lead for Sentinels, who just have gone 3 down.
Yeah, I feel like you have your sniper players that like to use it like a shotgun and be in the front line, and some maps are good for that, some maps aren't good for that. Argyle, definitely a map you want your more passive sniper to hold down the fort. As we see, Stellar right on cue, the 9:30 mark. He knows that sniper's coming up. He got it. Now he gets a free back smack onto Falcated and should be top center to apply extra pressure with the S7 to go down for Sentinels. This looks like a potential push from Space Station. Eco does get the flag out, but I don't think it's going to get very far.
Fantastic nade coming out of Stellar. Oh my gosh. That was a beautiful double. He's not done. Trying to go for the triple as well. Sentinels, though, all spawning towards that snipe side and overwhelming multiple members of Space Station Gaming. So once again, breaking out of their spawn, the Sentinels.
That was a perfect breakout. They get 3 dead. They've already completely crossed the other side. Boo-Boo's got a sniper, and he's already hitting it. Look at the drop down with perfect timing. Gets 2, probably wanted a little bit more out of that, but Falcated should be able to follow it up. Perfect grenade. Gonna be able to get this flag out. Runs it towards his teammate. Should be able to help get this kill. No, huge shots out of Legend. That's gonna shut that down, and the rest of Space Station still coming off spawn.
It feels like it wasn't too long ago where Boo-Boo and Sentinels were up 2-0 in a series against Space Station Gaming, and the man on screen right now stretched his hands out and looked to choke out SSG with the force. Eventually that did end up in a reverse sweep, and something tells me that Sentinels now going to come in just locked in at all times. When they win game number 1, game number 2, doesn't matter. They will bring their A game and look to close things out. Right now up 1-0 in this game, a little less than 8 minutes on the clock.
Very important history to bring up there. These guys have been playing against each other in some of the Open Series as well. I think Space Station has continually gotten the better of them, but they've gotten so close so many times. Legend with a great QT play to get himself, he thought, out of harm's way, but he still gets taken down on the other side of his portal. And this has just been an all-out brawl for mid-map over the last couple of minutes. Neither time having a clear advantage just yet.
Oh, SSG are fresh off of a 4 down, so if there's any team that does have a slight advantage and have an opportunity to push up and infiltrate the base of the other, it had to be Sentinels right here, right now. But both snipers coming up, and Sentinels want to at least secure theirs. Eco and Stellar onto the respawn screen. Bound almost escapes with his life, but he's hunted down as well. Legend, the final weak player, and Falcated doesn't let anybody escape. That's another 4 down for Space Station Gaming.
Falcated playing absolutely lights out. 12 kills already. Stellar 13 on the other side, but this is all Bandit out of this guy. No power weapons to speak of. I feel like he's just so good at reading the strafe that his opponent's going to go for and just hitting every single shot. I don't know how he can predict the strafe of a player like Legend, who just does something different every time. It's very impressive.
Well, I can teach you. It's usually in some way, shape, or form left, right, left, right. left.
Oh,
to right.
okay.
And at some
Interesting.
point in time, if they go left,
Double
expect
kill.
them at some point in time to go right.
They're not just going to run in a straight line to one side, because I feel like if they did
That's
that,
what
maybe
I
that might throw them off even more. They expect him to come back. You start lining up the reticle on the other side, but he never walks back into it. It's hard to play against.
I just straight line crouching, straight forward crouching at my. No wonder I don't win a gunfight. 1-0 lead in favor of Sentinels. Stellar is able to grab a hold of that sniper, and has 2 more bullets to work with. But for this man, that might as well be good for 8 kills. A double out of Stellar, and just barely misses out on the quick scope. Still 3 down for Sentinels, and the flag already started for Space Station Gaming.
That was so smart too. He knew the spawners were about to spawn, so quickly teleports out of there because he wanted to open that spawn point back up. That was definitely a spawn related teleport there. He does ultimately go down, but he's now 19 and 10. This guy just went on a tear in that last life. I feel like it was just 30 seconds ago I called out him having 13, so 6 more on the side of Stellar, but not going to be enough. 3 dead now for Space Station, and it's Sentinels running the flag.
Sentinels sending 3 bodies to secure the recap. Meanwhile, the final player starts running the flag in Boo Boo Doo, and Bound and Legend are able to get through Precision off of their spawn, but the flag's still on the move. So the question is it too little too late? Bound has to take a 1v1 against his former teammate, and Boo Boo Doo just threw some perfect grenades to force him back. Stellar wants to clear things out just a bit, but Precision and Sentinels are still here. It is an absolute fight, a war, and Lethal's the final player alive and cannot run the flag in. Excellent defense coming out of SSG, and it's converted to offense.
This has gone back and forth. How many times have these teams just traded position, stopping a flag run, running a flag? They get stopped. The other team runs the flag. This is now the 3rd or 4th time that this has happened in a row. New snipers just came up. Let's see if any of these teams can start landing some shots. Bound taking a very aggressive position bottom center with the sniper. He gets taken down. It hit the body shot though, and that looks like SSG should be able to get this flag home.
Stellar lines that body shot, and the headshot precisely on Precision's head. And the first cap now belongs to Space Station Gaming. Lethal forward on the map, and it looks like Legend and SSG are now going to get the information that he's there, and the rest of SSG want to get rid of him. That's Bound on the hunt, and now SSG on offense.
Bound just sliding all over this side of his map. Finally gets taken down. It's 3 dead again. It just feels like these teams are blow for blow going back and forth. Valkated finds the extra snipe ammo. He's got the last 4 bullets left on the map. See what he can do with them. Nothing.
1 bullet left. Whoa. No
Okay.
bullets after that, and plants the last one onto Boo Boo Doo Boo's skull. As Stellar has some presence over toward the opposing vent, Eco gets up to his, and the 50% map control belongs to Space Station Gaming. Lethal, though, making a play, takes down at least 1. It looks like Sentinels deal with Bound as well. You'd think SSG have all the advantage in the world, but Lethal and Sentinels, a little sneaky with it.
Love the way Eco's played this situation. Don't love the way he used that grapple, though. He played that situation before that so well to kind of guarantee that he stayed alive and stopped any potential flag movement. Flag is at the bottom pistol side, but don't believe anyone's going to be in position to grab it. Boo Boo, though, a little bit of damage, and we're back to square one.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left in regulation here, and a potential overtime if nobody's able to utilize what's left in the timer. And sudden death as well. Stellar, a huge kill onto Falcon. It takes height with that grapple. Precision being a forward player, but you're forward onto 3 members of Space Station Gaming. No kill, no live for Precision.
Only 2 minutes on the clock. Lethal can't finish the kill onto Stellar. He's going to scurry away. Hate to see that. Next set of snipers are about to be up as well. And now Lethal, after chasing that kill and not getting it, is left in no man's land. He gets taken down. That's a huge opening for Space Station. Bound was getting ready to pull the flag, but a huge timely shutdown from Boo Boo Doo Boo. He can stay alive. He can stop this flag from getting pulled.
Eco is here towards the plasma grenades, wants to use every last bit of him, trying to sneak away some easy damage, but Falcon avoids that and still has about half a clip in a sniper to work with. Also has his teammates as well. A player off the map, Legend. There's something down there for you, buddy.
Best movement in the game, by the way. But
No cap.
sometimes your slide is just a little bit too fast, and you can't stop it. You can't slow down. You fall off the map. Happens to the best of us. You ever have that happen? You hit the slide just right, and you just somehow get a massive speed boost, and you're off the map. It's the worst.
I have, but I don't know if that was the case. I've heard a rumor that there's actually a secret grapple and overshield underneath each player's base. And I think Baby Legend was going for that.
He just barely missed it. Yeah, he tried to proc the OS while falling and then grapple back up, but just barely missed the timing. Yeah, it's really tough to do. But everyone that's watching this, next time you get Argyle, just keep jumping off the map and looking for it, because if you find it, it's going to help you win the game.
Yes, if you match up against me in matchmaking, continue to jump off the map very close to your base. I promise eventually you'll get it, and you'll do something. See, look, Booba Dooba found it.
Oh, he missed the overshield, though. He just got the grapple. If he was just down there a little bit longer, he would have got the overshield.
16 seconds.
Has really had a lot of control for, like, they get control, but they haven't had it for longer than 10 seconds, it feels.
And less than 10 seconds of regulation here. SSG on full defense. Nobody from Sentinel's going to be able to sneak in and grab a hold of this flight. I was about to say nobody except for Precision for a second. And now we're moving into an overtime. It's next cap takes it.
This was such a clutch kill from Boo Boo. Everything was going bad for Sentinels, but he perfects bound to stop Space Station from getting that flag out. That made all the difference. That's why we're in overtime. Look at the pressure from Precision. I love that he grabs the battle rifle to descope the sniper. It's so much harder to rescope a BR than it is like between bandit shots.
7 bullets to work with. Booba Dooba's going to live toward the bottom mid side. Space Station Gaming cannot allow him to get behind enemy lines undetected. That's an important player right now, especially if he has the grapple right now. I know Falcated doesn't have it. I know Stellar still has 6 bullets to work with the sniper. Some great defense coming out of Space Station Gaming, watching every single angle on the map. Nowhere for Sentinels to sneak in.
It's looking like a chess match. The pawn and bishop are moving up the right side of the board here. Can they take the queen, though? Precision scurrying under the base. Lethal's got the sniper, and he cuts down Eco. That's going to be the great defensive kill that they needed to slow this push down. And Stellar takes a bite out of bounds, but gets a headshot at the same time. Another one. Oh my god. Can you imagine if that was a headshot? That was still insane.
Some stellar shots coming out of SSG's finest right there. Might lead to the cap that they're looking for, because Sentinels are forced to overextend off a spawn. Looks like they actually go right through the needle side and right through the mid, and some not so perfect timing. The moment Stellar looks away is the moment Sentinels are able to sneak through. A one-shot Falcon, it goes down though. It looks like the same for Lethal. Just one more player left in Precision to try to stop this flag from going in, and again, they can't. SSG take game 1.
Stellar just wins the game with the sniper sometimes, man. He just hit 3 perfect shots in a row to delete Sentinels off the map, and as long as your teammates are in the right spot to grab the flag and capitalize off of plays like that, as the rest of Space Station often are, they're always pushing forward. They're always making space for Stellar to make plays like that, and then they're already in position to run a perfect flag. That was beautiful out of Space Station.
And don't call him SS Jesus for no reason. Let me tell you, the man making plays, and so did the entirety of Space Station Gaming. Don't want to take anything away from anybody on the map, but 27 kills, 10 assists, and not even on some like stat padding type of stuff, like just legitimately on some making plays and guaranteeing flag caps for your team, and just guaranteeing map position, guaranteeing pressure, the defense. Just, I felt like every single time we were on board with Stellar, he was doing something impactful on the map and denying Sentinels either an opportunity or gaining one for Space Station Gaming.
I will say Sentinels had a great defensive effort throughout. That game could have ended a lot of different times before we even got to overtime, but Sentinels kind of clawed their way through that game. Ultimately wasn't enough, but I like what I saw out of them. I don't feel like they're out of this just yet. Space Station had to earn that, and they're going to have to earn every other game in this series.
Taking a look at some of the highlights here, and keep in mind, you know, before obviously going into that overtime, it was Sentinels who started off with that 1-0 lead and kept it for quite some time. You know, Argyle is definitely not a marathon. Definitely not a sprint. It's definitely a marathon and a battle of attrition. So going into Slayer, if Sentinels are able to start off as hot as they did, maybe this time they close it out, because it's going to take a lot less time than Argyle CTF.
I think Bound just took the fastest possible route to get to the camo, and Proc said instantaneously, of course, he's going to find his way into gold to potentially go for the shock rifle, but no, has a teammate called out an enemy over here, so it takes a little detour, and he gets spotted out. Love that play out of Precision. Says, I'm too smart to fall for that one. He's going to be awarded the shock rifle, and it's a 4-0 lead for Sentinels.
Would have been pretty crazy though. Precision like jumps backwards onto that shot, grabs it, tries to goes bat ledge, easy packs back for Bound. I like the creativity of that play. I might even try that in the future. I've never tried that one before. And still SSG are able to get the kills necessary and get the shock out of their hands. Eco has it now and is fully rotating with the use of the grapple.
Sentinels' hot start is immediately matched and answered back by Space Station. They now have the lead from 4-0 to 6-5 in a blink, it seems. Eco still has the shock rifle, and this does not look good for Sentinels. They are trapped long haul, 3 members, and they have Space Station collapsing from all sides. Huge jumping headshot out of Eco. He's looking for more.
5-kill advantage seemingly out of nowhere here for SSG as they double the score line of Sentinels, and look how quick they are to hit the spawn. Sentinels come up and they have nades, ammo, everything being thrown at them by SSG. A 4-down turns to a 7-0 run there as SSG now start to pull away with things. A camouflage coming up. Baby Sentinels can now slow things down.
Absolutely insane. Sentinels just not having enough space to work with in that last play, but it's because of the way Space Station played it. They predicted the spawns and immediately surrounded all exit points and played it flawlessly to the point that they didn't even lose a player until finally now Sentinels are the ones answering back. Falcated's got the camo. Precision's got a double kill. Let's see what Falcated opts to do with his time under the sun here, as he does find a melee, but now he's gonna have to cross through the center of the map and help his teammate who's trapped in the tower.
At one point, this was a 13-8 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming. Well, Sentinels just took the lead. Meanwhile, SSG only put 2 kills on the board since then. That is the recovery coming out of Sentinels, and Falcon doing everything he can to stay alive. Luckily, he has some teammates on the perimeters.
Lethal having a Bound-esque performance. 0 kills so far, but 5 assists, only 3 deaths as well. Let's see if he can close this game out with an overkill like we saw Bound close a similar game earlier. Falcated, awkward fight. Melee doesn't connect. I think Stellar backed up just far enough for that lunge to not come through, but it's a big pickup to go out without a trade.
I was wondering, was it that? I was also wondering, like, was it because he tried to, like, melee him up the stairs? That stairs kind of, makes things weird. That was an awkward fight, like you said. And, shock in the hands of Boo Boo Dubu, and Sentinels holding down the gold side, which is where they want to be at the moment. Multiple going down for Space Station Gaming. Some excellent long-range shots from Legend, but right now each team really just soften each other up, trying to create a bit of an opening, and Bound, he is the opening.
I think Legend calls out that there's weak players in gold, so that's why Bound pushes in. Legend ends up picking off the 1 shot after Bound goes down, but still a 3-kill lead for Space Station. Look at that, mid-fight, tries to juke him with the column, slides off of it, not gonna fall for it though, are Sentinels. And this new camo is gonna be highly important. It's gonna be up in 3 seconds.
Sentinels took the lead for quite a bit, but SSG snatched back what's rightfully theirs, apparently. Now Bound snatching up that camouflage as well. 3 shots into the melee. Precision ends up going down. Nades are being avoided by the 1-shot camoed out Bound, and he's on the attack. Falcated finds out the hard way. Bound, he could be sneaky as well.
Looked like this member of Sentinels saw Bound, but Bound makes such a smart play to change routes immediately. That player was expecting Bound to go the high side. Bound changes his route and goes low instead, gets the back smack. Love that play out of Bound. That's just reading your opponent and making an audible on the fly.
Missed melee. Ooh, the fight still won. Precision ends up being taken down due to some perfect shots out of Bound. 33 to 26 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, and a one-shot Ecos and a switch out for Bound to come in for the cleanups. If you haven't learned the main switch by now, add it to your repertoire. Every pro uses it.
I mean, if you're not baiting and switch, like, are you even a Halo player? It's literally the fundamental part of like team Halo. Like, you have to bait and switch with your teammates. And what is happening here? The Shroud just completely juking both teams in that situation. Finally, the fight does end, and it's going to end with Boo having shock rifle in his hand. He's going to need to hit some shots to bring Sentinels back into this.
Sentinels were born in the shadows, you know? Eco, he merely adopted it. Apparently, Sentinels, if you have a Shroud down, they're going to stay alive in situations they have no business doing so. It eventually leads to another 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Falcon is able to get away with the shot. And although SSG, the first ones to hit the 40 kill mark, Sentinels now finally started to move into rhythm a bit. Only down by 7. It's not impossible just yet.
Not impossible, but very difficult. Space Station have now just taken a defensive stance, but Bound finds himself out in the open. Eco not gonna walk out. He does actually expose himself for a moment, but not without Legend here to support him. And all of a sudden, Sentinels have gotten 3 unanswered kills. It's now just a 5-kill game as Bound picks one up on Lethal, but Sentinels are right back into it.
4 kills between them. Falcon, trying to get some information, trying to find out exactly where SSG are going to be pushing from, and looks like we have that information, knowing Eco and Bound are busting right through the gold side, but some well-placed grenades lead to a fastball coming out of Falcon and Suppress. You ain't the only pitcher in the HCS.
I couldn't even tell what happened there exactly. Did another grenade damage that player to 1 shot, and then the sticky, it was a sticky kill that he hit him with to get the fastball. That was insane.
2 kills separating the 2, making 1. Eco, huge kill out of him, but an even bigger flank out of Falcon, taking down both members of Space Station Gaming, making it a 46 to 45 game. There's 4 members of Sentinels that over toward the A side, and Bound runs right in for the trade, and with a 1 kill advantage, trades may work with them.
Stellar takes heavy damage here, though. Can he find a way out? Yes, he can. Bound finds one on Precision immediately off of spawn as well. I think they spawned kind of in a 1v1. Were they not the 2 that just traded? And then Bound kills him immediately off spawn.
This is it. 1 kill as Falcon takes down Legend, and a 1-shot Falcon is not going to pay. He is not pushed by SSG, tied up at 48 apiece, but it's like Eco was able to take down Lethal. The gold side is still being pushed right now. SSG have entire control of it. Boo Boo Doo runs into 2 members of SSG. He's a sprinter, he's a marathon, but can he run away? It looks like he's able to stay alive, and with camouflage up, do SSG punt it? They weren't baiting it.
They started to chase. They made the call to push long haul. They see Boo Boo. It looks like they did chase ultimately. Look at the sneaky plays. They call him the best in the world, but they've spotted him. They found him. Precision got a kill. No, Boo Boo does go down. He bought so much time though for feasibly a teammate to get another kill somewhere on the map. But man, I kind of expect Boo Boo to make a more maybe patient play with the camo there. Maybe he didn't feel like he had enough time based on what else was happening on the map, but good on Space Station for spotting him out and shutting him down.
It was quite the roller coaster of emotion that we saw here. I think we're actually about to see it right now. Lethal ends up going down, so that's kind of all of Boo Boo Doo reinforcements over toward the gold side, but notice how Boo Boo Doo still wants to at least plant right here. Then he sees 2 members of SSG sprinting at him. He says, I'm out of here. Denial grenades goes down. He stays alive, can breathe, and says, oh, you know what? Nobody's watching camo. When that happens, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible for Sentinels. Oh my gosh, this is amazing for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo gets camo, and SSG don't know where he went, but he takes a bit of a direct route, like you kind of mentioned, right toward the battery side. One player is able to spot him, doesn't do much with it, and although Precision gets a kill on the feed, eventually Boo Boo Doo, there was nowhere for him to go there.
I'm looking at the play again, and I think the thought process was there's a call out that 2 people are long haul. He sees Bound seemingly by himself, top gold. So he's thinking, he can maybe backsmack Bound, and then the rest of Sentinels are perched up in tower, catwalk, trip stacks, and they're ready to fry anybody that feasibly sees and chases Boo Boo. So I think Sentinels actually had a solid game plan there at the end, but it just didn't quite pan out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just wish, like I said, I thought it was a bad situation. It turns to a good one when he stays alive and grab camouflage, but that's where just weren't able to get over the hump, and SSG simply do. And that's a 2-0 lead now here for SSG. And the one thing I always realize when we talk about these open series events, when we talk about in the future, like nobody talks about how close these matches are in game number 1 or game number 2. The fact that Sentinels had the lead for quite some time, and then SSG have to go into overtime in order to win that game 1. Or honestly, Sentinels are 1 kill away with camouflage and having every resource to win, and just aren't able to get there. Nobody talks about that. All they talk about is, what the hell was the series score? Was it a sweep? And right now, it looks like although the games have been entertaining, although they have been close, it still can be a sweep in favor of Space Station Gaming.
That's a very good point. Both games literally being as close as possible. Overtime in one game. Oh yeah, here's the fastball. I saw a couple people in chat saying, what's a fastball? So when a grenade hits a Spartan, like it's a frag bouncing off their forehead or the sticky lands, it does a very minuscule amount of damage, just the sticky or frag landing. And if you're already basically no shield and no HP, just getting hit in the forehead by it can actually kill you. And yeah, that's how he got the kill there. And that's when the fastball shows up in the kill feed.
In my opinion, worst grenade, the worst metal in the game. If a player is that weak, shoot him. But in situations like that, the sticky killer, that was just chaos. That was like an instant-splode that like propelled the grenade forward. But in your lobbies, if you guys get a fastball, most of the time, you probably should have shot him. You probably should have shoot him.
Should have done what?
Shoot him, excuse me.
Shoot him. Yeah, of course.
My mouth moves faster than my brain.
Right. Here we go. This is chaos off the start, but Space Station, amidst the chaos, they've almost finished the hill while I've explained what a fastball is. This is insane.
Just about done with this hill. Eco planted over towards it, but Precision going to chase him out. And so SSG bounced right back, and that's a 4 down, and an overkill coming out of Bound, taking Sentinels to Bound Town.
Hey, yo, he's 7-1 to start, by the way. This man, I feel like the game just started. How did he have 7 kills? 4 of them are an overkill, and what looked like 2 extremely close games, this third game is not looking close so far.
Perfect. 1-0 lead here for Space Station Gaming. However, at a bit of a man disadvantage, at least to start off this push, and Boo Boo Doo was already stuck through the tram side and willing to take the fight against Bound. With half the members of Space Station Gaming respawning, Sentinels have ample time to get some hill time, and on top of that, get into a clean setup and maybe get camo.
Stellar grabs it and somehow survives. Bound has the help to clean up Falcated as well. And 3 dead for Sentinels. Last player is Boo Boo, and wow, he gets cut down as fast as possible there. And Stellar's like, hey, can you guys get the hill? Because I'm trying to go kill some spawners.
The hill was grabbed by the rest of SSG, so now Stellar, he has the opportunity to push those spawners with Disruptor in the back pocket here. Not using it, but is using that Bandit. Precision being a bit of a tricky kill, but Stellar eventually takes him down, and Lethal answers right back with a couple well-placed grenades. While all this happens, though, SSG continue to score. Sentinels, this is their last push. They have to get him out, or they have to start rotating towards this next hill.
Very smart decision here to not continually headbutt into that hill. That was going to be very bad if they kept. And look at that. 3 kills seemingly at the same exact time in the kill feed, but it's now Lethal, the last player on this side of the map. I like the way Lethal's playing this. Even though this isn't right next to the hill, if you control this half of the map, it's going to be a lot easier over time for you to finish this hill. You do not want the opponent to spawn on the snipe side during this hill.
Yeah, but it feels like not only did you notice his positioning, it looks like Space Station Gaming noticed it as well, and they made sure to 2-prong attack, attacking from the snipe side and the blue side, and they clear out all of that. That's some unfavorable spawners now for Sentinels.
who have we been talking about a lot the last couple of days, popping off for Sentinels and been an X factor for them right now.
Shake.
Their X factor. So it should be. Shake's the man. Love Kyle. But Falcated, he's been shut down this game. He's only got 1 kill. When I started that sentence, he had 0. But on the board now, finally has 2. But to shut down a player that normally outputs insane amounts of damage, that's just a lot less damage that Space Station are taking throughout the rest of the game. And maybe that's why they're up so well, seemingly easily so far.
I often talk about teams looking too comfortable on the map. And right now, SSG just look way too comfortable. Not enough resistance coming out of Sentinels to kind of inflict their way, to set the pace. Right now, they're playing reactionary to Space Station Gaming. It seems at every single turn where they need to do something. They need to start playing their game, and going 3 down, I can tell you, I've seen that playbook. That ain't in it.
This is not looking good for Sen. They go 3 dead again. Falcated just gets hunted down. Bound gets the beat down, and this is going to be all she wrote for this hill. The only good news for Sentinels is there's still a lot of time on the regulation clock, but it just feels like they're desperating, and SSG are just cutting them down every step of the way. And because of these desperate moves, SSG actually feel comfortable to step out of the hill for now. They're going to run some of the time off the clock so that there is no good news for Sentinels. I was just saying the good news was the clock, but they're like, yeah, let's take away that win condition as well, and let's burn off some more time before we finish capping this. Huge heads up play from SSG.
Let me tell you, man, they don't call you Eli the nice guy for no reason. The fact that you can watch this abomination that we're seeing right now and somehow find anything nice to say is great, because it was pretty damn dominant in favor of Space Station Gaming, for lack of a better term. And it looks like it's picking up exactly where it left off. Sentinels had a moment, a shred of control. Well, that's gone. And look, SSG, right back to that strategy. You had time on your side, now you barely don't, because they're going to win this hill eventually, go up 3-0, and you're going to have less than 2 minutes to put 3 hills on the board. Eli, go ahead and tell them how hard that is.
I mean, we're watching a boa constrictor just literally slowly constrict around the neck of its victim. Like, they're just, any possible way out of this game, Space Station have denied the opportunity. They do finally finish this hill, I think because they were starting to die a little bit, but I mean, the oxygen has been pumped out of the room. Sentinels have very little air to breathe, and they've got to make the most out of what they can get. Right now, they're doing well for this hill, but without playing perfect Halo, it's damn near impossible.
And it looks like SSG hopping right out of that hill, so they're going to continue to play time, kind of picking up where they left off on that top dip hill. And they're going to say you have 1 minute and 30 seconds now to try to take 3 hills in a row against a team that not only is known for their aggression, but also known as, once they get into the defensive stances, they are hard to break. SSG not just great at breaking setups, they're also great at holding them as well. And Legends really good at winning pivotal battles.
Just feels like Sentinels have been on the death screen every time I look up. Finally, fight's kind of going in their favor, but will it matter? Minute left. 3 hills down. The hill after this goes to Snipe, which is one of the easier ones to lock down, but after that it goes bottom middle, where SSG can almost certainly play for time to close out the game. They've already set up the win conditions. It's only a matter of time before this one's over.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I love that I'm seeing some fight out of Sentinels right now, but you can't tell me it doesn't feel a little bit too little too late. Like, yes, they're going to end up winning this hill, but look at what they sacrificed in order to get it. You sacrificed 3 hill and so much time. SSG have stopped playing for the scoreboard. They are not looking to put that 4th hill. They're saying that normally it takes 40 seconds to capture a hill, usually about a minute worth of neutral time at least to be comfortable with it. You have that to capture 2. It is not a good situation here for Sentinel. So although love seeing the fight, it really does feel like it's too little too late.
I have to agree with you. I think Space Station just purposefully opened the snipe spawns just so they can run right back at them and kill them again. Etho's gonna fight back though a little bit after he goes down. 35 seconds left on the clock. 3 dead again for Sentinels. There's a victory lap here that we're seeing. Legend, by the way, 23-7 this game. So the same series, was it? He just went 10-0 in a game earlier today. I mean, this guy is playing at his best today.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think you could make a very good argument for Stellar for MVP again, but I think like if you include the intangibles in the storyline, like Legend has a very good case for MVP this season. The lights were bright. The spotlight was on him, and not only does he come in and win the first event of the year, but he is not just a role player. He's a shining star on the team, and he continued that over in Atlanta, and he's continued just to be one of the best players in the league, a Swiss Army knife that not only is great in the objective in running flags, but also can slay out with the best of them, provide damage when you need to. This man does everything, including selling peanuts in the damn gallery. He's over here selling tickets at the front door. If you come in with a bag, he has a metal detector wand and he's checking you. He does everything in the freaking venue, and he does it great.
He's not selling peanuts. He's selling croissants in the audience. He said, croissant for you. Oh, this man is incredible, though. I mean, you look at their stats. He's topping the charts for OBJ. He's slaying almost as close as Stellar. Like, he might not output as many kills and assists as Stellar every single game, but he is outputting the same damage or more damage quite frequently. Look at this damage. Yes, most damage on the team. And we can't really see how much hill time he had, but I mean, in oddball, he's usually the ball guy as well. He's just insane.
Damage. 3 players in the 5K club here out of Legend, Stellar, Bound, and SSG. Even Eco pretty damn close to the 5K club as well. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we did see some life toward the end of the game. Simply was not enough, and no matter how close and how competitive that series was, especially when you focus on the first 2 games, the story is still the same. The story is Space Station Gaming come out with a 3-0 sweep against Sentinels on their way to the grand finals.
Doesn't feel like a 3-0, Tony. It feels like there was a lot more fight. I mean, those first 2 games were very winnable. This last game did not feel winnable. I'll be completely honest. This one, Space Station had their number, but maybe it's also a side effect of losing 2 incredibly close games. It's hard to put all of your energy into a game and then barely lose it at the last second twice in a row, and then also load into the 3rd game and have any semblance of energy left. Space Station ran away with it.
Oh, Ali, I know you're probably wiping your tears with your Sentinels jersey right now. I know you must be extremely upset. And look at, there it is. I'm sorry. Do you need a moment?
I should have brought my tissues, like Kleenex. Yeah.
I can't hear it.
Oh.
Muted.
I should have brought my tissues. I'm sorry. I didn't want you guys to hear that. Wow. SSG just dominating there. Sentinels, still, you guys said it. They had fight in them, but SSG is just complete domination, and they have moved on towards grand finals to meet another team who has been dominating, Pure. I mean, this squad is individually, like, all of the players are individually talented, but I was looking at their history, and I have not seen Pure win a game versus Space Station Gaming. So the question is, can they do it here in the Open Series here before Worlds?
I mean, yeah, it's possible. It definitely is, but just like every matchup that SSG has been in, they're the favorites going in, and that includes right here in the grand final. So again, yes, it's possible for Pure to win, but just like Sentinels weren't able to do so, just like Cloud9 weren't able to do so, Pure still are fighting an uphill battle. But I think SSG's journey continues to get harder and harder, especially against Pure, a team that definitely can match their pace if they want to speed things up.
What about you, Eli? You think Pure can do it?
I mean, they've got the winner's bracket token in their back pocket. They just got to win one of the next 2 series. Now, obviously easier said than done against Space Station, and like you said, they haven't done it yet, but they've beat everybody else. They 3-0'd FaZe on LAN. I believe they beat Optic too, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, this is just like the last beast of the trio that they need to take down, and I don't see any reason why they couldn't.
All right, well, we will find out after we take a quick break, guys. We are getting ready for the grand finals of the first week of the Salt Lake City Open Series, the North America Open Series here today. All right, everybody, get your snacks, get your popcorn, because this is going to be a good one. See you guys in a minute.
Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe.
Enemy team nearing victory. Team nearing victory.
Killing spree.
Ball on bound.
Ball incoming.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Enemy has the
Double kill. Reversal.
enemy has the ball. Ball team nearing victory. Ball drop.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Snipe. Perfect. Killing spree. Double kill.
Welcome back to the NA HCS Open Series Road to Salt Lake City, guys. The grand finals are here. Pure versus Space Station Gaming sit on the grand finals, and today we get to find out who will win. Will Pure continue dominating the Open Series, or will SSG be here to stop them? We're about to find out as this grand finals is ready to go. Let's see if you guys have your predictions right. Type them in the chat. Let's get this game started.
Talking about predictions, I don't know if you remember, Tony, when the thing ended yesterday, I was asked who would be in grand finals. Do you remember who I said?
Did you say Pure and SSG?
I did.
Ooh, love that.
I mean, it was a bit more obvious when Optic forfeited, to be honest. Like, Optic was going to be the one to ruin my prediction, I think, if anybody. But Pure are looking great, man. I really do think it's their time. I think that SSG...
It really is. It feels like a matchup where you gotta win it in one series. The moment it goes to two, it feels like all of that momentum is going to shift in favor of Space Station Gaming. So Pure, like you said, have to take advantage of the advantage that's given to them. And Legend taking a whole lot of space right now, all the way toward the opposing utility, and wraps right back, but Talik sits him down.
Those are some massive shots out of Talik. If he does not get that kill, I think that flag is going to go all the way. But huge shutdown. Now it's Pure capping the flag, and Eco gets back to mid-map, but 3 dead for Pure. They should have another flag out. This might be back-to-back flag caps. One player of Pure is in SSG's fridge side of the map, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop this run. No, I'm wrong. The flag's already been returned. My bad.
One only in favor of Pure at the moment here. Eco with some easy shots, but backs down to try and play his life, because those are a lot of grenades coming off of the spawning Pure members who seemingly trapped over towards the back base. Can they fight out of it? But trades across the board. 3 leads to a 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Bound the final player, and last shot puts the last shot onto his head.
Impressive stuff. Pure not only clear their side, but retain 3 players alive. That means they can cross the map before Space Station comes off spawn. This is one of the most important parts of the map, to be your opponent's utility bridge. Look at the vantage points he has. He can see the OS. He can force the spawns into the fridge side. He can stop the other team from rotating anywhere out of their base. As long as he stays alive here, SSG will have a very difficult time on the map. And look at the shots. Barely loses that fight, but the damage was done. He opened up the map for Pure.
The man is a damage dealer, and even if he's weak, he is still in the fight, and apparently so is Eco, the most forward player on the map. An early pull right up the middle, and look how fast the reinforcements put their bodies on the line to keep the flag player alive.
So impressive. Eco just trusted that his teammates would take the shots, and they did. And now they are on the board. We're tied 1-1. And right now it's Cherish controlling mid map. He's going to see an opening to push forward as 3 were dead for Space Station, clearing all his corners, making sure nobody's being sneaky. But he gets spotted out. See if he can continue to aggress here. They're going to wait till they get a couple of kills before they pull this flag. It would be a little bit too dangerous to start the flag run. But look at that, the defensive effort from Space Station, and now it's them pulling the flag.
Cherish and Talik were demanding a lot of attention over toward the back base, and eventually Cherish goes down. Talik has lived, and can't say the same for Legend. Druck, double kill out of him. Another 3 going down for Space Station Gaming means that Pure can continue to run this flag over and maybe get the return. Bound, not able to have much influence on the map as Druck is raining down shots onto every remaining player from Space Station Gaming, and last shot has the flag all the way back toward the util.
Beautifully played from Pure. They're just so in tune with the spawns, exactly when these players are going to show up, exactly what routes they want to take to cut off the flag player, and they're just not going to let them cut off the flag player. This new OS is up, and it's Pure that still have control of mid-map, but as 2 go dead on their side, looks like last shot's the last opportunity for Pure to grab the OS, and he does. That is so massive. You have to imagine if Space Station get this OS, they could convert it into a flag cap easily, as the rest of Pure had already died.
Overshield ends up being drained here from last shot, but he still takes down Bound and lives to see another engagement. Eventually, the nades from Stellar and SSG are going to be able to clear him out, and it looks like Legend wants to play forward over toward the base of Pure, but moonwalks right into Talik.
Talik must have just been sitting in that little ledge next to the base. Very sneaky position that was unexpected. Looks like a 3v2 situation. Eco knows that Talik is weak, pushes up aggressively, land that kill, and the peak shots. Everyone in this lobby seemingly using that tech, and these gunfights look so hard to win. You've got to time your shots, predict when they're going to show up. You've got to time to make them miss their shot. And look at the Houdini play out of Druck. I don't even know where he went there, but fortunately one of Stellar's teammates finds him.
The late jump into the just stay alive over towards P2, man. Druck, he is one of the trickier players in the game. His movement is definitely one of his best attributes, and he uses it perfectly. As Eco, one of his best attributes is long range shots to cover his teammates back as the flag moves over toward the bin map, and Eco takes height in order to take Cherish down. Bound gonna be the final player alive here, and not sure he's gonna be able to keep it alive. Talik with the return and Pure with the reset.
How many times do we see Talik clutch up in those very close flag situation, just getting the return, getting a kill, getting a player to one shot to open up time and space for his teammates? I mean, Talik is just, he is so vigilant about focusing on objective in every single interaction, almost like with tunnel vision to a degree, but he plays it so perfectly. He's the reason that Pure are in the lead here. He's also 12 and 8, most positive in the lobby.
A determined Legend throws that flag off of the base, drawing in the attention of Pure. You want the attention, you got it. And apparently Legend knows how to handle it. Double kill out of him, or at least two, quickly going down. Bound with the overshield, picking up that flag, relaying it forward, and the spawning players of Pure, they want to get eyesights on the flag. The problem is Legend and the rest of SSG just have too much pressure on them, and Bound caps in their second flag.
Legend just patrolling around the map, keeping track of the spawners. Another another flag run is out, and look at this. They know that they spawn their opponents in the utility side, are able to cut them off and surround them. Bound finds a double. This is going to be a back-to-back flag cap for Space Station.
Bound and Eco here toward the Kartwe side. They have the height advantage, but Druck still wants to Bound. It doesn't go down. That's not a trade there. Legend goes after Talik, but he's one shot, trying desperately to stay alive. Flag reset on both sides here. We're still tied up at 2 apiece. That was quite the fight.
My God, I thought it was a guaranteed cap, but once again, Talik makes the clutch play to get the return. I just got done saying that, and he does it again. And look at him, he's just applying pressure into the fridge side. Legend doesn't care though. He's gonna push straight into Last Shot's face, gets that kill. Cherish gonna finally shut him down. And this has just been an all-out brawl in the center of the map. Huge shots out of Cherish to shut down Bound. 3 dead for SSG, but I don't think Pure have the timing just yet to push into the base.
11 kill on the board here for Cherish. 6 assists to go along with it. The newest member of Pure has been a valuable member at that. Last shot. Perfect shots out of Legend. Overshield about to come up, and Druck has some great positioning on it, but Legend has the angle to try to keep him away. But can he keep both Cherish and Druck away from that overshield? It looks like he's not going to be able to do so, but the cleanup comes in. Overshield sits towards the mid map. Last shot.
Oh my God.
Covering Cherish's back.
Was that Last Shot again that grabbed the OS? How many times has he done that? He seems to just be the last guy alive or in this situation. Make sure he procs the OS. So many clutch plays coming out on the side of Pure, but all these clutch plays have added up to a tied game. If Space Station are the ones that just get one of these OSs or are the ones to make a clutch play, you have to imagine they might run away with it, but Pure are not going to let it be easy.
Stella doing a great job of staying alive, having to manage a lot of gunfights from multiple different angles, because you know that Pure, they want access here towards utility side. It feels like Stellar has been weak for about 3 minutes straight. Finally, Last Shot in Pure zoning him out of the util side. Meanwhile, Legend Pick taking a very defensive stance here. Eyes onto the car 3 side, gets over toward the base. Target prioritization on point. Double kill for Legend, but Druck and Pure still at least starting the flag run.
Oh my god, how is this man still alive? He gets the double kill and then continues to move forward, gets more shots on the potential flag runner, finds a double melee kill without trading. I mean, this guy is just an absolute monster on the map right now.
Legend
Still going.
in the opposing fridge at the moment, and the damage that he is putting down is definitely felt here from Pure. Largely the reason why SSG are able to push up as well as they are is because of this man right here making everybody weak. 21 kills, 10 assists out of the young man from France.
That was insane. I think he would have kept going if not for that player spawning literally right beside him. That player spawned like 8 feet in front of him. Finally gets taken down. Now he's playing from his side of the map. Pure finally get control at the right time. That earns them the OS. Now they should be able to get some spawn kills here. They know that Bound is in the back of the base, but the plasma pistol comes out from Stellar. Immediately shuts him down. He gets another, and this looks so bad for Pure. The peak shots come out. Druck's one shot on the corner, and just like that, they reverse a perfect situation to now be in their favor.
And it was at that point Stellar and SSG put in a petition to GA the plasma pistol. Legend down to 1 shot over toward the back base of Pure. He wanted to run it earlier, but had to get his shields back first. Meanwhile, Stellar finds an overextender here in Druck. To going toward the fridge to stay alive might be a really good play for Druck to buy time for the spawning players up here to eventually push a weakened Stellar out, but Flag still on the move, and it's punched in. SSG take the lead.
Huge time to do so. Just a minute on the clock, and they're still applying pressure to Pure. But Pure have got the space station flag out, and it's already halfway across the map. The SSG are coming off spawn. I think they have 1 player car 3. No, Bound is actually all the way in Pure's base. He's the last line of defense. He's going to open up some time for his team to show up, and this looks like it could be a return as long as the rest of space station show up in time.
Bound and Legend going to work together here to try to work on the return. Meanwhile, Stellar with the counter cap quick up the mid and through the bottom P side. It looks like the recover is guaranteed, and Druck not having the shields in order to fight his way out of this base, and eventually Stellar peels him from across the map. Now Cherish being pushed up. Stellar ends up going down. It's a bit of a trade battle happening here, but the flag is kept alive. That's Bound moving it closer and closer to the P door.
And that just might seal the game, because now Pure have to not only pull the flag but also return their own. There's just too many things to do. They got to get the kills before they can do either of those 2 things. Looks like they did get the kills, but they run out of time, and it's going to be a 3-2 well-fought victory for SSG in game 1.
SSG coming out with that game 1 win. It is grand finals, and in case you guys didn't know, Pure did make it through the winners bracket and only have to win 1 best of 5 series in order to take the tournament, while SSG coming out of that lower bracket would have to win not only this best of 5 series but also a second one in order to be crowned your champions here at Open Series number 2. Well, it's Space Station Gaming that strike first, and will they be able to finish it off?
They've been playing a lot more games than Pure had to play today, I'll tell you that much. So that can go 2 ways. They're very warmed up, yes, but how much energy do they have left in the tank? Pure forcing them to play their absolute best over and over again. I mean, SSG, no strangers to the situation. They've been winning tournaments. They've been used to the long hours, but gotta imagine the chess game gets more taxing as time goes on for Space Station. Love this play from Legend. This was insane. He waited for the perfect time to fly out of his base, get the double kill, and then just kept moving forward and somehow found 2 more.
You know, I love that you brought that up, and I would love to, you know, have you maybe kind of elaborate on that a little bit. Like, these tournaments, and whether it's LAN or even online, I mean, this is a 2-day event that's happening right here. Like, talk about the longevity, like to play your A game for what?
Yeah.
Even the Open Series tournament for 2 days. I mean, what, this broadcast alone has been live, what, 6.5 hours, and that doesn't even include the hours that they put in just yesterday.
It's a grind, man. You've got to be taking care of your body. I mean, it sounds, people are like, esports, LOL, you don't got to be in shape. But man, if you're not taking care of your body, you're not getting good sleep, you're not staying hydrated, like, you're going to fizzle out. These guys are going to be playing better than you. They're also, you know, consuming probably copious amounts of caffeine to keep themselves awake for the long hours. But I mean, these guys are professionals for a reason. They've been doing it for a long time, and you know, over time they've built up the stamina to continue playing as long as they do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna find out if Pure can answer back here. It's Space Station Gaming that are up 1-0 so far in this series, looking to reset the bracket and become champions of your Open Series number 2, Road to SLC. Early slays favoring Pure. It's a 1-kill advantage for them.
Ooh, nice prediction from Eco there. Just knew that Talik would try to juke on the left and then right sides of that pillar. Now just kind of walking. Look at the reticle discipline as he moves around. Guys, if you're struggling to get out of diamond, plat, wherever you are in ranked, like just watch the reticle of these players and see how they move them into position to make the next shot as easy as possible. Just take a lot of the guesswork out of a fight and just have your reticle where that guy's going to show up, and getting first shot's a big deal.
Reticle placement always on point here for Eco, but also for many of our professional players that we have in HCS. And
Double
that reticle
kill.
placement leads to a double kill out of Eco and maybe a triple. Beautifully placed. Talik,
Triple kill.
they better get away. They're about to be on the highlight reel.
My God, that was a disgusting shot for the triple. Very little visibility on that player. Somehow threads the needle. That's going to lead to an 11-8 lead right now for Space Station. Also got generally good positioning on the map. Last shot tries to sneak through, but Eco's got the prediction nade and somehow dodging other grenades at the same time. Look at the survivability and damage output on this man right now.
The man is 8-0 at the moment. Meanwhile, Pure have 10 kills as a unit. He's almost outslaying the enemy team by himself right now. Is Eco, and he finds the one-shot player in last shot. Last shot, dancing around that pole, but ain't nowhere to go. Eco 1 kill away from a killing frenzy, and that's on me. My bad. My bad. I'm not gonna lie. That is on me. My fault.
That's 100% on you. I mean, I think Eco's family should write you a letter, to be completely honest, because that was ridiculous. But
I'm gonna write them an apology letter.
Druck's trying to change the storyline here. He's 6-4 right now, and they're not far behind. They're only too far behind. Even though we just watch Eco screen, it feels like Space Station should be a lot further ahead than they are. Pure have kept this close. Certainly not out of the woods just yet. Next sniper comes up in 22 seconds. Both teams going to be fighting for this top center, and C-Plat and Sandbags control to make sure they can be the team to get it.
Big kill out of Cherish Surprise. It actually wasn't a trade in Legend Surprise as well, so he's gonna put himself out of position in order to guarantee that kill. Meanwhile, putting damage onto Druck, who's trying to go in for the flank. Cleanup kills across the board. Meanwhile, Talik comes in with the cleanups of his own. Stellar, throughout all the chaos, gets away with a full sniper. How important is this?
The most important thing, I think. But what's more important is staying alive. Look at the pressure coming in from Pure. I mean, you've got to have some guts to even challenge this man when he has a sniper. How often do you go for the challenge to get in his face and he just hits the no scope? I mean, it's at a very high frequency. But the fact that he just has it in his kit at all is massive. But look at that. They send 3 players. They're like, yeah, okay, he might no scope one of us. He can't no scope all 3 of us. So I love that play out of Pure.
Last shot getting away with that sniper. 3 bullets in the chamber right now. I always see these kicking in. It's like, man, you had time to reload it, but I guess there's no time when you have Bound and Eco on the attack right now. Last shot surviving, but can't exactly connect any of those sniper bullets onto Eco, and he apparently cannot survive. Druck comes in to try to provide some reinforcements, but now Druck is the one weakened, and he's taken out as well. We're dying staggeringly, our Pure.
And that is not where you want to be against Space Station. These guys are so good at predicting spawns and then surrounding and collapsing on repeat. And if they start to get into that flow, this score can get out of hand in a hurry. So I like this play out of Cherished. He's going to get one of the shutdown kills. Last shot finds one as well. They shut down Bound as well. So now it's Stellar, last guy at B, and it's Pure that have a chance to collapse on the spawners. Druck, look at this, sprinting into A, knows that members of Space Station are over here, swings out to the left side, probably expecting his teammates to go through top center, and they just want to give Space Station as little escape routes as possible.
36-30 advantage here, still for Space Station Gaming. Already up 1-0 in this series right now, and Pure just dropping body after body with the green side spawns. Hopefully they're able to break out quickly, because you know SSG, they have that timing and they're ready to attack. Stellar down, but not quite out. Druck going up high toward the tower side to get him out of there, and it looks like Legend might have been able to grab a hold of Camouflage. I'm not sure, but there it is.
Only up by 3 now, though. The lead has dwindled. Pure did get a lot out of their advantage state, and they appear to be slowing down. Don't want to run into a lurking invisible Legends. And the map suddenly got so quiet. What was nonstop gunfire and explosions for the first 6 minutes has come down to a serene oasis with no sound whatsoever. Okay, finally, Camo dissipates and the fight breaks out once again.
Yeah, not the exact value that Legend wanted to get with that Camouflage. You know he wanted to make a play or two to really put some separation in the scoreboard between Space Station Gaming and Pure, but now it's Pure just down by 3. Momentum on their side, but off spawn Legend taking down Talik, and Stellar taking height onto the tower side, chasing down Druck, nowhere to go. Talik might be the next one over toward the nest side. Stellar curb slides right into him for the trade. SSG are happy to trade it out from here on forward.
The confidence on this man to just curb slide into his face for the 3-shot melee. There was a multi-purpose application to that, though. He wanted to open up the space for Bound to grab the sniper that was spawning at the same time he made that play. That's why Bound has this tool in his hands right now. And what a shot that was. Last shot, jumping, crouching, Gandhi hopping to the side. Not enough to stop Bound from hitting the shot through multiple pillars. That was insane.
Adam Himothy Gray showing us how to work the sniper, and still has 4 bullets. Oh, has some nades as well. Druck goes down, and Stellar's able to take down Talik with a 4v2. That means SSG get aggressive. 46-41 lead. If Pure don't be careful, they're gonna be down 0-2 in the series.
Bound sees his teammates dying around him. He's hearing the intel of where these opponents are. Pure have brought it within 3, but it's the same number of shots that Bound has in this rifle. Can he find a headshot? Pure playing the chess match, trying to find the right time and space to push through. They picked the wrong options, though. 2 go down, and I think that's the end of the game. How do they return from this? They don't, especially when Bound is hitting shots like that.
1 more kill needed to put the 50th on the board. It's Druck that's going to fly out. Confident is Druck putting down that damage, but it wasn't a 1v1, it was a 1v2. Legend steals that kill away, and SSG still a 2-0 lead in the series.
Pure have to start answering back, because this is not trending in the right direction for them. This is not how they envisioned the beginning of Grand Finals. They're not playing bad at all. It feels like they're playing with a lot of energy, but Space Station just kind of bringing a little bit more. It's also been heavily on the side of Space Station when it comes to sniper control. I mean, Space Station had, I think, every sniper this game. I think they did shut down Stellar with the sniper that one time, but ultimately, when Last Shot had the sniper, we saw him burn, what, 7 shots in a row at the camo side. Just got to find more value out of it.
I don't know if it was quite 7, but yeah. It felt like the only,
like 4.
Yeah, it felt like the only sniper they were able to get, like you said, was stealing it away from Stellar, and there was no value whatsoever there. Where when SSG had it, they definitely got value out of it. It's a 2-0 series lead after that Slayer live fire, and game number 3. When I think about how momentum driven, you know, a map like Rig is, it's a team that has momentum. It's really tough to go up against them on that kind of map.
An object in motion must stay in motion. I think Einstein or some other guy, or Newton maybe, I don't know. So one of them smart guys from a long time ago said something like that. Do you think he was talking about Halo strategy when he said that?
I thought you made it up. I've never heard that before in my life. I thought you were quoting yourself.
That's an Eli original. That's true. Yep. I'll take credit, but no, you're exactly right. This is a tough map. I think this kind of plays a bit better into Pure's favor because there isn't a sniper to be concerned with, and they do play fast and aggressive and very well in strongholds in general. But like I said earlier, you could say the same thing about Space Station, about any map and mode. They are just that good. at the video game that, like, even in your best map, are you better than them? That's always a question.
Overshield snatched up here by Cherished. He's taking shots from every bit of direction. Finally, he's able to identify where that damage is coming from and takes down Legend and chases away Eco. That's an opening for him to play Bravo quickly.
Someone in chat is confused. There is no sniper in this version of the map. For this game mode, no sniper. If you play Slayer or King of the Hill, there will be a sniper though.
Damn, throw a sniper on there. Put it. No, don't put it. You can't put it in B. You can't put it in a stronghold. Put it where the thrust is. There we go. Sniper on the map. Put it where the thrust is. I'm totally down for it.
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Kind of open for each team to kind of fight over here. I wouldn't be mad whatsoever. But either way, 52-0 run started for Pure, but an answer back coming out of Space Station Gaming as they take Bravo and Charlie, and last shot takes the life of Stellar.
Did it at the same time as well when Pure was spawning in A. Look at the strafe coming out of Talik though, even while weak, somehow fabricates a trade in that situation. It's what having that super fast jiggle strafe. I feel like Talik, the left stick of his controller has to die within like a month because he is absolutely abusing the left stick of those controllers.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a max value out of that Best Buy warranty or whatever it is that he uses. Right. Just every 2 months swapping it out. 52-30 in favor of Pure. It looks like they're attacking Bravo, but notice that Space Station Gaming adapting to the situation and going after Charlie at the exact same time. So almost a trade, but the reset's going down. It's still Pure. It's in pure control.
Looking good so far, but Space Station have been notoriously good at playing out of situations like this. Legend, though, when he gets shut down, that's a big opening for Pure to continue scoring. Now 2 dead for Space Station, and Pure have not lost a player. This should be even more time. Bound finds the kill, but immediately gets traded out, and they're purposefully letting them spawn on this bunker side, and they're in great positions to keep them from getting out.
Down 0-2 in the series, back against the wall. This is where we really get to find out what teams are truly made from. I don't care what happens when things are rolling downhill and in your favor. What happens when your backs are against the wall and you have to dig deep to pull off a reverse sweep and to make it competitive against some of the best in the world. Pure right now, a great answer to SSG's momentum, but can they hold on to it? Because right now, Stellar and Eco, they're getting aggressive towards the stronghold.
Eco trying to hunt down Druk, who's bottom center. Wow, Druk making himself a very difficult kill, but Bound's going to clean that up. Love the just trust and awareness that Space Station have to play around each other. No reason to overextend and finish a kill if you can just call them out and you know your teammates have ears and eyes and they're going to find what you said and kill them for you.
Bound has been fantastic so far this series. He's been the leading man in that Slayer so far. Was the leading man when I started that sentence in this game. Stellar taking the spotlight just a bit. Eco want to take a flanking round towards the Bravo side. Looks like Pure going to attack that and Alpha. Legend is there, but it's a 1v2 and he can take down one, but not before Alpha gets stolen. Bound though, aggressive towards the overshield. That's a snatch up coming from him, and it looks like Legend and SSG are scoring once again.
Not for long. C is getting flipped, but so is B. So SSG could retain scoring position so long as the B stronghold comes through. No, just as I say that, B does finish, but now A is being flipped, and the situation is just happening so fast we can hardly keep up with it. By the time we start a sentence, there's 2 different strongholds being flipped at different parts of the map. But one thing is for sure, both these teams fighting tooth and nail for every single one of them.
And it feels like there's going to be the storyline the whole time when you're talking about teams that can speed up as quickly, accelerate as quickly as Space Station Gaming and Pure. At the drop of a dime, they can change the pace in a moment's notice. And Bound, along with SSG, can hit shots. But look at the spawning players coming out of Pure, defending Alpha. The reset does come in, but it takes 2 to tango. And right now, SSG still have Bravo. They also still have Charlie.
That was a big reset for the moment, but it's short-lived as the 2 players spawning in bunker do get cut down. A gets flipped right back. C gets stopped as well, and Space Station all of a sudden feel way more in control. And I tell you what, this is not a position that is easy for any team to get out of on this map, especially the spawns. Very predictable, very easy to collapse, very hard to get out of bunker spawns, and these guys are just flipping them back and forth. They're spawning bunker, then they're getting pushed, and now they're spawning across the map on the Carbine side as well, and Space Station are ready for every spawn along the way.
I hate to sound like a broken record when I talk about the comfortability of teams, but look at how hard it felt that Pure had to work to get that lead. And not to say that it was easy, but it feels like SSG made it look easier, or a lot easier than Pure did, in order to come back and take the lead. It felt like it was only a matter of time, and their time is now. Is Space Station Gaming, and they have taken 131 to 106 lead. They've taken Alpha, but can they hold on to Bravo?
It's just felt like nothing that Pure tried to start is having any way to finish. I mean, they keep starting a stronghold and they just get ran over by 2 members of Space Station. Eco here just deals some damage, calls this player out, walks away. Bound tries to come in and clean it, but the whole time this chase is going down, Space Station continue to score. Bound sees an opening to maybe capture C, and with the help of Eco, I think they'll do just that.
We're at the midway point in this game, and as of right now, Pure find themselves down 50 points and maybe more than that here in this matchup at a oh-so important game number 3. Is there something that you want to see more out of Pure right now here on the map?
You've got to just play patiently out of your spawn. It's easier said than done, but you've got to just take... I guess patiently is the wrong word, because you do kind of have to immediately make a decision off of spawn. You have to earn some space, and they've done just that. They do get 4 dead momentarily. They should be fine to just capture B and C. Don't overextend and try to spawn trap on A immediately. Let them have A and patiently get yourselves in good positions to stop them from getting either B or C.
I feel like maybe more decisive, you know, like
yes.
You're patient on where you pick, but then once you get that information, it's like boom, you got to get on, you got to snap on. I can definitely see that, and maybe what we're starting to see right now as they're clawing their way back into this game. Long range shot out of Druk to take down Bound, and look how quick SSG are to attack with Charlie and Bravo. But Druk, he's ready to play fisticuffs. I mean, hey, he's in pretty damn good shape. I don't know if you've seen him.
Yeah, I don't think I want to fight that guy in person or in Halo, to be honest. This guy is a very nice stick as well as the player is thrusting towards him, but he's been having a rough game. I'm not gonna lie. He had just 2 kills up until recently. He's flown up to 7, and I think that's a big reason why Pure have gotten back on the board. He's got to kind of step up in a big way here if they're going to make this comeback a reality. Talik with Overshield in the B stronghold is a good start, and Space Station, let's see how they play out of A. Looks like they're sending heavy resources to the engine side, and Eco seeing if he can deal enough damage to Talik to eventually get him killed, but Pure should continue scoring as 3 go down for Space Station.
Stellar, final player alive from Space Station, is able to take down 1 before going down, but a trip cap being put on almost immediately by Pure, and they're snapping onto their target. They know SSG is pushed up over towards Charlie. Druk gets the audio cue, turns and burns to trade out against Bound.
It could have been a clean kill if he didn't whiff the last couple of shots, but that was an insane stray from both players. Ends up as a trade. But this has all been good for Pure. They've gotten back into control of the map, but how long can they hold it? How long does it take for Space Station to get a couple picks, get into a stronghold? Druk surviving in that moment is massive, but Eco should be able to capture B.
Eco trying to manage 2 things at once, put cross-map shots down on the opposition and attacking Bravo at the exact same time. At least they're able to get Bravo. They're also able to put Pure 3 out of 4 members onto the black screen, and whenever you see that from SSG, look at how aggressive they are, not wasting any time whatsoever.
I like the way Eco's playing this. He's sitting back, and then he just sees Stellar pushing into the front line. Probably called him back a little bit. You know, Stellar's the type that very confident, as he should be, to just run in and kill everything. But Eco said, no, I'm watching that. Don't push in. And now, look at this. They rotated back. They identified the push coming on the opposite side of the map. And as they shut that down, the hopes and dreams of Pure are dwindling when it comes to this first series.
223 to 200, and it feels like this could be the final 1 or 2 pushes coming out of Pure, and they have to make something happen here. Otherwise, SSG are running away with the 3-0. Last shot, and Druk trying to make something happen, but it was only bound to happen. And you're going to be sent over to the black screen. Cherish with an interesting angle, but somehow Stellar and SSG are ready for that as well, and that's all she wrote. Pure getting swept in the first series of the grand finals, and SSG take back all that momentum that Pure once had.
Impressive stuff out of SSG. They want to end this one in a hurry, but if there's any consolation prize for Pure, it's like, okay, we had a series to play with. This next series is the one that actually matters. So they have the time to fix what's been going wrong, but I don't know if it's necessarily that Pure are playing bad. It's just that SSG are just playing pristine right now. We're seeing Legend in a form that when he's in this form, they win tournaments, and this is a tournament. This is a day of the week. Legend is playing like that. They're probably going to win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good point. Like, I feel like this next series, obviously what matters most, they probably got warmed up, and yeah, it's hard for me to disagree with that, but I feel like something's pulling me in the opposite direction and saying like, damn, you needed to do something to get momentum onto your side. Because number one, when SSG are feeling themselves, you're in trouble. But number two, you're a momentum-driven team in yourself. Like, when somebody makes a play, you're hyping each other up. Like, you're feeding off of that energy. During that series, nothing really happened your way that you can kind of hold on to and take over towards this next series. It's kind of like you're starting from the bottom as opposed to when you had everything on your side. You were on the top when the series first started. So I agree with you 100%, but for some reason, something's just pulling me in the opposite direction.
I could absolutely see a world where a triple kill at the beginning of this next game just sparks the team to light the fire that makes them just step up in a big way, but it's just so hard to be consistently good against Space Station. I mean, these guys are like, look at Stellar's damage, 6,700. He's got more than 1,000 to the next closest person in the lobby. Like, he's playing Unreal. Legend, we've been seeing playing Unreal. Eco starting that game 8-0. It's like, when Space Station are all playing their best, they are, in my mind, without a question, the best team.
I mean, there's a reason why they won 2 out of the last 3 lands, right? And now we go into their hometown in Salt Lake City. It's Space Station Gaming right now that have to be the best team in the world, and everybody else is playing catch up. SSG have been looking that good. That continues here in this tournament, because on Championship Sundays is where they step it up. And I didn't get no Chick-fil-A this morning. It must be Sunday.
That's right. Yeah, they show up in a big way every Sunday. I have to agree with Fishball in chat. SSG playing very demure, very mindful throughout all of those games, honestly. But here we go. This is a different series layout. We've got King of the Hill on Recharge starting off. And I know these guys of Pure really like this map and mode. See if they can bring their best effort here.
Well, it looks like game number 1 is on its way, and I feel like all eyes have to be on Pure right now, because what we just saw is not indicative of your skill. What we saw is definitely something, a team that has more in the tank, more to show us here in this grand final. My mother always used to say, there is no greater agony than burying an untold story inside of you. And right now, Pure story has not been told. Right now, they still have more to show us, and I believe they can come out with not only 1 win, not only 2, but they can win this tournament even against the likes of Space Station Gaming. So, Pure, what do you got for us?
Let's see. This is where they've got to turn things around. See the opening strat. Looks like heavy push into the tower side. Neither team has grabbed camo just yet. I think a member of Pure did just grab it. Might have just been burned. And it looks to be an early opening win for Space Station, but they're not able to get foot in the hill just yet.
Stellar approaching the perimeter of the gold side of the map. It looks like Druck is as well, so we might have a bit of a 1v1 here toward the glass. It looks like Druck pushes forward and Stellar gets behind enemy lines. Talik and Stellar gonna work perfectly together. A double cut of Talik. Druck ends up taking them down, and oh my gosh, that's a squad wipe out of nowhere.
Huge reversal of the situation from Pure, and now Space Station spawning on the C side. They've got the worst spawn on the map to play out of. And you know Pure are going to apply that pressure. They're going to hold the A side as their anchor point. That is generally the easier approach side to this hill. And they're going to try to shut off all the avenues in which Space Station look to approach. And they've done a good job to do so. Bound, not taking damage seemingly. I don't know why that was. It looked like maybe some connectivity issues for Druck there in that fight.
He goes down to one shot, looking to stay alive here over toward the goal side of the map and finds a one-shot Talik. With 3 down, stealing away at least one of those players, not bad, but Cherished in the hill. Gets an easy kill onto Eco.
Massive first hill. This is what we said. We said Pure need to bounce back in a big way. First hill is good momentum. Get them charged up a little bit. Momentum-based teams need to start off with that first objective score. This should light the fire underneath them to play their best, but can they get the most out of it, or will they overheat?
Legend was able to take down last shot, and Bound gets aggressive, right to a direct route into the long haul side, and at least trades out his life there. But SSG not only have to man this hill, but with the camouflage coming up, they're trying to use that as bait as well. It's going to be Drunk, the first one to give up his life in order to grab a hold of it, and nobody able to capitalize on that from Pure, Camo, and Hill for Space Station Gaming.
Eco gonna wait to proc it. Walks right back into the action. Mostly using the camo, I think, to gather information for his team. And Space Station easily capped this hill. It looks like Pure maybe started rotating towards next. Didn't really have the right positioning to push forward. And Eco's going to continue playing tricky with this camo to gather information.
It's already hard to see camouflage, but then he's in the shadows as well, using that shroud. One shot Cherry's not going to stand a chance on that one. Multiple going down. That includes 3 members of Pure. A-side spawns belong to them.
Very patiently played from Space Station. The momentum that we talked about on the side of Pure evaporated in an instant. We're back to even score, but it's Space Station with firm control of this A side of the map. Last shot trying to make a play happen with the shock rifle. He does get behind enemy lines, but feels like Legend was ready for it. Just walks him down with the 3-shot melee. And this guy can hit some shots with the shock rifle. If he can hit a couple more, Space Station could run away with another lead.
I feel like I like the creativity from last shot right there. The execution maybe needs a bit of work, but still.
Right.
I felt something about to happen there, just like I feel Pure with a 3-man push right through Whirlpool. Legend's down to 1 shot, and he's being tricky. Hey, it's a trade. Not too bad from him and SSG. They're going to steal away most of this hill because of that.
About to score.
Gotta think that it could have started differently with a different play from last shot. The patience that I'm talking about for a Space Station, I'm not seeing that from Pure. They're trying to press the issue a bit too far. You've got to find your opening, play through that neutral game until the opening is clear, and then move off of it. But go, go, go is what got them this far. I don't expect them to change their speed now.
3 go down here for Space Station Gaming, and Drug gets access to the grapple. Runs right into a bit of nade damage from Legend. Legend doesn't know that. And Druck might get a well, look like an easy kill. A hard worked for kill, but still the kill nonetheless.
Big kill to get as well. Long haul, very important real estate during this hill. Look at this man, he's a psycho. Like, there's got to be more players. He just wants to make sure Bound dies in that moment. That one almost felt personal. Like, you could just kind of let that guy live there, but he said, nah, I'm gonna make sure this dude dies at all costs. And you know, I kind of respect that.
Space Station is still holding on to a 2-1 lead at the moment, but look how much hill time that Pure are able to gather up here. Shroud is up, but Legend can't make a play for it right now. It's time to deny easy hill time for Pure and try to keep them outside of it. Legend has a spawn that they really want here toward the back C side. Just chipping away at the shields of Pure, and with Druck going down there, that's the first domino to fall.
Very impressive stuff out of Legend. Ends up running to his teammates' help and catches a stray bullet from last shot. 3 dead now, almost 4 if Bound goes down. No, Bound does survive. He's got a full shock rifle to work with, but it looks like Pure should easily score this hill. Space Station fine with that. They've already rotated to A.
Tied up into a piece here. Bound does have the shock in hands, and we know he is a playmaker with it. I'm sure he wants to try to get a little more up close and personal here, as 3 members of Pure are dominating the strong side, the Charlie side of the map.
This is an interesting hill. I think there's a few different ways to play it. You could either hold A and C and force the other team to spawn in gold, or you could hold C and gold and force the other team to spawn in A. So long as you've got enough presence to watch their exit points, both strategies can work very well. But at this point, Both teams really just fighting for some type of advantage state. Shock rifle still on the map means there's something to play for. I think the camo's up as well. Yes, looks like Cherished will go into the hill, grab that camo with use of the shroud screen, and now Eco's just trying to find a pick so his team can move forward.
Bound and SSG hunted down Cherish there. There is one more player that kind of snuck on in towards the long haul, and last shot being anything but sneaky, being loud and proud on his way towards the hill. And last shot down to one shot. He's on retreat mode. Well placed grenade for Stellar won't connect. Was that a stick? That was a stick. It's unreal. What? How did they do it, Eli?
I don't know, man. They just understand angles and timing, and it's just things that normal people like us just can't comprehend. So that's why they're playing and we're talking about it.
Well, I would like to think we're here appreciating it.
Yes, exactly. On some level, I feel like they couldn't do what we do. All right, maybe that'll be the win that we can take out of it. It's like they can do what they do, but could they do what we do? I don't know.
1 minute and 46 seconds on the clock here, still tied up at 2 apiece, and it feels like this is going to be a decisive hill with how much neutral time is being just taken off of the board, and with both teams about maybe like 25, almost 30% done with this hill, and with Pure going 3 down, SSG start to take a bit of control.
They've got great positioning here. They got control of that seaside. They're going to plant that shroud screen down to just give the hill even more protection. Stellar knows Eco can get the hill time, so he's going to put himself in a position to cut off the next most likely rotation from Pure. Has a couple players weak and does what he can, but ultimately ends with just a trade. Don't need much hill time to close this out, and that regulation time has been burning down. I expect it to burn down a lot more before this hill concludes as well.
Hill almost done here for SSG, and time continues to wind down. I feel like it's time that Pure, the ones really can't afford it, because if SSG win it, they'll be really put between a rock and a hard place. Pure, meanwhile, answering back, a lot of hill time coming from them, even though they still don't have the advantage here. This next round of slays feels so important, and Eco giving up that tower position to drop from the heavens down towards the hill and lay down the hammer. Only could be rivaled by Thor, I can imagine here. And a 1v1 between Stellar and Talik wins those.
This has gone back and forth. It's just been 1v1s. Pure spawning in A, Space Station spawning at C. Space Station don't need much more time. Look at the play from Druck. He gets in at the last second to cap it with help from his teammate. But both teams unrelenting in their effort to capture that hill. Pure coming out on top is a big deal here.
1 minute and 4 seconds is what Space Station Gaming have in order to capture a hill and to bring us into a 7th one. Meanwhile, Pure have the opportunity to play either the shot clock or the scoreboard. Bound holding down the perimeter all the way with this cross shots, having influence on the map of Wingman Metal being earned from him as he climbs height, trying to stay alive right now, but runs into Cherished and Pure, and with that they get him out of the hill. And Eco, the final player alive, what can he do?
He's got to get this kill and stay alive. He can't. Druck forces the trade. That's a massive play from Druck. Just 45 seconds on the clock. This is certainly still doable for SSG, but they're going to have to earn their way into the gold side of the map. This could be one of their keys to success, but Cherished shuts down Stellar with the shock rifle as he tries to run away. And if Cherish stays alive and hits a couple more shots with this shock rifle, he could win them the game.
Although Stellar wasn't able to grab a hold of that camouflage, Space Station Gaming were able to put Pure 3 down. The slays necessary led them towards this hill, and 20 seconds worth of neutral time, but right now Bound is just getting contested now, and Eco replaced him almost immediately, and SSG steal that hill with 28 seconds to work with.
And look at that. As soon as they recognize Eco would definitely score it, they turn to get the early rotation, but they ran into Legend, who somehow in a 2v1 kills one and then buys enough time for his teammates to show up so that they can finish the job. And that's a massive play out of Legend. They now have perfect control of this side, and Pure had to find a way out.
I'm gonna pass it right back to you. How can either one of these teams control this side of the map, this blue pipe side, front, back, side to side? Where do they have to be?
They want to be back silo, long haul C plat, and glass ideally. If you're glass, then you're going to stop the other team from a rotation through gold. It's okay to send or have a bit more presence on leaning on this side. You just have to cut off the tower rotation from A. And you've got to be prepared if they show up batteries or long haul here. And look at the push. This is exactly what Pure have to do. SSG knows that this is what they have to do, though, so they should be ready for it in theory. The rotation is good, though. 1 kill goes down, but Space Station don't need much more time.
They may have not had the glass side presence there that you wanted. However, they still were blocking off that angle, like you said, through the long haul. Pure tried to play through, but they couldn't get through the defenses of Space Station Gaming, who hold out to the very end. And game number 1 picking up where they left off, 4 in a row for SSG.
Oh man, that's gotta hurt if you're Pure here, right? Like, you've been putting your best foot forward in all these games. I mean, the game before this, the Strongholds was pretty close as well, but SSG just ice up in the end. This one, they had the lead with 45 seconds on the clock. SSG ice up and tie it up, and then make the perfect rotation to shut you down on the way to win it. And Pure had a good looking push at the end, but they had already ran out of time. They just did not have enough time on their side to work with, and those are the type of losses that really sting, especially when you've been playing all day long and you just lost 3 in a row. Now this is the series that matter, and victory slips from your hands once again. I gotta see Pure dig deep here to go into this next game.
Solitude Slayers, what's coming up next? And again, 4 games in a row being accomplished by Space Station Gaming. What exactly have you seen, whether it's from the first series even to this series, that really has been the difference maker? 4 in a row here. Mind you, Pure were the ones who made it to the grand finals through the winners bracket.
Space Station are just making very little mistakes, and even when they do, they bail themselves out with plays like that. Like, if they do make a mistake, they somehow find a way to bail themselves out of the situation or bail their teammate out of a situation. Pure, I think, have been kind of forcing things. They're not letting the game come to them. At the same time, I don't blame them, because you kind of feel like you have to press the issue against a team like Space Station. If you just sit on your laurels, they're going to take all the time and space that they want and make the map even harder for you. So, I mean, Space Station just playing in a way that is very similar to the way Pure plays. They're just doing it a little bit better.
Well, Solitude, we talk about this map being one of the most punishing here on the circuit. When it rains, it pours, especially when you include the sandbox and the resources that you have available to you. I'm talking about that shock rifle that can be so punishing towards the spawning players. I'm talking about that camouflage that sits over towards the mid map. So many resources on such a small map that you can spawn trap, it feels like, on either one of the 4 corners on the map. It's tough. It really has been. I feel like I've been on the offensive and the defensive side of it, whether it was Halo 5 or Halo Infinite. Solitude is its own beast.
It really is, but we got a bunch of Halo 5 kids in this lobby. They are very much aware of how to play this map. They've been playing it for years and years. When did Halo 5 come out? 2016? It feels like these guys have been playing this map for, what, 8 years now. They know how it plays. Clearly a lot different in this game, but also pretty similar as well.
And that shock really going to be the difference maker. We took a damn good look at it through the fly through right there. Eli, how can I get better with the shock? I feel like it can't be as simple as me just missing shock. I'm missing something. I need a lesson on how to use the damn shock.
Keep your reticle at head level and be good at predicting when your opponent's going to walk through a doorway. If your gun is already pointed at the doorway before they walk into it, you're going to hit the shot. So a lot of being good with snipers in this game is being a good predictor of spawns and also the routing that your opponents will take in the moment, because then you can just put your reticle where they're going to show up and just pull the trigger. And then that kind of takes the flicking and the aim aspect out of it.
Beautiful shot coming out of Cherish. Camo and shot combination, one of the deadliest that we have here. And you're starting to see why. Back-to-back perfects out of him, but this bound in Space Station Gaming, forcing him away from the LR side, but the ego chow coming out of Cherish, and Pure start off with a 7-4 run.
Or you could just be like Cherish and just run into their face and hit the shots. This is one way to do it. But I think slow and steady is the key with the shock rifle. You don't want to have too many crazy movements with it. You got to set your reticle up ahead of time make sure you try to get that headshot as much as possible. Body shot's not that effective with the shock rifle.
Truck gets a huge kill on his side of things, and 3 down once again goes Space Station Gaming. Eco left by himself on retreat mode as he tries to make his way toward the LR tunnel. The squad spawners are in, but Eco goes down before Stellar and Bound are able to have impact on the map. Bound and Stellar still working in tandem. Despite having some space between them, they're able to shred the defenses of Pure and bring them back within 2 kills.
Huge play out of Bound there, just knowing what escape option his opponent had, immediately cutting it off so that player had nowhere to go. He's just in their face immediately. The level of pressure this man is putting on is insane. Cherish, though, in the moment, able to keep it cool and earn the slay without the trade. That's exactly what Pure needed when Space Station were starting to roll.
15-12 advantage here for Pure. And Cherish and Talik working together to defeat the final 2 players of Space Station Gaming. By the time Eco spawns up, he is by himself. And the snipe side spawn trap could be coming in here. All members from SSG are up, but can they break out of that S1 spawn?
This is a really difficult position. Really curious to see how Space Station play out of this. Stellar just with some great peek shots onto Drug, just making himself so hard to kill. He does finally get taken down by Talik. But you can see the way Stellar played that. He's just drawing so much attention away from his teammates. Ultimately, the rest of Space Station do get taken down. And it's a huge lead out of nowhere for Pure. They're up by 9 already.
It feels like the Pure that we've been wanting to see literally all grand finals long, and we're finally starting to see it right here in the Slayer game 2 of the bracket reset. Double-digit advantage out of them, and Talik can't exactly clean up the 2 weakened players, so great defense on their spawns from SSG.
Druck was able to get the sniper rifle that spawned at the 9-minute mark. He rotates back to the blue side. Doesn't look like Space Station is aware of it. They should be now, though. They've pushed all the way through to the snipe side. Both teams kind of mirroring the position across the map from one another. Whoever falls first, the dominoes are likely to fall shortly thereafter. It is going to be Druck, the first kill. Stellar trades out immediately. We're back to a 3v3 even situation, but Eco finding 1, might find 2 here. No, huge clutch play from Cherish. That's going to be a +1 net outcome for them for the moment.
Camouflage about to come up, and last shot looking to angle them out, but doesn't want to take it from the flower side. A longer route through the LR side is what we're looking for, and Bound challenges Cherished off screen. Eco ends up getting body shotted by last shot, but eventually 3 down go Pure. You have to imagine SSG should be able to grab power-ups because of it.
Eco trying to ping the shock rifle so that Stellar knows where to go with camo. Love that he had the exact location marked out. Now Stellar has this deadly combination. Wow, Cherish with the camo eyes immediately spots him and cuts him down instantly. I don't think Stellar was expecting that. Almost gets a second one as well, but massive eyes out of the young man Cherished.
BR in the back pocket. Bandit is out front here. Bound. Early challenge will force Cherished away from the top gold side, but looks like last shot playing a lot of space through the cafe side of the map here. They do have the lead. And he also has the angles, giving off that information, trying to guide the troops. Doesn't want Bound staying alive in the gold side corner, and looks like they're not going to allow that to happen. Cherished lives, and Pure have 35 kills.
Pure have maintained the lead despite some pushback from Space Station. Cherished going to get caught off guard here, though. Druck stays alive. Not for long, though. Caster Curse, of course. Like I said, though, Pure still up by 5. It seems like they've been trading their way throughout this game. If they can continue to do so, they can cross the finish line with the lead, but something tells me Space Station have other things in mind.
Last shot with the challenge onto Bound. Doesn't exactly have the help that he wants just yet, but doesn't matter. He takes those 1v1s and he puts down damage onto multiple players. Now we switch gears over towards Eco, a direct route toward the center of the map, and he knows Druck is there. Excellent active listening out of Eco and Space Station Gaming to bring them within just 2 kills of Pure.
Look at this, though. They've just been putting Pure in the
Double
blender
kill.
out of nowhere.
Triple
It's a
kill.
lead for Space Station with the triple. Can he make it an over?
Team nearing victory.
Oh, just barely delayed, but this lead has completely flipped on its head, and the spawn trap is
Double
coming
kill.
in effect. They are being blended right now. Now spawning in blue with no resources. This is getting worse and worse for Pure.
Down to one shot he goes. The nades will take him down, but look how quick Stellar is on the pounce onto the weakened players. Space Station Gaming taking the lead when it matters most. It's 44-40 at the moment here. SSG have woken up.
It's just something about this map. It's so easy if you just create constant L-shaped setups. You just predict where your opponent spawns, you collapse on them, you spread back out, create another L-shape, force another specific spawn. Space Station's so good at that. It's a rinse repeat strategy for success on any game mode on this map, and they have just ran it all the way to a one. All they need is one kill to close it out, and I think it's going to be 2-0 in this series as well.
Looks like Cherish is able to defend the attack, but Bound does come in quick and finds the one-shot player. Don't even need that. Eco gets the kill off screen to put the 50th on the board. And just when you thought the recovery was coming out of Pure, SSG snatched it away. 5 games in a row here for Space Station Gaming, one away from putting on a perfect lower bracket run in the grand finals.
This is really where you gotta dig deep. If you're the side of Pure, Space Station just all playing their best right now. It seems there's just no escape route with these guys. They got a long game type to do it though. You've got at least 2 rounds to figure things out. If they can get control of the snipers this time around, they have a much better chance. But I tell you what, if Stellar continues picking up the sniper, this one's over.
Live Fire could be a closeout game in the series. With the way the Space Station Gaming have been playing, it's really hard to doubt them. It's really hard to say that they're not here, they're not back to win another championship on land. They are looking primed and ready, which is funny because I feel like in the upper bracket, a bit of a different story. An upset to knock them down here in the lower bracket, but maybe that's what they needed to wake up and say, hey, look, we're SSG. Let's get it done.
I think you're exactly right. It feels like the tale as old as time with this team, man. They don't care until it's Sunday, I guess. I don't know. Or until they're in the lower bracket. They've made so many lower bracket runs after being eliminated much earlier than expected. This time at the hands of Team Liquid, who obviously playing great. Don't want to take anything away from them, but just feels like SSG is a different team on Sunday.
Beautiful no-scope into the Bandit to clean up that player, but looks like last shot comes in with some excellent needs onto the weakened ones, and SSG still in the advantage right now, and Stellar punishing the remaining members of Pure. He grabs a hold of that camouflage. They already have the ball. The spawning players from Pure do have space on the map, but they might go right back to the respawn screen because Stellar does not miss.
He really doesn't, man. At least the body shot. Talik there wisely backs up, knows what's coming. Does push Stellar back a little bit, but still got 2 bullets left to work with. Okay, we must have cursed him a little bit. He missed a couple of shots. Sound the alarm. Stellar is actually a human after all.
Well, 3 go down for Pure, and it's 28-0 run here on Oddball. Normally the longest duration of a game site that we have, and SSG looking like they want to make quick work of Pure right now. The way they're playing, it's dangerous. Every angle is being watched. However, it looks like Pure going right through the camouflage side of the map, and look at this beautifully rotated ball from the A side of the map towards green, which is exactly where Space Station Gaming wanted. That's just beautifully played.
And look at this. Even better than that,
Triple
Eco
kill.
doesn't play the ball. He knows that his team's going to come out on top, drops it, gets the triple kill, and now they're just going to set up on all sides. I mean, they could not have played that rotation and decision to not play the ball any better.
Halfway to victory.
It's funny because back in Atlanta, I was on the analyst desk and I talked about how Pure have sneakily become a very good oddball team. The stats were really favoring them going into Saturday and even Sunday. And it's not looking like the case here, not against Space Station
my
Gaming,
God.
because that's a full squad wipe. And they already have 67 points and counting to Space Station Gaming. We might just see 100-0, and Eco hasn't even died yet.
I mean, these guys got reservations at Chili's, like you talked about yesterday, man. Like, it feels like they got somewhere to go. They're just trying to end this right here, right now. They said, no, let's get this over with. I got better things to do on my Sunday night.
90-0. Cherished with the camouflage. Gonna get behind both players here, and maybe he can make a play. It looks like the ball is played right off, just 2 seconds shy of coming out with the win.
And Bound is bottom mid. Is he? Okay, I thought for a second he was just standing on the ball to like to BM them. like yeah, we just need 2 seconds, buddy. Like I don't know, but he was actually fighting someone. He wasn't BMing and not picking up the ball on purpose. They are gonna make Space Station earn these last couple seconds. Last shot with the sniper, so definitely one of the things that needs to be going right for Pure if this comeback is possible at all. And they do get 3 dead, so this is not over yet, but it's got to be absolutely flawless gameplay from here on out for Pure.
19 seconds and counting here for Pure. Last shot, 2 shots to work with, for the sniper takes to the skies with the repulse, tries to get a little fancy with it. Still Pure hold on to this ball, and Stellar gonna hold on to this last shot with the sniper. Drug goes down, but can't say the same for Talik, and Pure started to make this more and more possible. I'm starting to become a little bit of a believer, as it looks like they're rotating the ball, and Legend gonna be quick to try to cut this off.
Does get the kill. Got to get a couple more kills. They're really making them work for these last couple seconds. I'd love to see this. A lot of teams would just roll over and let them have it, but not Pure. They have the vision of winning this round, and they're doing everything in their power to keep themselves alive.
Druck with the reversal. 40 seconds here for Pure. Some long-range shots, and Stellar not gonna be able to make it out from the pillar side, and that's a full squad wipe now coming from Space Station Gaming, and Pure know where SSG are spawning.
What is going on, Tony? This looked like it was over for this round, and it is anything but. They somehow have 51 seconds. This was 98-0 previously, and they're making this one close. Camo's coming up. They need to get this kill. They need to get the camo as well. Drunk turns 2. He's going to try to shut down the rotation across top mid. He's multitasking here. Wants to protect his ball carrier. Wants to get the camo. Everything has to go right here. Legend cuts him off bottom center. Druck, I think the last line of defense to stop them from grabbing this ball, but Space Station knows you have camo. They're content to run away for now.
Just 2 more seconds needed here for Space Station Gaming, but so far have been the hardest 2 seconds for SSG to get it. We've seen quite a bit of a comeback here for Pure, but it looks like the dream, not quite there.
Man, they really made it interesting at the very least. I mean, it was looking to be a very uninteresting round until hit the 98-second mark, but Space Station now 1 round away from being your champions of the tournament. Do Pure have it in them to extend the series? It's got to start with at least a round win here.
Space Station Gaming have already won 5 games in a row here. 3 of them to reset the bracket, 2 of them to at least start the sweep here. Pure have been competitive throughout this series or throughout this grand finals, but you know what do they say? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and Pure, they need a win.
Close is not good enough, I'll tell you that much. Not when it comes to tournament games. They do get 4 dead. They've got camo sniper. Ball's yet to be picked up. Finally does. You'd like to see a little bit better efficiency, but maybe had to separate from the ball to guarantee the win on that fight. And I like this rotation from Cherish. It's going to influence the spawns toward the B side. Gives an opportunity to flank this push before it even starts.
Ball dropped.
The 2v2 situation right now, one in which SSG do have the ball, but Cherish still has this sniper, which could be a difference maker here. 4 bullets to work with, but the spawning players over toward the green side. Looks like Cherish is about to work off that side, but SSG spawn and break right through. Druck, the final player alive here from Pure, and SSG, they still have ball.
Got the ball. Bounds rotating it towards the dummy side. Legend holding in the A side. I think he understands that Pure, if they spawn at B, will likely go through sandbag, so he wants to cut that off. Just kind of thinking ahead. This map often plays like a triangle when it comes to the spawns. Legend trying to take advantage of that and make the next push of Pure that much more difficult.
21-10 run here for Space Station Gaming, but numbers advantage favoring Pure. Once again, full squad wipe, and Pure right back on that ball, looking to take the lead once again. They might be able to do it here with this tower side control.
Bound was momentarily last player alive for SSG. They can't get lazy now. They know how close they are to winning this tournament. They've got to put it together. Any lazy push here could lead to a round and a game victory from Pure, and we all know what can happen from there. Right now, the push is looking pretty clean, though, from SSG. They push through it, nest, top, mid, and dummies all at the same time. All avenues covered. There's nowhere for Pure to go. They go 3 dead. They at least force the play ball, but look at that. Eco right in perfect position to grab it again. That was a perfectly executed push out of Space Station.
32-28, Pure do have the lead, but not for long with SSG playing like this. Legend wins his fight against Druck. Numbers advantage once again in favor of Pure, but right now the ball in a playable position. The moment Pure are able to force the action and put SSG in an uncomfortable situation, it's just going to be a reset ball to deny access of points to Pure. Legend, he's gonna be one flying towards Holic. Perfect shots leads to a killing spree, and there's that ball reset.
All reset, 4 dead for Space Station. Pure have to get the new ball to safety. Last shots, Camo's about to dissipate. He doesn't mind becoming the new ball guy. Got the sniper too, though, so he's gonna pass it off to his teammate. Let's see how the push comes in from SSG. Last shot just in a bad spot. Does find a way to get an insane no-scope headshot through the tunnel. But I don't know if that's gonna be enough for Pure to hold off the power of Space Station. They're still en route.
Close match so far here. Cherished, he knows that Stellar's onto the tower side, and Druck does too, so Druck gonna drop that ball, try to do some damage, but look how fast the rest of the remaining members of SSG are to attack that ball. It's not played off the map, so both teams really using that ball as bait right now, making it a choke point and fighting over it, and one that SSG are winning these battles. Grabbing a hold of that ball, rotating it back. Eco trying to get this snipe out of the hands of Cherish, but oh my gosh.
How does Cherish come out on top after whiffing 2 snipes and being seen? Somehow gets the double melee without trading out, but he's gonna get hunted down by Stellar. Stellar doing his best to stay alive, but runs into 2 or 3 members of Pure. All during the chaos, though. It looks like Bound able to escape with the oddball for now, and Eco using his tiny crack in the staircase to see when Pure are showing up, just knows that that's the route they're gonna take and wants to get the early information.
Great nades come out of Druck and Pure. Zoning out the tower side. Looks like Bound, though, is here, and 3 go down. Go Pure. Not exactly what they were looking for. They're going to try to pseudo play that ball towards the mid map. Eco cuts it off quickly, and Cherish goes right back in for the challenge. Trades out his life.
Gotta respect the challenge. Sometimes you know you're dead. Either way, might as well get a trade or as much damage as possible. Next camo, looks like Bound is going to get it uncontested. It feels like this has happened way too much this series, is where Space Station are just grabbing an item, grabbing a camo, grabbing a sniper, seemingly for free. But it is just the side effect of having so much map control and winning so many of these fights that Pure just don't even have a chance to contest it.
Although Bound was able to grab a hold of that camouflage, Pure do burn it real quick and are able to take at least a small lead here, but SSG, before Pure even able to get fully set up off of spawn, they're right back on that ball and right back to taking that lead back here. Stellar with the battle all the way toward the A side of the map, delaying things just a bit. With the 3 down, another play ball goes down.
Now last player alive gets a kill. That's a big deal because that means when his teammates come off spawn, they have a bit more space to work with. Let's see if he can find another kill, just being very annoying. Back tower, Eco's gonna come off spawn and finish that kill for him, and now the push is in. There is nowhere for Pure to go. They've got all avenues covered. And this fight is still waging on. Cherish does have the new sniper, and we've had the sniper in the hands of Pure more this game, but it has not led to that value that we've been looking for.
5 bullets in the chamber here for Stellar to work with. Druck is already toward that tower side. Looks like Space Station Gaming wanted to rotate this ball here. They wanted this presence onto tower, but Druck being a nuisance, they have to deal with him and now Talik before they feel comfortable with this seaside setup.
Still got 3 bullets to work with as well. Gets repulsed though. What an annoying sequence that was for Stellar. Just couldn't really get into any kind of comfort zone. That's exactly how you have to play against him, especially when he has a sniper and a very beautifully bounced grenade from Druk there.
Double
And he's
kill.
on a bit of a heater here. If he can continue this, I could absolutely see a world where Pure win this round and force a round 3.
Well, it's 85 to 72 right now, and SSG may have come off a spawn, but it looks like Druk is going to rotate that ball away from SSG and give him a longer route to play through. The final seconds, Legend with an early nade, a rotation with this ball goes forward and even further away from SSG, but Stellar with the nades, Stellar with the challenge.
Oh my
Cherished
God.
might go down here, and it could be a full squad wipe, but Cherished wins a piv that he probably shouldn't have. Still, 3 down for Pure. Not sure exactly where Cherished is, but I know Eco has that ball, and now it's back to the tower side they go.
Wow, do they really reverse the situation just like that? I mean, they had 4 dead for a moment. Legend finds a trade. It's actually good for Pure that it was a trade and not a pure kill, but they've got to kill the ball carrier. Only 10 seconds left to go. There's a one-shot player in A. It's Druk. Druk has to find his way in. Looks like they're predicting him to go through the outside, but he's going key door. Knows that he doesn't have much time to work with, and SSG steal the victory once again. They will once again be your champions.
Just when you thought it was possible for them to take a round and maybe make it a series, SSG once again denying us, once again robbing us here and going 6 in a row. A dominant performance through the lower bracket here into the grand finals, not just to reset the bracket, but to become your Open Series #2 champions.
It just felt like they were doing everything right, man. Pure had moments of brilliance, absolutely, but Space Station had the answer every single time. How hard is it to beat a team that plays and makes so few mistakes? It's almost impossible. And look at the damage output from Legend that game, almost 9,000. That's just unbelievable.
I mean, some of y'all have still been doubting this team, which is crazy. It's crazy that people are looking at Space Station Gaming right now and don't see, if not top 2 in the world. I mean, at this point, I think we have to give them #1 team in the world right now. At this point, they have the crown, they have the throne, and they are playing like it. It's crazy that you can look at this team and deny what is one of the best teams in the HCS, and honestly, one of the most fun teams to watch as well. They've taken 2 out of the last 3 tournaments on land. They've even taken a big Open Series win online, so they're putting the work and putting themselves in a position to defend their title in their home state.
It's looking good, man. Next land's going to be fun too. Space Station as an organization put on a fun tournament. They've got, I think there's a pickleball court in the venue. They've got like, they're planning to have a magician in the venue. They got all kinds of crazy, wacky, fun stuff, like almost carnival vibes in some respects. So if you haven't been to a LAN yet, highly recommend you go.
Double kill.
Cannot wait to see these teams compete again on LAN. This game is just so fun and good on LAN, man.
I thought the magician was gonna be Eco, just like making the competition disappear. Abracadabra. No, but honestly, an impressive run by Space Station Gaming. We talked about them being knocked down into the lower bracket a lot earlier than probably anybody expected. You know, it was round number 4 of the winners bracket where Team Liquid beat them out in the game 5, and they had to have a tough road to make it not only through the lower bracket finals but into the grand finals. And Pure, who had all that momentum to go 6 in a row, that is not only a win, that is a statement, letting everybody know that they are still here. Allie, how do you feel about that?
I think it was an incredible matchup here, SSG versus Pure. Pure. Got it. Got it. Can you guys hear me now? Hello. Wow, guys, that was an incredible last match there. For a second there, I thought Pure was gonna have at least 1 round versus Space Station Gaming, but they're just not messing around. SSG keeps winning majors, Open Series. I feel like as we get closer to Salt Lake City and then Worlds, they can even almost like taste that trophy. Worlds, they won majors, but no world trophy yet. They get scary as they go, and Pure though, amazing effort. I just see them growing. Their team synergy has been incredible to see. So it was great to see this matchup. Wow, we have incredible games. This is gonna be a week packed with a lot of Halo, guys. In case you didn't know, the NA Open Series number 3 will be on Wednesday and Thursday, so don't miss it because it's in the middle of the week. And in case you guys want some more Halo, well, you're gonna be set because the qualifier for Salt Lake City, the very, very important qualifier for Salt Lake City, will be Saturday and Sunday. And Tony, Eli, these pro points are going to be super, super important. The Salt Lake City pro points, as we get closer to Worlds, are going to be incredibly important. Here you guys have it. The schedule is here. Write it down. Put it in your calendars. Do not forget, we're back here on Wednesday. Tony and Eli, any last thoughts before we close it out?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, these Open Series tournaments really are important. A lot of people, will discredit online, but I feel like obviously LAN more important, but I feel like these online tournaments do matter, especially for any team that's outside of the top 4 back at Atlanta. This is your final chances to give yourself a great seeding going into that major qualifier. And then even after the qualifier, there's going to be at least 2 spots that are available making it to the pool play. If you don't perform in these series, Open Series, and that qualifier, you could miss out on the spot in pool play and have to play through the open bracket. That's pretty damn important if you ask me.
Super important. I mean, it's like the difference between getting to sleep in on Friday night or having to wake up super early, like literally playing all day Friday and then wake up super early Saturday. But then like if you're already in pools, like you're just chilling, like you got maybe 2-3 matches on Friday, then you have 1 game like Saturday morning. You really don't want to grind like that and expend all your energy early. So the way that you guarantee yourself a spot in pool play is you got to show out this upcoming week.
This is the week to make it all happen, guys. Thank you so much for joining me, Tony, Eli, and also we had Active and Tools as well, and everybody in production, Louis and everybody else. Thank you so much for making this event happen. Chat, thank you for being here. The community, the LVT community, the Halo community, for making this an incredible event and for making us being able to do these productions, right? And we're gonna be in Salt Lake City, isn't that right, guys?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Salt Lake City, LVT will be there, guys. We'll see you on Wednesday for the Open Series number 3. Thank you so much for joining me. Why not, Eli and everybody else? We'll see you guys in the highlights. Bye.